Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtv TV and your favorite open forum political discussion show. I'm glad that you're out there following faithfully, and we are here to see to it that we give you an opportunity to express yourself, what you feel and think on the latest on our political front. Well, we are coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya, and we are in again for another twist and turns in politics. Finally, Kalonzo Musyoka hits the road, and with the Azimio campaigns, it's like the calls for DP and the other things seems to be taking now the second seat. He is ready to hit the road. He has drawn out his itinerary, and so something positive is coming from that end. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Well, Baba says he's ready to take Mount Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta supporting him, well and good, but he's going to the mountain by himself. Well, what do you feel and think about Baba's approach towards the mountain and the progress he is making with every passing day? And of course, DP RUTO and Kenya Kwanza Alliance are camping in KISII, Nyamira, and all that part, trying to persuade Kenyans to back them in their bid to take charge of this great country. Well, what is your take on the same? And this is the disturbing story of the 25 billion money saga trapped by Interpol. Well, that's something we'll love to weigh on the same as well, even as we continue with our discussion. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be set into the studio for us to begin to talk. I salute Salome Mbone, number one, again, to join us on the platform. Thank you so much. I appreciate Kevin Otieno. He said, I will never trust that watermelon, period. Take it easy. Kevin Otieno, Alfred Kosigei, Cheptirim, watching. Thank you so much. Konananu, Rafael Musau, Masai. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. Peter Mwigai, yes, thank you so much. We're glad you're there also. Kuna Kali Ashono, karibu kwa show. Kevin Ouma, Pascalis Mwesha, thank you so much. Brighton Gregory, thank you so much. You're tuned in. We appreciate you. Alafu kuna nani Nantaro Barbara, thank you. Tom Okwili, asante sana from Nairobi. We are glad you are watching. Thank you. Fatuma Nasimiyu, following from Saudi, asante sana. Nani huyu Paul Shihunwa. Hey, Shihunwa. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Kuna Linus Welles. Karibu kwa show. Kuna George Maganga. Asante sana. Hi to you. Akengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi. Thank you so much. Charles Ivu, thank you so much. Nanu, you, Leslie, Stephen, we appreciate you. Kuna Belinda Ogweno, we salute you. Thank you so much. Rashid Omondi Rashford, thank you. George Njenga, we appreciate you. Kuna Raja Agenda 4. Aya, karibu sana. Jara, it's called Jara Agenda 4. Thank you so much. Pastor Vili Onyango, what has watermelon done, Yawa? Take it easy. Okay, kuna Chalo Kasiku. We appreciate you, Mluya wa Mwingi. KE, Baba the Fifth. Thank you so much. Guy Peter, we appreciate you. Peter Penny Nyagaka. Thank you so much. We look forward to interacting tonight. It's awesome. And please make use of the link. You get into the studio. We are in for a treat tonight, even as we dissect the Kenyan politics in its proper perspective, putting everything in the rightful perspective so that no one takes advantage of anyone as far as the decisions for 2022 August 9th are concerned. That's the reason why we're here, to see to it that we dissect all through the lies, make bare what needs to be made bare, so that every Kenyan understands what is at stake, what needs to be done, and what has been done, what will be done, and what is expected. Eunice Oyuga, thank you so much. Alan Kuova, we appreciate you. Evelyn Musia, Musia, thank you so much. Nani huyu? Andrew Moriasi, thank you. Nani Otieno Keyo. Alafu wacha sasa tumalizie hapo kutaja wawili watatu. Asante sana kila mmoja, na washukuru. Naomba tufanye nini, tumakinike katika kufanya nini, kuobserve nidhamu katika ile hali ya kuchat na kuongea. Lazima heshima idumu ili tulinde nchi yetu na tuhakikishe kwamba tunaijenga ikuwe bora kwa vizazi vijavyo. Bwana Big Sam, wewe ndio kutangulia. Vipi leo?
Yes, Bernard, habari ya leo bwana?
Salama, namna gani?
Mko poa?
Mawili matatu kwa utangulizi tu tukisonga songa.
Sawa, thanks a lot. Thanks for the panelists. I think following the topic for today, leo nimeona KKA walikuwa wanachochea Kalonzo sana. Wanachochea sana mpaka imebidi jioni leo ametoa press conference. At least ametuliza boli kidogo. Which is good. So yes. At least the pressure and the speculation has gone down after he did the press conference. Akasema wanafanya rallies across Mombasa Road all the way from Masaku mpaka Mombasa with Manigidi, at least to try and tone down the rhetoric from Kenya Kwanza, which was gaining a lot of momentum and get a lot of negative media attention. So I think that press conference ilisaidia sana, at least kutuliza boli. Leo nimeona kwa KTN News wakisema Kenya Kwanza wamechagua Kindiki or something like that, just in the 9 o'clock news. So we don't know how true that is in terms of the selection for the running mate, but I think most of these leaders already wako na selection yao, choices yao. It's only a question of now playing with time and playing with your opponents to ensure that they don't pick your card mpaka last minute wakati wa mwisho. So I think hizi vitu zingine zinaendelea zote za panels, sijui nini, hizo ni politics tu. But the choice is already there. It's already known who they are going to choose. Ni kujaribu tu kumanage fallout na maybe kujaribu kumanage your opponent so that they don't run away with the credit out of the whole issue. So Kalonzo hitting the road is also good. He's not been campaigning for Azimio. He's been aloof for quite a while. So going out there shows some level of aggressiveness, which is good. I also noticed KKA have changed their strategy campaigns. They are actually imitating Baba's campaigns. The way Baba used to do the town halls, and then after the town halls, he goes to the rallies. And the KKA used to complain a lot about those town halls. Now they are the ones who are taking town hall meetings and going out. So you wonder, strategy how ni gani? It's very tricky. The other thing is, Baba seems to also be, his Mount Kenya visit seems to have taken everyone by surprise. I think it's like what he didn't, information about that visit haikutoka nje. It was more of like a surprise visit. Ni kama ameshtua watu with what he is doing in Mount Kenya, and I think he's like a change of strategy in terms of how he's approaching Mount Kenya without notice and without opponents kujua exactly strategy yake iko vipi. So which I think is also a good thing. So yeah, for now let me stop there and give the rest of the team time to open. Thank you.
Asante sana Big Sam, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Penat.
Yes, mawili matatu.
Asante kwa kunipa nafasi. At least leo na breathe. Mahali niko kasi leo ni afadhali. Okay, Penat, kulingana na vile Kalonzo, Gideon Moi, mambo ya kwenda kuambia watu ya Kenya kwanza kwisha ya kwamba thank you so much, I'm so sorry, I'm in Azimio to stay. Hiyo ndi kitu tulikuwa tumetaka, na hizo vita kidogo kidogo, and already Kalonzo knows ya kwamba akitoka kwa baba anaunda serikali. It's something that it is done. Niliwaambia watu jana ya kwamba hata Ruto mwenyewe anajua hii mambo ya 2022 is a deal done, imeisha. So nashukuru Kalonzo, lakini ingawa amesema anataka aende na watu ya Wiper, akasema anapeleka gavana yake Songo, but it's okay. Wacha waende Mombasa, watu ya Mombasa wenyewe wanajua mambo yao, and maybe hiyo ni kuneutralize mambo ya KK kwanza, juu ninaona mwenye amelalamika sana kwa mambo ya Songo kuingia Mombasa, watu ya Azimio hawana shida, lakini ule anakirai baby ni Shangarai, which means ameona atamwaribia. So hapo hatutaki kuongea, tunaambia Kalonzo hiyo ni sawa, onyesha direction. Already meli ya baba imeanza na imeenda, so watu wanaenda badala ya kurukia kama iko katikati. Mambo ya Central ni unajua Penat, tulisema mara ya kwanza, a lot of people could not believe that Central walikuwa kwa biashara, walikuwa kwa hoteli. Sasa hoteli karibu inafunga, na niliwaambianga ikifika May, June, mtajua the real colors of Central. Na mkiona Central wameshika, watu ni werevu, si kama sisi wengine. Ukiona mahali Martha Karua mpaka amekuja kuenda juu, na unajua wametinai Martha Karua Kirinyaga mara mingi na Kenya wajai kuwa na support, but they knew Central wanakuanga na leaders yao. They know who is a real leader. Wanajua nani wanawatetea in times of need. So Martha Karua has been a great leader kwa Central, but kwa sababu walikuwa na mtoto yao ama walikuwa na Uhuru, wanapak. Hawa watu ni wazuri sana wakichua kuweka leaders yao karibu. Wanapeleka moja kwanza alafu wanaleta mwingine. So candidature ya Martha Karua kwa Central, na wanaamini hata wenyewe wanajua with Martha everything will be fine. Alafu na sisi constituency ya kina mama katika Kenya tunashukuru kwa sababu at least one of us, wale tunasema mmoja yetu atakuwa pale juu. Tumekuwa tukikampaign tukisema rais akiwa ni mwanaume, tribute awe ni mama. Mama akiwa rais, tribute awe ni baba, kama vile tunafanya kwa kiti ya governor na tribute governors. Okay, nikienda KKA niliona Makurumen, nilikuwa naona hao watu walikuwa natetea sana, walikuwa najua kwa nini wanataka Kalonzo, na niliwaambia wakiona hiyo ticket ya reformist Martha Karua na baba na wale wengine, mtu yeyote yenye amekuwa na shida kwa Kenya, ama mtu amepora mali wa Kenya, ama mtu amefanya makosa, I'm telling you, they don't want to see a person like Martha Karua in control, because Martha Karua huwezi nunua, huwezi peleka uchinga. And I want today to surprise you all. Brother ya Martha Karua, wakati Martha Karua alikuwa minister, akafanya makosa Kiambu. Sasa akashikwa na walikuwa naokopa ati minister atasema kwa nini brother yake ameshikwa. Martha Karua alimwambia utaenda chela. Alikaa chela for 1 week. Wasasi wake, watu wengi walienda ya kanisa kupembeleza Martha Karua, and she said no until the brother say sorry. Na alikaa kwa sababu polisi waliokopa kumpeleka chela. I want to tell you guys who is Martha Karua. Brother yake baada ya kuachiliwa alikoma, aliomba msamaha na achaifanya makosa. That is how we have a serious deputy president. Vile baba anasema, ukiwa mtoto wangu ukiiba, wewe you belong to chela. Ukiwa nani, so same to Martha Karua. Ukifanya makosa, hata sisi watu ya NARC Kenya, let me tell you today, mtu yeyote ya chama ya Martha Karua ya NARC Kenya, if you are an official of NARC Kenya, akikupata na corruption, akiona wewe unakuwa na mambo ya hivi hivi, anaitana kwa chama, unatolewa. She cannot agree kukaa chini na wewe kama uko na mambo ya toswari hata kidogo. That is the new deputy president we will have kama baba. So nataka kuambia Wakenya, mtakuwa na deputy president mwenye anachali Kenya, vile anaongea is what she will say. That is what it is on her heart. Martha Karua say she has a Martha Karua inner. The inner Martha Karua don't like corruption. Anasema amekaa nje for 10 years. Si ati imemshinda aenda aongwe, lakini alisema she better kula mboka na Wakenya and get the little she can than kwenda kuungana na wakora na kushika pesa ya corruption. I want to assure you Kenyans ya kwamba mkipata Martha Karua, tunarudi ile enzi ya Kibaki na Michuki. Those are the reformists, na nchi yetu tutakuwa na hope. Tutakuwa na hope. Na ukiona KKA wameangaika juu chini, not because they like Kalonzo, no, because they are scared of the candidature ya Martha Karua. Everybody who is corrupt, they wish like awangetaka Martha kukaribia, but nataka kushukuru, najua tutapata the best candidate, na ninaona wameanza leo, tunataka kutimiza. Nasikia mmoja wetu amesema already they have decided. Yes, kama wamedecide hiyo ni mzuri, lakini I know baba na Martha Karua they want a process yenye kesho, kama wewe umechaguliwa kama deputy president, uwezi kuja kukana the president kwa sababu itakuwa in written. Ni kama umeenda job interview, utaulizwa maswali, na after 5 years lazima hiyo maswali sisi wa Kenya tujue. Ukisema mimi ni deputy president and I don't want to run in the office, nataka kufanya kazi na president mpaka wakati tunatoka kwa serikali, that is what we want to see in a deputy president. Hatutaki ile watu anakuja and then after 3 months anaanza kufanya campaign kukuwa rais. So otherwise Bernard, naona KKK atu wako Kisii. Nataka kuambia Nyanza already is block. So wacha wajaribu watembee kwa sababu hawana kitu ya kufanya. Otherwise the very important thing now ni tuone running mate yetu, na hata wakipatia Kinduri Kinduki ama whoever they want to give it to that, historia ule kwanza iko, wamama watapatana na yeye ako na yake ya kukuja. So it is okay, wacha apate moja kutoka Meru na wacha constituency ya wamama. Constituency ya mama si Kirinyaga, si Central, it is a Kenyan constituency. And mama ataungana na vile kwetu Amerika tumepata mama ya kwanza kuchaguliwa kwa Supreme Court ya Amerika, kupata vice president ya Amerika. Tunaona Tanzania wametupatia mama vice president. Museveni ingawa ameharibu Uganda, tuko na prime minister kama ni mama na tuko na vice president kama mama. So it is time for Africans and especially East Africa. Rwanda ikitangulia walitupatia wamama na nchi yao imesimama. I want to tell our brothers in Kenya ya kwamba patia wamama nafasi, including Sally Koskei alikuwa yeye. Kuna watu wengi, tutakuwa na wamama very strong mothers of Kenya na watasimamia nchi yetu. Penat, asante, wacha niwachie watu wengine waongee, nitasikiza, nikipata time nitarudi tena. Otherwise nashukuru, tunaambia Mungu asante. 3 months is coming, we need peaceful election. Wamama mchitoke muongeleshe vijana yenyu, kila mama aongeleshe mzee yake, kila mama aongeleshe kijana yake, amwambie leo tumewapigia kura wanaume miaka sote. Mama yeyote, ongea na watu yako kwa nyumba yako ya kwamba mtusaidie kama kina mama this time round. Mama, kama unapigia baba chakula, pika chakula tamu ili wanaume senyu waweze kutupatia kura. It is for these 3 months nataka kuomba wamama kwa Kenya, be good women. Wale wamama mupike chakula, mupende watoto wenyu, na wale mupende mabwana yenyu, alafu wakati utampembeleza atupatie kura, they will say yes. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, hekima nyingi, tunashukuru sana. Alafu wamama, nafikiria kila mmoja amesikiliza. Kama hujasikiliza, tutacheza hiyo tape tena. Kila mama ajue jinsi ya kudeal na mzee wake vizuri, bembeleza mpaka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Tukishatengeneza serikali mpya, haya basi mambo yatakuwa mazuri. Bwana Wangira, vipi?
Nzuri, habari ya leo.
Fiti.
Na wasalimu kila mtu aliye kwenye studio leo. Na namuona Caleb amekuja, nadhani ametubebea ile video leo.
Amesema ni lights hana, so wacha tu atulie hapo, wewe fanya submission.
Okay, to my contributions, Bernard. Bernard, this world must be rectangular.
Just
If
one
moment.
One moment.
Okay.
Lois. Lois, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, niko salama.
You're the one on the show, or there is a minor? Who am I seeing there? Okay, hold on.
Niko salama, Bernard.
Okay. Ni wewe uko kwa picha ama uko wapi? Kwa sababu nini? Okay. Bwana Wangira, just go ahead. Let me sort that from the other side.
Bernard, I was telling you that this world must be rectangular because William RUTO, the guy we saw appearing before his own panel at the UDA headquarters alongside a young lady 21 years of age by the name Veronica Maina for an interview for the UDA presidential ticket. Today is now telling us that for Kalonzo Musyoka, by the Azimio la Umoja panel asking Kalonzo Musyoka to appear before him, then that one is demeaning Kalonzo Musyoka. Why didn't he feel demeaned when he was appearing before his own panel that constituted people like Wakina Mudhama and the Secretary General of UDA? Does it become demeaning only when it's affecting Azimio? And it's okay when it's affecting UDA? You know, the hypocrisy in UDA is too much. You know, this is a case of a hyena that is purporting to protect the interests of a sheep. When did the hyena start protecting the interests of the sheep? The hyena in this regard is William Samoei Ruto. When did this start protecting the interest of Kalonzo Musyoka, who is a member of the Azimio party? You know, that just shows you that this world must be rectangular. We saw William Ruto today in KISII. And you know, in KISII, he castigated Uhuru Kenyatta and even told Uhuru Kenyatta to carry his own cross. And as he was castigating Uhuru Kenyatta, he went ahead to claim credit for every successful project in Jubilee government in the area of electricity, education, health, and agriculture. You know, here he was castigating Uhuru Kenyatta, and on the other end, there he was now taking credit for whatever successful project that took place in the Kenyatta regime. You know, that's the case of that's a case of wanting to have your cake and eating it at the same time. And we are seeing William Ruto, who is now at the crossroad of either having his cake or eating it. We have seen the selection panel of the Azimio party today. They met and they have elected Noah Wekesa to be the chair of that selection panel. And Wiper was also duly represented in that panel by the gentleman called Enoch Wambua. You know, Enoch Wambua is one of the chief noisemakers in Wiper who are telling us that without Kalonzo, then there's no Raila. Today I saw him there and he looked calm. And they have now agreed that in 24 hours, the affiliate political parties that want to have any of their members as the DP nominee for the Azimio should have their name presented in 24 hours, and we hope that they are going to adhere to that. And you know, I didn't know where the big quarrel was, even where this particular panel is concerned, because you know, it was agreed that the panel was going to arrive at the name of the deputy presidential nominee, deputy nominee for Azimio by consensus. And you know, consensus means that you all agree on one particular name. In a case where even one of the members of the panel disagrees, then that particular name shall not be forwarded. So I never understood why there was this noise from the Azimio or from the Wiper side, because the rules of engagement were that they must arrive at the name through consensus. But now, hopefully, uh, hopefully, after today's meeting and where Noah Wekesa was elected as the chair of that particular panel, we are going to see things moving. And hopefully by tomorrow we'll know which particular affiliate parties have presented their names to claim this particular slot of the DP nominee in the Azimio family. I told you here, Bernard, the other day that since Uhuru Kenyatta started having direct exchanges with William Ruto, you know, it has given Raila Odinga a relaxed position that, you know, even if you look at him, you know, hata ameanza kupata some weight because, you know, he's so relaxed and doing his things in a very relaxed manner. Today we saw him in Nyeri, and you know, he sounded very relaxed as he went on meeting those grassroots leaders. And you know, we want to see more of that in Raila as he moves to Nakuru tomorrow. Now Kalonzo now he has resurfaced. You know, after people made noise, and you know, many people in Azimio were not amused with the way Wiper Party was behaving. And today we have seen that he has come out and he has said that he will be starting to campaign for Raila Odinga from tomorrow. But there's one thing that I don't understand. There's one thing that I don't understand. I don't understand why Kalonzo Musyoka in Mombasa has avoided to rope in the ODM fraternity in this Azimio Raila campaigns, because he has told us that he's going to campaign for Raila Odinga as the Azimio presidential candidate. So if he's campaigning for Raila Odinga as the Azimio presidential candidate, I don't understand why he is not roping in Wakina Joho when he arrives in Mombasa on Friday, so that they can form one strong team that will be drumming support for Raila Odinga. Perhaps the problem could be because of the involvement of Sonko. I don't know, but there's a need for them to layers so that they work together as a team, especially when Kalonzo Musyoka arrives in Mombasa, because Kalonzo Musyoka remains one of our key members in the Azimio team. We have seen that now Kiduri Kindiki, and I'm just finalizing, is likely to become William Ruto the running mate, and I don't know where that one now leaves Musalia Mudavadi, because if Kithure Kindiki, who is much junior, because Kalonzo Musyoka on our side has been telling us that he's much senior, and he does not see the reason why people who are much junior than him should be given the position of running mate at the expense of him. And that should be the same case in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, because Kithure Kindiki is much junior than Musalia Mudavadi. In fact, he's only serving the second term against Musalia Mudavadi, who first joined politics in 1989. So if William Samoei Ruto is choosing Kithure Kindiki, where is he now leaving Musalia Mudavadi, a guy who has been in politics for more than 32 years, I think, 32 years, if I'm not wrong. And again, where does this leave the Luhya community? Are we going to be flower girls in William Samoei Ruto's government? And now Luhyas must watch these things keenly. Hapa tumechezwa sisi kama Waluhya. And this is the time for Luhyas who are in Kenya Kwanza Alliance to make a big walkout and perhaps join Azimio. Bernard, ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante.
Asante Bwana Wangira, naona uchochezi umeanza, lakini uko sawa. Tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Kalonzo apige campaign baba, akileta hiyo siasa ya kujenga dini yake ndani yetu. Sisi tunajua vile tuna excommunicate wale watu ambao wanataka kujenga dini ndani ya nyingine. But all the same, thank you so much, everybody, and let us work on the time. Honorable Bundi is reminding me to let's restrict ourselves to the 3 minutes so that we don't stay too long before.
Kwanza hii Wangira hii napenda kuandika composition sana. Wangira wewe. Alafu
mimi nimetumia dakika 3. Mimi nimetumia dakika 3 peke yake Bernard.
Kwanza niko na swali kwanza, wewe unasema Waluhya, nyinyi Waluhya umechezwa ukiwa pande gani wewe? Clarify.
Mimi naambia wale Waluhya wako katika Kenya Kwanza wamechezwa. Sasa ni wakati wao kuhama. Ni wakati wao kuhama.
Order, both of you. Thank you. Now before we bring in Honorable Bundi to tell us vile amechezwa ama atachezwa, wacha tusikilize hii kanda kwanza.
Interviews for the position of running mate in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party after all. In addition, only candidates who are members of the constituents parties under Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance shall be considered by the advisory panel, which met earlier today. Seth Olale has the details.
The 7-member advisory panel for selecting the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate held its first meeting at the coalition secretariat in Nairobi. All the committee members, including Bishop Peter Njenga, Archbishop Zacchaeus Okoth, Senator Enoch Wambua, Michael Orwa, Noah Wekesa, Sheikh Mohammed Khalifa, and Beatrice Moore were present, alongside the committee's secretary Elizabeth Mayo and legal advisor Paul Mwangi.
The members unanimously elected me, Noah Wekesa, as the chairperson of the committee.
After the 4 hours meeting, the committee resolved that there will be no interviews for candidates seeking the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate slots. Instead, constituent party members of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance that wishes to nominate any person for consideration as a candidate for the position of deputy president of the coalition to submit the name of such person by close of business tomorrow, Thursday, 5th May 2022. In addition, only candidates who are members of the 23 constituent party members of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance shall be considered by the select committee. The committee will avail opportunity to any candidate who wishes to make any presentations to the members a chance to do so.
All correspondence to the committee should be made to the secretary through runningmate@azimio.ke.
The clarification from the advisory committee follows criticism from the Wiper Democratic Movement wing of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance, subjecting its party leader to a physical interview in front of the committee. Notable constituent political parties of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance that have openly declared interest in the running mate candidacy include NAK Kenya's Martha Karua, the Wiper Party, and NAK's Charity Ngilu. The advisory panel, which held its inaugural meeting today, will be meeting here at the Coalition Secretariat's office for the next 6 days in a bid to meet its 10th May deadline. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Nairobi County.
This has been a heavy holiday season, and we know that our brothers and sisters who are Muslims have had a happy Eid, and after a month of fasting, and then we had Labor Day celebrations. This has been a weekend like no other, and I think that Kenyans and all the political leaders are also ready to go back to action. We are proposing as Wiper Democratic Movement, and hopefully to be joined by our friend Senator Gideon Moi within the framework of OCA. We are proposing to make a 2-3 days tour of the coast region. And we are going to do a run on the Mombasa Road, Mombasa Highway, beginning at Mlolongo tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, at Chumvi, which is a junction of Machakos and Mombasa Road, and then after that Konza City, and from Konza we propose Salama. From Salama we'll make a stopover at Sultan Hamud, and we'll also make a stopover in Mali, a stopover in Makindu, a stopover in Kiundwani. It's a very busy center between Makindu and Kibwezi. Time allowing, we could even detour into Kibwezi. But if there's not enough time, we'll do machinery, we'll do Kambo, eventually Mutito Andei, and then a stopover, a nice stopover in Voi. We will be joined by our teams from Taita Taveta, led by Governor candidate Dan Manzo and his team, Mutito Andei, with a nice stopover in Voi. Then we intend on Friday to do not a straight run, but a run through places like Makinon. We hope, of course, to be able to get into Mombasa by the late afternoon. On this trip, I am inviting the leaders of the time, particularly Wiper Democratic Movement leaders, to join us on this trip. And governor candidates in Machakos with their teams, governor candidate in Makueni and their teams, and if Kitui people can also manage, because it's a straight run through Lower Eastern, they are more than welcome. And all the candidates, particularly those who have the tickets, the Wiper Democratic Movement tickets, are also welcome to join us. We will be drumming support for presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga, and we will also be joined on this trip by Governor Sonko. As a matter of fact, it will be like a grand entry for Governor Sonko into Mombasa, and along with his deputy Ali Mbogo. They've just told me that we catch up with Ali Mbogo in Voi, but Governor Sonko will start the journey with us and drive through Ukambani to Mombasa. It is hoped that we can then do a run through Mombasa, We understand there's a lot of excitement about Governor Sonko and his team, and we will then hopefully do Tononoka. I'm not quite sure they're going to confirm. This time, I think it is clear that we must do things differently in order to drive to deliver a big win for Azimio One Kenya.
Okay, thank you. From the horse's mouth, Honorable Bundi.
Habari zenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Nzuri sana 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 sana. My dear, the honorary lady in the house, our mother. How are you, Serena?
Fine, thank you.
Let me start by congratulating you for going to celebrate with the Bapa in US. You made us proud. Unakunywanga pusa nikutumie, inaweza kubaliwa ingie kwa ndege?
Nitumie mursik.
Nitatuma lazima nitume.
Thank you.
Sasa mimi niko mahali naitwa Suneka, mbele kidogo, some kilometers, like 5 kilometers to Rongo. Nimekuja hapa kwa sababu RUTO ako hapa na sitaki kuongea sana. Kwa nini nimekuja? Ni kwa sababu kuna watu walikuwa mahali wanaimba UDA na sisi tumeona wacha tukuje pia tuimbe vile tutaimba, msijali hiyo, ndio maana tumeteramuka. We cannot allow ile uchinga, ile ubusi tuliona sisi ndio tunajua sana. Actually na satuma pini, that's where I am. Hata nikitoa simu nje muone mtaona miti mingi.
Wapi?
So that's where I am.
Wapi?
Yeah?
Chingororo? Wapi Chingororo?
Chingororo chitamuka, tuwezi kubali ile upusi tuliona hapa. Sasa hapa ndio tunajua kuimba sana. Mungoje kesho musikie. Ako Nyamira, Kerenyo, we are ready to welcome him. Tunamwelcome sana. Douglas can tell you wakisi wakiamua wameamua. Tunajua kuharibu. We know. So kuimba ile walikuwa naimba huko UDA. So tutaimba vizuri sana. Either he will run away or we don't know. And again I'm happy nimepita KISII hapo, nilikuwa nasikia kura ile ndisi ya kienyeji ya KISII, we call it toka Litovu. Hiyo ni tofauti na ile nyingine ya kutoka Meru. Oh. Simu imesima.
Litovu. Simu imeenda. Umeongelea kuhusu UDA. Wamechukua
simu.
Bwana Douglas, saidia ndugu yako.
Nitamtumia simu sahi.
Hiyo ndizi lazima ni tamu sana.
Huyo Bundi angeniambia tuende KISII. Mbona aliniacha nimetoka KISII alafu anaenda huko?
Sorry. Douglas, make submission. This Bundi, we don't know where he has gone. Huh? When he comes back, we will give him chance.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I've missed the show. I've been out for some time. The long holiday took me to several counties. I was in the county of Bungoma, Kakamega, KISII, Nyamira, Kericho, and then I'm back. Now it's been an exciting time. I'm happy to be back to the studio, to the show. I can see Selena has come back from the US, has come back from welcoming Baba. Welcome, Big Sam, Dixon, and Mr. Wangira. Kalonzo is one man that we really don't understand. But I've got a pertinent issue and a question to the Wiper Brigade. We people from Western Kenya have got so many votes in Azimio. The KISII people, the Coast people, the Masai people, but we've not had the hula balos about we must be running mates for us to support Baba. If that could be the case, then the Coast people will be saying without Joe, no Baba. KISII could be saying without Matiang'i, Baba, and the rest, and the circus will go on, and nothing will move. So I think it's high time Kalonzo really stood up as a man on a mission. We are hunting, and it's not the time to say mimi nitachukua mguu, mimi nitachukua shingo. It's time to hunt fast. Let's get the meat, then we'll be able to sit down as brothers and sisters and to be able to share. And the Wiper people should understand that this is an election with totally different arithmetics and several issues that are coming into play. So it is not about who has been loyal to Baba. It's not about who can bring 2 million votes. There are so many key issues in play here, and that is what they really need to understand. But I'm happy that he has come out and he's now saying he's going to hit the ground running. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how he does that. But again, we don't need to be so skeptical about what he says, grand entry of Songo. I think also that is something else that should even be talked about at length, so that we can be able to tame the UDA guy Hassan Omari from taking over. But I think from the poll rating, Hassan Omari surely is very poor. He's rating very poorly. He should even withdraw, because how do you even get defeated by somebody who joins 2 weeks? He has got 29% and you have 9%, and you are a Costarian and you are just thumping and saying you're going. No. He should just resign. Now, Bernard, there is an interview that you posted. Toto, I like that man. The kind of beans he has spilled. When we go back, we're going to digest that, and we're going to go through the villages and see what those people are saying and what is resonating with those people. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongelelea about the Kenya Kwanza guys who are saying that Kalonzo Musyoka should be the running mate. I think the Azimio guys, the panel that was chosen, they really played it cool. Now they suspended the one-on-one interviews, and they hit a blow, and they dealt a blow to the UDA guys who are saying no, if you interview ingeendelea, they could have got fodder ya kutafuna na kuendelea kuongea, but now it was suspended. So I don't know what they're going to say tomorrow. I don't know what they are going to say. The KKA people in KISII, really, I listened to the UDA governor aspirant Machogu speak. Sometimes people are jokes. There is a guy I know last time when he was campaigning for the MP for Nyaribari Masaba, the guy couldn't even articulate issues to people. You see, sometimes we make a joke of ourselves, and he is there saying, the deputy governor is saying that last time RUTO got 46. Which seat was RUTO seeking for in KISII and Nyamira last time that he got 46%? It was a Jubilee that got 46%. Now he's saying that they are aiming at 70. Even that 46 that Jubilee got, it will be hard to come by for RUTO in KISII. And I thank Bundi that they have gone to to survey the ground, and they will bring us a report tomorrow. But we are intact. We are doing our best on the grounds. Tunaendelea kuongea na watu. Hiyo campaign ya one-on-one, convincing 2 or 3. I feel happy every day when I convince one person from the KKA to Azimio, and that is my mission. Is for the next 100 and something days. If I convert 2 people every day, that will be 200 plus people, and those will be votes that will make Raila Amolo Odinga become the president. Thank you. I'm still in the show.
Asante sana Bwana Mokoa, we appreciate it. Let's go straight to Dixon Inyanje. Unmute. You unmute. The mic is beside your name. Bwana Inyanje, you click on the mic beside your name on the screen before you speak. We can't hear what you're saying. The mic is beside your name. Kando ya jina yako, una click hapo kwanza ndio ukiongea tunasikia. Mwana wewe shika. It doesn't, you on the screen, kando ya jina yako kuna nini, kuna hiyo crossed nini mic, you click on it ifunguke
Bottom left.
Vindu vitinyu Dixon.
Vindu complicated. Sorry, Bwana Inyanje, you will sort that out. Let us bring in Murunga. Arungarunge kwanza. Runga liko.
Omwami Inyanje is stuck a little bit. Good evening, everyone. Jora Mabari. Yes,
Salama Murunga.
Okay, order Murunga. Let's hear Inyanje. Speak up.
Oh, nimerudi. Amjambo.
Hatujambo, namna gani?
Well, nimefurahi kuingia kwa hii nini yenu, na kuaga nikiwafuata kila wakati, but leo ndo nimesema nionekane. Yeah. Nafurahia show yenu sana, na kwa sasa ndaacha tu muendelee, na nashukuru.
Okay. Asante sana. Tunafurahi wewe kutufuata na kujiunga nasi. Tuendelee pamoja, tutengeneze Kenya bora. Bwana Murunga, you can now go.
So Bernard, now I'm happy to be back today, and I think there's something that is really disturbing me regarding the issue of this road trip. The road trip from Mlolongo to Mombasa. Road trip that is also will also see the launch of Governor Sonko's candidature for Mombasa. Bernard, you will agree with me that it is in bad taste that Kalonzo Musyoka has actually decided to pick up a war with the Azimio team. Because when you look at what is happening, Kalonzo has decided and has actually, of course, there is mapping that has been done, but he's insisting on fielding candidates, wiper candidates. Don't you see this is going to be a setback to Azimio? Because we are going to lose the seats that were meant to be won by Azimio. And if we don't watch out, Kalonzo Musyoka has the numbers, yes, but these numbers should not come with the conditions that are unhealthy. Take, for instance, fielding a candidate in Mombasa. That shows you that he is not in support of Raila Odinga. Kuenda kusema ya kwamba, look at what the theatrics we are talking about of one Mike movie Sonko. Hatutaki hiyo mambo anafanya. Sisi tunafaa tuwe na candidate mmoja, and especially for governors. Hapa kwa MPs anaweza cheza kidogo, lakini for governors, no. That one should not be accepted. And Kalonzo Musyoka should just be told off. Kama anaona ni ngumu, anyamaze, aondokee hii mchezo. Manake ile kitu inafanyika, hatutaki kupoteza nafasi yoyote ya uongozi. Hiyo ni makosa. So kwa mambo ya hiyo road trip, mimi I'm not in support of that road trip, because the road trip is meant to inakuja kama hujuma kwa sisi wana Azimio, na hiyo lazima atuambie kwa kinagaubaga inamaanisha nini. Mbona yeye watu wengine, vyama vingine vimesaliti amri, na tumesema ya kwamba if you're popular in this region, field the candidate. Why is he doing it? And yet we as the ODM withdraw candidates kwa region yake.
Are you having a TV behind you ama nini? Hiyo kelele inaleta kizaza.
Hata sio mambo ya TV, television imezima kitambo. Kuna makelele imetokea huko, sijui ni makelele aina gani. So Bernard, what I'm saying is our leader Kalonzo Musyoka must style up, aache hii mambo anafanya, ni hujuma kwetu, na ili tuonge mbele, tuwe na uongozi ambayo tuweze kushinda hivi viti. Lazima tuhakikishe ya kwamba tuna umoja wa Azimio vile ilivyokuwa. Alikuja akaomba jina, tukampa jina. Amekuja ameomba nafasi ya kupewa deputy governor Nairobi, amepewa. So yeye atulie, aache hii mambo ya kusukuma Raila Odinga. Ni kama Raila Odinga hana pia mwelekeo ya kwamba ni yeye lazima aongee. Hiyo hapana, hiyo tunasema ni hujuma na hatutaki. Jambo lingine ni mambo ya baba Mount Kenya. Hiyo tunaona kampeni kweli inazidi kunoga, na unapoona viongozi wale wa upande wa mkoa wa former Central Province, tunaona Raila is actually getting in strategically and is targeting the right people now because he's going for the people. Those who are saying that Raila is actually banking on Uhuru Kenyatta to campaign for him now are seeing the real Raila Odinga doing what he knows better, and that by the end of the day we are going to have serious numbers in support of Raila Odinga. This is what we wanted, and Raila Odinga needs to be more aggressive. Kuna kitu yenye ameongea kuhusu mambo ya launch manifesto Bernard. Manifesto ya Raila Odinga. Mimi ile manifesto naomba baba akuje nayo. Raila Odinga akuje na manifesto ya kusema ya kwamba kufikia mwezi huu, mwezi wa 8, wakati atapata uongozi, bei ya vyakula itarudi chini na itakuwa namna hii. Na hii afanye kwa ushirikiano wake na president. Hii itafanyika, itakuwa bora kabisa kuliko kulaunch manifesto yenyewe ile. The real thing that in the papers, because people will not be interested in that. Let him come up with a very small thing that really hits the real thing that we're talking about, and that the people of Kenya will have a real change after August 8th, August 9th, after voting. Hiyo ndizo tunataka. Jambo lingine sasa, sijui watu wa Azimio watatuambia nini, watu wa Kenya kwanza watatuambia nini kuhusu mambo ya deputy president, mambo ya uteuzi wa deputy president. Ni kwa interest gani walikuwa nayo kwa Kalonzo Musyoka? Manake hao wana campaign Kalonzo Musyoka apewe, na sisi pia wale tuko hapa kwa hii forum. Sasa sisi tunafaa tuwaambie basi nao wapatie Musalia Mudavadi, ionekane ya kwamba vile Ruto anasema ya kwamba anataka uungwaji mkono wa mkoa wa Magharibi, ako na senior politician who is Musalia Mudavadi, then Musalia Mudavadi should be considered for that position. Manake yeye anatusukuma sisi tumpatie Kalonzo Musyoka, na huku mpangilio tayari ulishawekwa tayari, na yule atakayopewa sisi hatuna budi ila kumuunga mkono. Vile mambo yamefanyika, vile tunamuunga mkono Igathe Nairobi, vile tutakapomuunga mkono yule ambayo tutapewa. Bernard, by the way, kuna issue tuko nayo hapo Kajiado County. Tuko na former governor who is in Azimio, who moved from ODM to KANU, sorry, to Jubilee. And we have the current governor, Olelenku, who moved from Jubilee to ODM. But when you look at the numbers...
Hey, Penat.
when you look at the numbers,
Bernard,
Bernard,
kuna mgeni kutoka kwa baba, nataka aseme chambo.
Hapana.
Kidogo tu.
Hello Bernard, sasa.
Nzuri vipi?
Habari zenyu?
Nzuri.
Niko
Karibu.
hapa na mama ananiintroduce. Sasa mimi nasalimia kila mtu.
Asante, asante. Karibu, karibu.
Asante sana.
Thank you for taking good care of our mama.
so Bernard, I was saying that we have two candidates in Kajiado County. Both of them are serious contenders, and you can imagine the incumbent is also somebody who has the numbers, and going by what we are seeing, then we may be forced, and Raila Odinga will be forced to pick one of them. Moja peke yake asalie kuwania hiyo kiti, yeye awe mgombea mmoja ambaye atakabiliana na Kato Ole Mitito. Manake that's also a very serious contender. That is the way how we are going to win these seats. Hiyo mambo ya mapping, we need to map these regions, and the same thing we have done in the coast. Mambo ya Sonko hii na sarakasi zake, yeye arudishe hapa mjini, angoje wakati atakuwa amemaliza kesi zake, awanie mjini. Manake hatutaki uongozi wa kulazimishwa kwa region zingine. Kwa uwiano na umoja wa nchi, tuwe na viongozi ambao wanatakikana na wananchi, sio kusukumwa na viongozi wao. Sawa Bernard.
Asante Bwana Murunga. I believe that's clear enough. Let's listen out to this before we bring in the next person. One moment.
Ukiwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, wewe si rais wa jamii moja, wewe sio rais wa Wakikuyu, wewe ni rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. And therefore mtu ambaye tutachagua kama rais ni lazima akuwe mtu ambaye ako na msimamo, mtu ambaye amepigania Kenya hii. Huyu mzee mnataka kumdharau, huyu mzee mnamtukana kila wakati. Ni mzee ambaye amepigania Kenya hii, amefungwa katika jela miaka 9, amepigwa tear gas, watoto wake wameangamia, familia yake imeumia kwa sababu ya kupigania wewe Atingo ndio ukuje hapa uongee vile unataka. The democracy you are celebrating right now is because of Raila Amolo Odinga. Na nyinyi mnaanza kutukana Raila, mnasema ati Kenya sisi tupige kura. Ati tunasema ati tumesupport Raila sana, ati sasa tuende kule Sugoi. Mimi ningependa kukuambia sasa hivi tukipata shida hapa Luanda, hapa Bunyore, it is nearer. Raila atatoka hapa Bondo haraka atafika hapa kuliko kule Sugoi, hata ujui ni wapi. So ningependa kukuomba tafadhali, toa hizo wazo lako. Sisi kama jamii ya Waluya, sisi tutachagua rais ambaye ako na msimamo.
Okay, let's listen to Mr. Agari. Innocent.
Thank you so much Mr. Bernard kwa nafasi. Na mwanzo nasalimia wenzangu, habari ya jioni.
Tuko poa.
I'll pick the conversation from where I've seen kwamba William Ruto is very witty. Leo amekuwa kwetu KISII in a very descriptive manner. He has turned around the speech of the president, and he has even taken the war. For now the second in command, I believe, Mr. Matiang'i, by saying kwamba wamefail president terribly, and that is not what even the president had said. So this guy is just joking around. He's even making statements in a way that most of us believe, like he's so witty in a way that he can even change the conversation and even change the course of the river. So basically akiwa Kisii, he has chosen another path where he's now blaming watu ambao wameserve na president, when indeed the president was blaming him for failing to deliver whatever.
Bwana Gari, are you still there?
Imekuwa about him, Kalonzo Musyoka.
Bwana Gari, you have internet issues? Sorry, you need to sort that out before you proceed. Sorry
You
about
can
that.
hear me now? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I was saying that now that Kalonzo Musyoka has been subject from all sides, napata kwamba the Kenya Kwanza has been talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. Azimio Brigade has also been giving their input about Kalonzo Musyoka's ambitions za kukuwa deputy president wa Raila Amolo Odinga. So specifically we have heard from both centers, but ukiangalia vizuri, it's because now there is a very powerful aspirant ambaye anafaa kudeputize Raila, Martha Karua, and in a way Kalonzo, watu wake hata wengine wale ambao anafanya kazi na wao, they are the ones who are wiring some information to the other side. Na pia Kenya Kwanza has been feeling like they are entitled kupata kura za Mount Kenya. So hearing the name Martha Karua coming in picture, wanajua kwamba the lady might make the voting patterns in the mountain to change greatly, because now we have around 6.5 million votes at stake ambazo ziko Mount Kenya, the entire Mount Kenya. Na hapa ni game of ni hesabu ya kuangalia numbers. So they are looking at numbers, because if we say maybe from Eastern province or Eastern region, there's around 1.7 million votes. And then you go to Mount Kenya, we have 6.5 million votes. And then if you make inroads, even if you get 2.8 million votes, that is an improvement of what you could have garnered from Lower Eastern. So specifically hapo kuna maneno makuu ambayo yanaendelea kwa ile panel ambayo inaendelea kutafuta deputy president wa Raila. And I think in fullness of time, even the president, labda Martha Karua akipewa hiyo nafasi, she will have the president will have the audacity to visit the mountain na waambie kwamba nimewaletea mtu ambaye atakuwa second in command na ni mtu ambaye ako na integrity. And that is why you have seen Kalonzo has been like he has not been coming out openly apart from doing press conferences. Sasa ndio tumesikia akipanga more of a road trail campaign kutoka huku akielekea Mombasa, specifically to talk about, and I know the Wiper politics zitakuwa in that particular campaign trail ambayo atakuwa nayo. And I think that will be the moment for his boys to talk about his position ya kupewa kwa Azimio kukuwa deputy president. But I believe a lot is going to unfold, and the panel has also seen like there was a lot of noise around, walikuwa wanasema wa interview, and as Kenya Kwanza was the first one to talk about the process, but we remember very well when they were picking the UDA action, not even Kenya Kwanza. When UDA was picking their presidential candidate, they had a panel. He'll interview William RUTO, which was led by Mr. Mudhama, and some two guys, wengine ni wanafunzi wa shule, to pull a public stand. But when they have heard that now there's a panel that is going to interview such guys, wameipigia kelele, and eventually wisdom has prevailed that parties have now to present whoever they feel like will be considered for the deputy president position. And now we are talking also about the video that you have played, Mr. Malala talking, I think that was in 2017, talking about Raila, what he has done. You know, sometimes ukipata pesa, you forget things so quickly. Money can corrupt your mind and can change everything. So at that point, I believe was raising salient points about who is Raila, and that is what has been. And after maybe people change their mind, we don't want to blame them much, but he has forgotten everything. What he's now talking about is betrayal. But if you look at the whole story, Raila has never found that position ambayo utasema ni kubwa zaidi, but when he got when he was giving his friends, I mean when he was making appointments to the cabinet, alibalance. Ulipata kuna Mjaluo, ulipata kuna Mkikuyu, ulipata kuna Mkalenji. So specifically is not a man we have seen him taking the government in a bigger way that he's supposed to dish out some shares amepata, but in his small way amekuwa akifanya hivyo. And even if you look at his campaigns right now, watu ambao wamedominate is a face of Kenya, people from several parts. So we have to commend that one. And I believe with the time, Kenyans watapata opportunity ya kuchagua rais ambaye atachange Kenya. And finally, to talk about Martha Karua before I now allow others to speak. RUTO has been telling us that God raises people from grass to grace. I think Martha Karua is a perfect example. Where she has come from, she just joined Azimio. She was not that. She was not a favorite. I think she's now the one who is making headlines, and everybody is like saying this can work. So I believe there is God in this process, and I know Kenyans watapata opportunity wachague mtu ambaye wana feel like is appropriate to lead this nation, and I believe in Raila. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Innocent, we appreciate it. Tumlete Davis moja kwa moja. Davis wa Azimio. Bwana Davis, your mic is still off.
Nawasalimu nyote mjambo. Nawasalimu nyote mjamboni.
Hatujambo, vipi?
Okay. Poa, nashukuru. Moja kwa moja mimi nazungumzia Kalonzo kwa sababu right now mimi ni mkazi wa Mombasa. Na ground ya Mombasa ilivyo naifahamu, naisikiza na pia najieleza, nazungumza na wao sana, nazungumza jambo ambalo kwa ground ya huko. Naweza kusema hivi, jambo lenye Kalonzo amefanya kuweza kumteua Songo na Mbogo kuwa wagombea wa Wiper hapo Mombasa kidogo haijakuwa jambo nzuri, na wapwani tuseme kwa mfano hapo watu wa Mombasa hawajailipokea vizuri. Hivi majuzi mgombea aliyechaguliwa na chama cha ODM hata amekuwa kwenye redio fulani na akajieleza, akasema kwamba kama Kalonzo kweli angetaka kuweza kumpima mawimbi ya kisiasa ama chama chake hapa pwani, ni afadhali basi angekuja hata mwenyewe awe kwa debe, ila hangetuma mtu. Umenipata? Sasa hiyo ni kidogo inaonyesha kwamba huyu jamaa ambao ni Kalonzo anataka yani kujenga chama chake through Azimio hapo Mombasa. Naweza kubaliana na kauli ya mmoja wetu ambaye alisema hiyo jambo.
Bwana Davis,
naweza kubaliana nayo mia kwa mia. Kwa kuwa
Bwana Davis,
naam.
Tuliza kwanza, watoto waruhusiwi kwa screen ama hata kusikika, wataleta shida. So we sort watoto kwanza, alafu tarudi kuendelea na point yako. It is against the YouTube community laws. It's not us.
Okay, sawa.
Thank you. Yeah. Bwana Otieno, karibu.
Okay.
Davis ajiandae alafu atarudi.
Hello, habari za jioni.
Fiti, namna gani huko?
Poa sana Bernard, ndio mara yangu ya kwanza.
Karibu.
Sasa nashukuru. Sasa kuna jambo ningependelea kusema. Kuna kitu bwana Innocent alikuwa anazungumzia kuhusu Martha. Unajua kwa muda watu wamedharau Martha sana, and nafikiria ni ile uchochezi ya kuwa watu wanasema ya kuwa Martha hana numbers, but kwa upande wangu ningependelea maybe kusema Martha atakuwa na numbers, maybe hana numbers kwa saa hii, but I believe Martha akitajwa kama running mate akona constituency kubwa sana yenye ni very invisible, yani haionekani kwa sasa, but the moment atachaguliwa probably I believe hiyo namba itaonekana. So watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanahofia sana kuchaguliwa kwa Martha, and hii ping pong imekuwa ikichezwa, tunaambiwa kuwa Azimio anazungusha Kalonzo, sijui Kalonzo ndio mzuri, sijui nini, mara. Ningependelea maybe kusema the reason as to why Kenya Kwanza are pushing for Kalonzo as the DP candidate ni ya kuwa kuna uoga fulani, na ukiangalia unapata kuna kura ya kutoka Western, the larger Luya community, kura yao kind of inakuwa slippery kidogo kwa wana Kenya Kwanza, and naonelea ni kama maybe Kenya Kwanza wanataka waweke Central ama Mount Kenya ikuwe kama swing vote, so wangependelea probably Azimio ichague Kalonzo ndio wapatie nafasi mzuri ya kuleta Musalia kwa on board kama candidate, so that Mount Kenya ikuwe swing vote, because they believe that Mount Kenya is theirs. Wana numbers, probably 90% of Mount Kenya. But I think if Azimio chenye wanaweza fanya sana ni ensure that they compel RUTO to pick a candidate from Mount Kenya, so that they don't open up the Western or the Luya voting bloc for Bill na Kenya Kwanza, because that is all they want. That is the reason why they are pushing for a Kalonzo candidature, so that Central ikuwe open. So I would rather hata sisi maybe kwa upande Azimio kama wanaweza sacrifice kura ya Ukambani na wasekiwe the larger Luya community votes, so that they don't open it up, wasiwachie, because if you introduce Musalia kwa game as the DP candidate, then si unaona probably Western itakuwa tricky kidogo kwa Azimio, na ilhali watatuweka tuvutane hapa Central ama Mount Kenya, whereby wanaangalia ni kama kona about some good percentage. But I want to believe if Martha is given the chance, it will be a game changer. Kuna that constituency ya wanawake ile tunasemaga the first. So sina mengi sana ya kusema, but ningependelea maybe kusema they find a way on how they can secure the larger Luya votes and not allow tukue kwa competition na kura ya Western. We would rather be in a competition kwa kura ya Central ama kura ya Mount Kenya, by so ensuring that KK wamechukua candidate from there. So probably wacha tusikie vile wenzangu wanaongea as tukienjoy the analysis.
Okay, asante sana
kwa kunipata nafasi.
Thank you. Karibu sana. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But from where I sit, the larger Luya vote is secure with Azimio, regardless of which post Mudavadi is given. From the information we have and the traditional way of the Luya people. They have no soft spot for cowards, number one. And number two, they are more disappointed with Mudavadi than anything else at this point in time. And so they hope that Kenya Kwanza can use Mudavadi and Weta to get the Luya vote. It's just a good, being positive and hopeful that something substantial can come from that, but I don't think so. Can the choice of Martha Karua help Azimio? Yes, in a big way, because of especially the women constituency. The women constituency is one constituency that is huge and has not been maximized. I don't think they are featured as a factor in any election. So Martha Karua on the ticket will bring in that forceful demography of voters in terms of women. And with that, we are good to go. Kalonzo and his Sarakasis, there is something he's working on, but it's too late. He's trying to strengthen. These are the things he should have done. The siku ile alihepa kwenda Uhuru Park, sisi tukakuwa Uhuru Park, tukamaliza mambo Uhuru Park. Angetoka tu huko aende kustrengthen party yake, afanye grassroots, hiyo mambo yote. Hii mambo anajaribu kufanya sahi, angefanya that time. It is too late. He cannot use Azimio to build Wiper or Oka. So I don't know what is wrong with him, but he really needs help. We hope that he will get it. Stony PK. Stony PK, how are you?
I'm good, Brother Bernard. How are you and all the panelists this evening, afternoon, morning? I'm Jambo, niko salama.
I'm well. I came to facing Mount Kenya so that you teach me Kikuyu. I didn't find you.
I can see you are really umeweka bidii kabisa. Congratulations. Naona ile viatu tuliwapatia na Sabina pale Murang'a, hiyo viatu mnatumia vizuri and you are really doing well because you are doing what we are calling 24-hour operation. Hiyo deadly operation Thunder. Baba halali halali ameschedule mpaka usiku wa manane, anapeana trophies, anacheza golf, jioni anapelekwa chemba kidogo, anapigwa kamasaji kidogo, anakunywa kahawa kutoka pale mlimani. The guy is energized kabisa and we are happy. Tumefungua milango yote sasa. Usiku na mchana we are composing songs. Yeah, we are composing songs. All musicians, all elders, we are having those kila nyumba. We are not meeting in hotels, we are meeting in people's homes. Tunakuja hapo nyumbani, tunaitwa Adotora. Adotora in Kikuyu, it means the nyumba kumi of that place. Tunaongea, we answer all the questions. Tunaulizwa kwa nini tulikuwa tumeambiwa huyu ni Mondo Mogoroki. Tunaambiwa hiyo ni siasa na ni kandanda. Okay? Na ilikuwa ni wakati sasa, ilikuwa tumeona mtu atatushinda kabisa. Sasa tukaanza kumpaka matope and we are very sorry because that time tulitaka hii kiti. Ndio tukaweza kupaka yeye, tukaita majina yote, but it is not true. Si munaona huyu ni binadamu? Ya? Watu wanasema ndio. Okay? Wanaambiwa sasa Kenya is 60 years old independent. Sasa siasa ya utapeli na uongo imebaki upande wa KK. Sasa KK ndio anaenda, ukisema hii kitu ni nyeusi, anasema hata mi naona ni nyeusi, lakini ukigeuza hivi inakuwa white na unaona ni black, na anakuconvince ati imekuwa nyeupe na unaanza kusema ni nyeupe. That's why Uhuru aliongea akisema, wewe ulitoroka serikali yangu ukakimbia. Unasikia anatumia yale tumesoma Kiswahili ama Kiingereza past tense. Ilifanyika hivyo, ulitoroka hiyo siku, expect nifanye kazi na nani? Sasa KK, because wanaona Kenya ni wajinga, and that is something I want to deconstruct here. Ruto and his people wamechukua sisi, we are idiots. And you'll excuse my language because that is what Ruto and his people thinks. And you can replay King Kong's anaitwa nani, King nani ule kijana ule Bernard, you know the guy who said wajinga ni sisi. It is true. This guy sees Kenyans as fools, as idiots. Because wewe ndugu na masikio dadangu, umesikia Uhuru akisema ulitoroka ukaenda ukaniacha. Huyu mzee ndiye alikuja kunisia. What does that mean? Then wewe unasimama unaenda kwa Wakisii. Unaona Wakisii ni wajinga. Kisii are very intelligent, by the way. Okay? Na ndio unaona ana choose where they are the most intelligent people, he goes and he does that nonsense and rubbish. Then he has paid some people to clap. Then wewe na intelligence yako unaanza kuangalia mwenzako, unashindwa hala, ni mimi ndio sikusikia ama ni, it's confusing people. Wakisii ati Uhuru alia sasa kuja unisaidie. Really? Kenyans. Ati saa hii Uhuru anasema tafadhali Ruto, Matiang'i amenilet down kuja unisaidie. Here, this is the trick, and Azimio has to hit this very quickly. We have to have a special team ya kudeconstruct instantly kuonyesha vile Ruto and his team are the most idiotic human beings in this country. Uwezi kuja hapa unasema ati wewe ulitoka ndio Kenya imeangamia. Umesahau ulikuwa hapo 2013 when you rigged that election. Jubilee never won election and people have been debating. Ndio again tunaona sisi ni wajinga. Tuna argue ati Jubilee ilishinda, yet the elections were nullified, and you have Kenyans who keep on saying, you know, we can never say who. Excuse me, Kenyans. Jubilee never won. Ruto and Uhuru never won any election, and no wonder we are in problems. These guys were not going to be good leaders because Kenyans had known. Kenyans had elected their savior, and we are in this, sorry to you, I don't want to use the S word, we are in this hiyo maneno mbaya because we were robbed our decision. Tulikuwa tumeona ule mtu atatusaidia hapa after Kibaki. Okay, but tukadanganywa na tukadanganyika, koti ikatuokoa, lakini for the peace. So we sacrificed development and good leadership to peace, which was okay because sasa afadhali now we start refixing this country because it's gone, it's dead, but it's dead not through war. It is through economy, which we can fix very shortly. Okay, so Raila, as super intelligent as he is, he realized instead of us destroying this country, wacha tungangane nayo tu, ikiwa ni vile unaona kitu yako ile mzuri, nice trophy you have in the house inaanguka chini, unaichukua, unatafuta glue, unaweka, unaunganisha tu ndio uionage hapo. So that is what Raila did. He came and helped to hold this very fragile baby. Miaka 5 iishe ndio turudi to feed the baby. Now, when this guy goes telling people, Uhuru ameharibu serikali, ati yeye saa hii ndiye anaitwa, and even these other 3 guys ati nao wanaimba akina ati miezi 3 hatuwezi kukusaidia. This is who Wetangula telling us or telling Uhuru ati hawezi kuja kusaidia. What can Wetangula help with? What can Mudavadi help with? Nothing. So I'm appealing to Kenyans who are listening to Mtembei today that In fact, don't waste your time to attend KK's rallies if you have some brain. This time around, si maneno ati kusema ni siasa. Unajua kila mtu anakubalishwa kuongea vile anaongea. Please don't waste your time to go and listen to indoctrination and nonsense. Uongo, mtupu. Pure lies. Pure lies. Hizi ndugu zangu, KK will be there and they will be repeat those nonsense. Ati kwamba Uhuru aretire aende nyumbani. Sasa sheria gani inasema ati once you become a president, wewe umefungiwa mambo yako yote Kenya? Hata utakiwi uongee hata kabisa. Ati baada ya tarehe 9 Uhuru should become mlemavu wa kila kitu. And people have a narrative. Ati President Uhuru has no right. So watasema hata asipige kura. They will say hatakiwi kuonekana polling station akienda kuchagua. Because if you are telling him not to say a candidate of his choice, then you have stripped him of the citizenship of this country. Okay? So, and I don't know where Katiba is written that a sitting president cannot express his wish. That is a nonsense narrative that has been, it's being sold to Kenyans na wanafunikwa na wanawekwa hivi. The other thing, narrative ya KK wanasema ati kila mtu Kenya ni mwizi. My friend, we have Kenyans of integrity. Ati sasa kila mtu ni mwizi, hatutakiwi kuwa RUTO na hao watu wake wezi. Excuse me, Kenyans, do we allow really for us to be demeaned in that level? Ati sasa kila mtu ni mwizi, we all believe in wizi? Really? That is an insult. And it's an insult that should make people not attend those rallies. Wacha wale wana believe in wizi or attend. Let them attend hiyo wizi. Then saying ati RUTO amechukua Mount Kenya. Kikuyus, you are being insulted. I mean, since when did we really accept this level of insult? Ati sasa Wakikuyu, they believe in wizi. Wakikuyu ni wezi. That's why wana support RUTO. My fellow Mount Kenya people, you should reject that in the highest order. Mu reject hiyo. In fact, we are even supposed to be going to the streets to denounce that Mulima is, they are not thieves. Mulima ndio ati inakubali shortcuts. Mulima ndio that is an insult. Now they are saying from Mulima, wale wengine wanakubali wezi ni wa KISII. You know, just because ati umefanya bidii yako, umefanya kazi nini na nini, ati wewe unakubali wizi. They said even our churches confessed, zikasema pesa ya mwizi ikiletwa kwa kanisa inakuwa safi. How can a whole pastor say that, sincerely speaking? So I go kill, bring that money to church. Naambia pastor, I confess, hii pesa nimeua, mmeiba. Alafu ananiambia Bwana Yesu nitakuombea itakuwa safi. Can we really tell congregation that kind of nonsense? Kenyans lazima tuombewe na watu straight kama akina Pastor Bernard. Those are the ones who are supposed to pray for this country, because I think the bad days and the evil days are here. If people can listen, today you hear somebody talking the truth here, 3 hours later, somebody tells you the opposite of that, no naanza kuclap. We have some sick community somewhere. Lastly, Bwana Bernard, when you look at how Kalonzo has been behaving, I don't want to blame Kalonzo a lot, and I want us to be a bit tolerant. The confusion that is in this country, na shetani ule ameingia hii nchi yetu, ana confuse mpaka the most learned people. Now you can imagine your position if you are Kalonzo and now you are in that position, whereby number one, what we know for sure is that Kalonzo can never ever support RUTO. That is for sure. That I can even vouch from wherever I am. I know him on a very personal level. I know his integrity level. He can never. In fact, the option Kalonzo has, if it becomes worse, ataenda nyumbani Siaikulu na akae peacefully. If he feels he cannot fit in Azimio, you can take to the bank. Kalonzo will just go home, aanze kufanya consultation kazi yake akiwa kwake nyumbani. But he can never go to Kenya Kwanza. What Kenya Kwanza is doing is just trying to confuse him, trying to provoke him so that he can, he can utter some words or he can talk things that will demean him. Because they wanataka kumpaka matope kabisa, kummaliza asije hata hawa anaapia kwa record yoyote ya Kenya. If Azimio even we get the government, Kalonzo will definitely be appointed to a very senior and very, 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 productive position. They want that guy finished. And that is Ruto's style. Ruto wants to remain mbuzi na ng'ombe, na yeye akiwa fisi ndiye azimalize. Wacha nipose hapo kidogo, Bana Bernard. Bado tuko hapa. I can come in anytime later. I don't want to talk too much. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Stony PK, tunashukuru kwa ufasaha na weledi wa kueleza mambo vizuri kinaganaga. Naamini Wakenya wanakusikiliza vizuri, na ni muhimu kila Mkenya afahamu kwamba nchi haijengwi kwa uongo, propaganda na masuala ya kisiasa pekee. Lazima kuwe na kitu tunasimamia. As a country, we should have something we stand for, and zero tolerance for corruption is number one when it comes to the 2022 August 9th elections. If there is anything that must inform the direction of the election, has to be who can tackle corruption. If corruption is our number one problem, it should be the priority of who comes into office. And if there is any person who wants to be in office and doesn't want to touch corruption, he has looked for a baptism name for corruption. He has now baptized the entire country to be corrupt, so that we accept corruption as a norm and an acceptable way of living. God forbid. That must never be allowed in this time and age. We have generations ahead of us that needs to be safeguarded by us. I don't want to be part of any leadership that will, eat up the entire country so that there's nothing left for our children's children. We must be a people to safeguard those future generations by all means. And so ni muhimu tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya hivyo. Kwa hivyo asante sana Bwana Stony PK. Naomba turudi kwa Big Sam. Big Sam amerequest video fulani, bado naitafuta, sijui ni gani, ni ile ya serikali.
Thanks Bernard. Ile video ya ma DVD ile alikuwa ana complain about Ruto being a ghost worker. Before he joined Azimio. Very interesting. And then now when you hear them talk now, it's a totally different story.
Yeah, wamemezeshwa irisi.
They need their brain at the door, eh?
Just one moment. I think I should be having it somewhere here. 1, 2, is it? Is it this one?
Interior Minister to chair the key committee supervising the government's big ambitions, as though you've been sidelined.
Those sideline stories are stories that have no basis at all. The functions of deputy president, the functions of a deputy president are in the constitution.
But if the president no longer trusts you...
The president and I agreed on how we are going to make government much more efficient and to deliver.
His committee has been instructed to supervise all the key government projects and ambitions in the Big Four agenda. Not you, him.
His committee is a cabinet committee. That committee reports to the president and myself. How on earth can you talk about sidelining if the same committee ultimately reports to the president and myself?
We remember the
watafunja redio zao, wengine watafunja television. They will not believe. They will not believe.
Okay. Let's weigh in on those ones first as we find the other one, and then that one for money laundry is like everybody's avoiding it. We also need to touch on it. Big Sam Amenda. Ama nimemngatua. Bwana Mokoa, sema.
I wanted to respond on the issue of RUTO in KISII, which is Stony Peke has raised. You know, I'm not saying that RUTO will not get votes in KISII. Atapata kura tu. Lakini sasa, there is one thing I realized from the two voting seasons in KISII. In 2007, I remember tulikuwa kanisa vijana hivi, wakati tulikuwa tumechacha sana, tunasema ODM. And our pastor told us, vijana, I see you. And the man you are supporting is popular. And from your look of things, is going to win. But I'm sorry, he may not become the president this time round. Maybe some other days in the future. So sisi tukafikiria ni mchezo tu. We thought it was a joke. And it came to happening. Okay, now, the one I wanted to put more emphasis in the latest 2017, wakati tulikuwa tunapiga kura, in Nyamira County, watu walikuwa wamechacha sana. NASA, no. So, the day of the polling, niliona wazee na wamama wanakuja kupiga kura kwa fujo. And you remember the whole story after that, kura zikahesabiwa and such like things. So later ndio nikauliza wazee, nyinyi mbona mlikuwa mnatuambia tupigie Uhuru kura? And what of RUTO? Because wamesema yake 10 na yangu 10. You know what wazee told me? Kijana, we know what we are doing. Wakati wa RUTO ikifika, we will tell you what to do. And rightly so, the wazees are saying what to do. They have gone ahead of us and they have seen what we couldn't have seen that time. That there is a time that is coming that when the number 2, this one who is number 2, tutamweka mahali pake. And pesa nayo wa KISII watachukua. Vijana wako KISII wengi sana hawana kazi. Hata mimi ningekuwa KISII hizo pesa ningechukua. Ningeenda nichukue hizo pesa. But kupiga kura, Stony Peke, you will be surprised. We know what we are doing. We are very intelligent. Look even at the person he has fronted as a governor aspirant in KISII County. That is somebody who cannot speak in a group of intelligent men who know what they're supposed to do. Look at the people who are campaigning for UDA in KISII, the likes of Silvana Sosoro, who every time he speaks is just spewing. I don't know. Those are the kind of aspirants they're having campaigning and campaigning for them. Na ukipita vijijini pale utasikia tu ni vijana wanapiga. Hata have my cousins na wengine hapo, they don't have voters cards, but unaenda tu kwa village. I was in the village at UDA. Na muuliza UDA, hata wewe UDA hata una voters card, you're making noise UDA here. So today, as I said earlier, today I was in a place called Wanjoy in Nyandarua County. So mvua ilikuwa inanyesha, tukakaa mahali fulani. So I had some wazee speaking in Kikuyu and such like. So they were talking of the running mate in both sides, that we need a person who akona integrity. Na nikasikia wanaanza kumention jina ya Peter Kenneth, Martha Karua. So I didn't hear them mention Rigathi Gachagua and the likes of Musalia. So I was asking myself, these are the people supporting KKA, and why are they not now mentioning their running mates from their side? So the discussions are changing. The discussions down there are changing. Now, pole is how it's going to change. And the choice of the running mate from Mount Kenya will destabilize the question ya Kenya Kwanza kabisa. They will not have anywhere to run to. So inabadilika, lakini pesa nayo tutakula. Pesa, we will eat that money, but we will make a good choice later. So thank you. Leo naomba kuondoka mapema Bernard, because kesho very early in the morning. So thank you for the time.
So asante. Ngoja Alex afike. Wewe unatoroka Alex.
Alex anakuja saa ngapi?
Unapata kupatia updates. Here is the video.
Kesho na
ile mshahara unalipwa, wale askari wanakulinda, yale magari unatembea nayo, ile petroli inaingia kwa hiyo gari, zile simu ambazo unatumia, stima nani analipa, maji nani analipa? You are the source of the problem, and then you say you are the one who is now going to solve it.
Andå maraiga atiriri atä hinda riri ri inyuä atumia må ngä athana rä kana må nengerwo ngoci rä atä no må tå rä ke må no na no må rehe watho wa Wangå wa Makeri na rä u ngå rie rä Wangå wa Makeri rä no menya ko arä atumia arä a rå rå maikaragä ra rå na we no menya nä å hana gå ikarä ra må ndå rå mwe
maikaragä rwo nä kuonja teke ngårie ndirarega må ngä thura atimia rä må rauga atä kå ngä hana hä ndä ya Wangå wa Makeri nyåkwa nä må ndå rå me agä gå ciara atä akä hana Wangå wa Makeri kana ndahana Wangå wa Makeri
no nä aciarä må tumia mami aciarä må tumia
må kä aria må kamba må gacoka na thutha ngiuga atä akanä magatå ikarä ra rä å kamenyaga nyåkwa arä ho na nä agå ciarire na no må timia
na nä å rona tagä re gå tongoria thä inä wa gä kå yå
gutongoria atia
mundu mukora yuko
president ni Raila niki kingi urenda
munini wake
ri
ni Kalonzo
hari eri turacagura Karua na Wanjiru Sabina
Mathakarua
ni
kuhura rume
ahure wewe hura ri nduhurwo no tahuragwo
ucio mukihanaine Mathakarua mukihanaine
ke ngwire rume matiaragia gwatuka maviraguo githugu na kuri makomaga rugito tareke ngikuhe rugano tiga o kuona atimia aria marerwo marathana tondu niritwa murathukia mukauga Mathakarua no ahurane Wanjiru no weke ate uguo no arume kokai aguria nduma yo tuko etuite muthenya no one arume ingi haria makomaga nginyaya urona ma minister marundagwo ni akao gwatuka ururi muigata atagararagwo mukakinga
atia
ai na riko ngai agura ni uguo mutigaye gutinda mukingirira ari angi Mathakarua ari ahura u ari ahura
akihurite minister akihurite RUTO ruhe
ndahurwo ahurirwo tondu ni muvira mathakaga ahuritwo ruhe magithaka muvira kama kienja ngwa
So Bernard, thank you. I wanted to share that thing with you earlier.
So
can I say something, Bernard? Can I say something?
Go on.
Now, I don't know whether it looks like I don't know who understands Kikuyu here, but as I said earlier on this TV Mtembei, some weeks ago or a month ago, I had said when we were talking about Mount Kenya is one of the very sophisticated community, my friend. And that's why people say there is a clip that was going around what Mogekuyu means in Kikuyu. It means Moge kule oyo, yani mwerevu kuliko hule. That's the secret. They believe they are cleverer than that next person there. And that next person is me and you. So a Kikuyu or a Mulima guy believes he is the best than the next person. You know, that's a philosophy that is deadly. Yeah. So with that, and that's why they always ask, like if you are queuing for interviews, you will hear him asking, no way, how better? Who is there in front? The guy has not entered the interview room, but is already investigating who could be around there. Most communities don't have this, and I'm not saying this with discrimination or anything. People who are so conscious of the environment and tomorrow. And if it requires them to pretend to be fools, they do that. That's why sometimes people say they are bootlickers. But for them, to cross the bridge is key, to cross to the other side. Let me come to that lady. That lady has said it. She's so intelligent. Number one, she's being asked by the interviewer in a very funny way, hey, so what is going to happen here? Then she says, like what? Then she says, but you people looks like you are not ready for leadership. Then she said, we are not ready because what have we done? Then she was brought in the box. She was told, Allah, see, we hear you people. It's like you don't even have your presidential candidate. She said, like when? Then she says, no, you have not said who you are going. Then she says, there is nobody else here. We are electing Raila. Then she's told, and how about the DP? She said, oh, the DP. The DP, we have only two people we are looking at. This guy tried to lead them, to lead her to Kalonzo. She says, no. For us, we are looking for two. Then the guy says, but you know, you women, you really sit on men. Remember, Wangwa Makeri was a king or a queen in Kikuyu, who the narrative goes that she ruled men. She used men as table, men as bed, men as kitty. So she was a dictator and a terrorist. Then she said, that is nonsense. You men have been telling around. Tell me which man is never sat on by a woman. Then she said, all these men, no man talks when night comes. They are all under women. Then she made a joke. She said, if God can make a sudden light at night, you'll be surprised to see even the ministers upside down. So she said, don't tell us this nonsense. Yeah, men, women. When do women beat men? Ati unasema women wanakaliwa na mwanaume wakichimba ngwashe ama wakifanya nini? Si kuna kitu wanakuanga wakifanya saa hiyo tunawaka. So she said, don't bring us this maneno. No man talks at night. Na akamalizia hapo. Akasema hakuna mwanaume, ule mwanaume halisi hatakiwi kupiga kelele usiku. Anakuwa chini ya mwamba. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Bernard.
Bwana Douglas, sema neno lako la mwisho kabla uondoke.
Bado najifunza Kikuyu polepole, ndio nimeingia huko. But it's an interesting times you're living in. Rightly, as Stone PK says, you know, watu walianza kusema tunasikiza ground. The few months I've been here, I go deep to the villages, and my best friends are these mamas and wazes, because I sit them down and want to listen truly what their heart says. Then you realize that the story is being peddled that at Mount Kenya is 90% UDA or 85% UDA. It will be a surprise if at all what goes around is true, what they are saying. And some of them you listen to the funny stories they are giving you and the reasons they are giving you. Like I was in a place called where there's like Olbosat. Down there was a mama I was with, and she was like, she told me she can jump up and down on the road singing UDA, but deep down in her heart, she knows she's not going to vote for that. So I realized, kumbe, things are thick huko chini, and matters will be complicated. Like there are those who have really decided lazima tu ni Martha Karua, and they will even be wataamshwa. Their spirit will be awakened, and they will know our deliverance is coming. And somebody was also, there is another muse was challenging another one, anamuuliza, kwani wewe umeona tumechoka na uongozi, unataka kutupeleka wapi? Tumechoka na uongozi hapa. So he was referring to like we should be waiting for the season after this season. We should be looking forward, not what we are seeing now. So things are changing, discussions are changing, and it's difficult for some people, and like Atuoli said, hawataamini, watapasua television na radio, and we are eagerly waiting for that time as we make our decisions. Thank you so much.
Asante sana bwana Douglas. That's a good one. There is one guy on the comment section refuting the interpretation. Nataka kuja tuambia ya kwake Ephraim Murigo.
Akuja aseme.
Come and interpret for us. If you think the interpretation given is not accurate, we still have a chance. The studio is almost free. So kuja utuambie wewe interpretation yako ni gani. Cha muhimu, hata mimi sielewi Kikuyu, lakini I've watched that mama. I've been able to get exactly what she's saying without me knowing the language. You know how how we are able to deduce things from people even when we don't understand the language they are using. But the body language, the gesture, and then the response. In fact, I would love to be the one interviewing that mama. She turned the interviewer into she took over the show. Instead of the interviewer leading her, she took over and really gave him a beating properly. I enjoy that. Bwana Gary, karibu endelea.
Yeah, asante sana.
Thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, bwana Mokoa, tuonane kesho. Wenda ujenge nchi na hakikisha Kisii imekuwa locked vizuri kabisa.
Asante sana.
Unajua hii kitu tuna win 65-35.
Hiyo tunataka kuipush.
Yes.
Tunataka kuipush mpaka 70 hapo.
Mtu akitaka kwenda Supreme Court aende na 35 tuone vile watamsikia.
Now, by the Bernard, before I leave, there are those petitions in pending in court. The 3 for Raila and the 6 for Ruto. I think we should be looking at them some other time to wonder whether they have merit.
Oh, look at them. The ones I want them sealed very immediately should be the ones for Sonko. Sonko simalizwe mara moja na Sonko afungiwe kisima fulani. Sisi tumalize election kwanza, tutamsikiliza baadaye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Okay, I was to say about what Mr. Stone PK said about the KISII community and the Kikuyu community. You know, yes, for us, when we are electing, we elect from both sides. The last time we did it as a block was when we had Nyachai as a candidate. But if there is a very strange voter in Kenya, and I keep giving my counsel to some guys who are trying to seek elective positions in KISII region and Nyamira, if there is a strange person you can ever never understand is a KISII, how he's going to vote. When they hear there is money, they'll point the large numbers and they tell you Mheshimiwa ni wewe. But already an impression has been set, because not even the bigwigs decamping UDA. Uliona Mr. Magara left. That was a big name leaving Mr. Ruto. When now you remain with the upcoming politicians who have compromised character, sorry to say, Mr. Osoro is not respected. We have also our discussions, conversations on radio, and you can hear how voters rate him, his temper, his way of doing things. And he can sometimes use our dialect even to say that, no, we cannot all go to Azimio. Who is going to milk this fat cow? He says it in our language. So basically, you know why he is there. The reason he's there, he wants to make a living. He's a young politician coming up. The only strong politician Mr. Ruto has in KISII region is now the Kitutu Masaba member of parliament. But that guy, who listens to him? is just a wannabe. So there are issues kujua Fort Kisii vile atakapo vote, and I'll tell you that guy is already in a rude shock. I remember one time when I had gone to parliament buildings this year actually, and that was the very day Mr. Magara had resigned from UDA, citing that the party does not have a transparent process. It's run by people who have a compromised character. I met Mr. Sosion. I was going to interview a certain member of parliament, and Mr. Sosion was talking to the member of parliament from our region. You see, these guys are friends, and I was telling the guy, you know what, tunafaa kuwapelekea maombi. Yani hata huyu wa mwisho mumetunyang'anya. We will have to send wazees to come to your region and at least intervene, because already you're making KISII and Nyamira region to be an Azimio voting block. So already the communication is there, is in air. Now we have Mr. Osoro doing local politics, but he has changed the voting patterns in KISII. When he went there first, watu walikuwa wanasema these are an ordinary joker coming from Nairobi, analeta ile siasa ya ukora Nairobi hapa nyumbani. But let me tell you, that guy is a mobilizer. The reason to why Mr. Ongeri had to leave ODM, because he knew already the guy had changed everything. The type of passion he has brought to voters. Watu wanataka hiyo siku ifike waende kupiga. So the advantage is to Azimio, and that guy Mr. RUTO, wacha jaribu, because he's also trying to talk to people aone ni nani. But when you see you are in KISII na unatembea na people when they are upcoming politicians, Mr. Kebagendi left, a guy who worked in his office, a guy who used to go and at least mobilize people there. He had a very famous quote he used to say, the CF movement. He left. That could tell you volumes, because Mr. Kebagendi, who worked with the deputy president, leaving his office and trying to fight in ODM, and he has won it, actually has the ticket. That tells you the region where it is. So that is not something we can talk about. I think the IBC, not even now what the courts or even the institutions have done. Mr. Kalonzo at some point is a senior counsel. You should understand some things. I don't know if IBC is going to allow Songo to file. We are waiting when they are going to present their papers. I don't think, because already that guy, you understand what happened. He was impeached. There were issues. So I don't think our judicial system is bold enough. Our institutions have grown, and I think it's a matter of time. We know how the IBC is going to accept his papers if he's going to fight for that particular position. The mountain politics, just like vile Mr. Stone amesema, watu husema Wakikuyu ni wakora, and I have to say, because you can't be with them, and they have a famous way of saying things that when it comes to the election day, they know what they're going to do. And hao wazee ambao walikuwa kila wakati walikuwa wanatusiwa kwamba they are holding boardroom interviews, wakiongea na Musalia by that time, wakiongea na Raila, wakiongea na Kalonzo. Those guys are the ones who have even changed the narrative hii ambayo unaona sahi. When now you see Raila trying to get some way back to the mountain, because wamemwambia don't fear, lazima utupatie running mate from this place, and they have picked the best. Think all the names that have been fronted, ukisikia Martha Karua, ukisikia PK, even now a new entrant, Sabina Chege, is also interesting to see how this is going to come out. So specifically, these guys, lazima kura yao ita initiate the process, and what they want to do is kind of the Kibaki Uhuru politics, the 2002 politics, because there are people who still say, you see Nyachae kama kwetu sasa wanasema, you know, some people held some grudge towards Raila, wakisema kwamba wakati ule alikuwa affront Nyachae and then a compete against Uhuru. But you see, if he could have picked Nyachae that very day, the mountain voting patterns could have been different, and Uhuru could have even become a president earlier than vile amekuja kukuwa rais wetu 2013. So the same way, those guys know how they are going to cut the numbers. So what they know, they might not vote as a block. What they want is to cut the numbers down. Waone how they will be able to reduce the hustle, the hustler narrative that is now sweeping across the mountain. And I think wamepata now a better way to do it. And the president will have courage, confidence, and the audacity to talk to his people after now getting one of his own, akiwa running mate wa Raila. He'll now tell them, now you see, I've been taking time. You've been saying all these man of things. And you see, even from the other side, amuko, unaona kama sasa the narrative has changed. And that is why I say, mulikuwa play the clip of Mr. Musalia Mudavadi. You know, consistency is key. And you played another clip of Mr. William Ruto. Consistency is key. William Ruto has been consistent to lie. That one we have to give him some thumbs. But you see, when you become inconsistent, then you have problems. Vile nasikia huyo muungwana mwingine anasema. Now Musalia is so inconsistent, and that makes him to be a failure. Because how can you say this thing today, and then tomorrow on another podium you change the way you are saying things? Mzee Atuli alimwambia governments are not made on the road. Kuja mahali watu wanakaa chini usikilize, and then you see what you are going to get. He left because, by the way, the BBI process, with the many things that were said about it, that was the only way that could have allowed the 5 or 6 prominent politicians we have around to survive, at least to have a position they could enjoy. But when now the BBI crashed down, walikosa mahali pa kwenda. And when now they left, I have never seen someone moving to another place without now a binding document. At least now, Azimio has problems because they had a binding document that everybody is agitating for something. Now you had the other time the UDA party and now the KK alliance that they moved and they never had a binding document. They don't have anything where they are going to refer. At least Azimio had a process you could see. They could talk about it. They held kind of deliberations of who is going to be their presidential candidate. Now look at what has come from Kenya Kwanza. We never saw them even having any kind of deliberations. It started like a joke. You could hear Wetangula saying, some of us have now delayed our ambitions. We are here to support William Ruto. And then when now the other guy from Amani said that he's running till the end, the other day pia amefika mahali anasema we have delayed our ambitions. We could not even see a ceremony actually to celebrate that now they have a presidential nominee or actually an aspirant from their side. So they made it on the streets, and that is how it is going to end. Now deceit and betrayal that they are talking about, because you might be talking about something you don't know. The deputy president with his numbers, and maybe after now these elections are over, better Raila could acknowledge them at some point. Watakuwa wamepotea kabisa. You move, and the guys when wanakupeleka the other side, now you look at what Sakaja did. He was the key figure wakati walikuwa na zungumza na William Ruto, and now with the senator from Kakamega, Malala. And now the guy who you have been walking around with, now when it's just about to be the ceremony day, he tells you, now I'm changing these clothes ambazo ulinipatia. Me, I thought like now, anyway, if Musalia could be serious in one way or the other, he could have even told now Sakaja, be my candidate in Nairobi, at least my party. The guy just moved to the other side, and we saw They were never with Ruto. He only joined Ruto after now Musalia had joined. So you can see Musalia is a man under siege. I've seen some pressers coming out, people talking. There might be 3 or 4. I know how they are going to say it, but when you don't go and sit down and have a binding document, utakuwa kwa shida sana. So specifically, I'm looking at how these moments are going to unfold. Kenya is bringing the 2002 elections moment here. And by the way, to be very honest, what Uhuru is helping Raila is transparency of the process. What Moi allowed to happen in 2002. That is key. At least people to know their numbers. Because now, there has been a narrative that there is a system that controls how numbers are counted. Now, Uhuru is going to allow the institutions to work in a better way, and the 2002 moment is coming. Kila mtu ile kitu yake atapata itakuwa imemtoshea. So that is what is helping the other guys. Watajua tu kwamba he has allowed the process to happen, because like I've been telling people from our side, Azimio, we cannot sit down here. Our message should be like the Americans when they say, let's get out, go and vote, because if we don't vote, that guy is going to win. So we have our numbers, let's get out and vote, and this time round, kura zetu zitahesabika, because the president is going to sit back and allow the process to be transparent. Because if in Kenya right now you try to play some mischief to the process, the courts are alert. You know, it's not only about nullifying the elections. They might even demand a recount to happen in court. So if you had done some mischief, the other person can easily win. So that is what I always tell people who are supporting Mr. Raila and Azimio, that you cannot afford to sit down and say, we have the system, go out. The system is going to allow you to vote and the process to be transparent. That is the rallying call that we could always tell our people. Wajue hivyo. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana bwana Agari Innocent, we appreciate that. Charles Okoth, this is the red wine, if it's the one you sent.
Umekuwa Yesu leo.
Najua hawa watu ni wajanja sana, wanatoka hapo wanasema mimi nakunywa red wine. Ndio inafanya mimi nakuwa awake mpaka saa hii.
It's your glass. I think it's confusing with your glass. So next time tumia glass proper bana. Na confuse watu sasa, siwezi blame.
So it could not be the glass. Anaweza kuwa ameweka red wine kwa glass and now the bucket is on the besides him.
No, you see, that is the European pint glass. Inakuanga hivyo. Sasa Bana nafikiria comfortable at ni fancy. Kumbe
yani siasa yenu haishi. Kama mkaje kwa glass mtaenda kwa packet. Sio packet tunasema hii packet we need to investigate the content.
Alafu unakunywa apple juice bana. Alafu watu wanafikiria yani leo bana. Mchungaji anatuharibia bana. Sheep are complaining.
Achana na watu tafadhali. Tuanze tufanye show yetu vizuri pole pole. And ni time ya Kip, but before Kip comes in, let's listen out to this. And way on the just it's a baba.
Na sina wasiwasi hata kidogo. Sisi tutashinda kwa sababu tuko na sababu ya kushinda. Tuko na sababu, maana yake sisi tumebeba bendera ya ukombozi. Niambia Wakenya kwamba tumeanza harakati ya ukombozi wa 3. Ukombozi ya kwanza ndio ilitoa mbeberu hapa katika taifa letu. Ikatoa mzungu, ikaleta uhuru. Ya pili ikamaliza serikali ya imla na ya kimabavu ya kudikteta, ikaleta katiba mpya. Ya tatu sasa ni ya uchumi, economic liberation of Kenya. Economic liberation of Kenya. Na sasa sisi ndio tunataka kukamilisha ile vita ilianzishwa na wale waanzilishi wa taifa letu. Mimi nilikuweko walipokuwa napigania uhuru. Walisema tunataka mzungu atoke, tushike hatamu ya utawala, tuweze kupigana na yale madui matatu ya watu wetu: ugonjwa, ujinga na umaskini. Sasa miaka ni 58 tangu wakati huu, wale madui bado wamo, sio? Bado wamo. Bado tuko na shida kwa upande elimu, kwa upande ya matibabu, kwa upande ya umaskini, ukosefu ya kazi kwa watu wetu. Mpaka tubadilishe mtindo, tafute mbinu zingine ya kutoa watu katika hali ya ufukara. Na mimi napatia watu kila mara mfano. Nchi ya Korea Kusini ni kama rika ya Kenya. 1963 uchumi ya Korea ilikuwa sawa na ya Kenya. Korea huko wakati huo kupande elimu sawa, kupande ya mapato ya watu ilikuwa sawa, kupande ya ukubwa ya uchumi sawa, kupande ya hali ya viwanda sawa. Miaka 58 baadaye uchumi ya Korea Kusini inashinda ya Kenya mara 50. 50 times. Korea's GDP is 50 times bigger than that of Kenya. Now, ujiulize ni kitu gani wa Korea walifanya vizuri ambayo wa Kenya hawajawahi kupata. Ukipata hiyo suluhisho ya hiyo, utajua pale Kenya inatakana iende. Korea, mimi nilipokuwa waziri wa barabara na ujenzi, nilienda Korea kwenda kutafuta msaada. Wakanipatia loan ya milioni $50. Nikaleta huko machines, matingatinga, tractor, graders, excavators, tippers, compactors. Zote zilikuwa zimetengenezwa Korea. All made in Korea. Through Korea's heavy industries. Hapo unaona mko hapo na simu iko Samsung hapo, imetoka Korea. Hyundai inatoka Korea. Daewoo inatoka Korea. LG inatoka Korea. Nyinyi hata hapa sindano peke yake hamtengenezi. Kwa hivyo tunaangalia mbele. Kuna mambo ambayo sisi hatufanyi hapa wakati huu, na tukibaki na hao wote ambao wanasema ati bottoms up hii, hakuna tena miaka 50 ijayo tutakuwa hapa hapo. Mpaka sisi tuangalie, tubadilishe mtindo. Na mimi na hakika tunaweza kubadilisha mtindo ili tuendelee kwa njia ya kasi zaidi, tuweze leapfrog kushikana na nchi kama Korea.
Ndio baba. Keep.
Hello, Mr. Wine. You'll have to use a different glass, bana. You have to use a different glass.
Wewe utafanya Museveni akuja hapa. Mimi sio Bobi Wine.
Red wine is only after work. Kenya Kwanza, you guys, you're beginning to, I'm getting more and more annoyed with Kenya Kwanza supporters. I'm not talking about the politicians themselves. You know, you guys think this is a football match, or that elections is a football match. This is our lives. Sasa because somebody is talking populist things and chekesha huko making you happy, you come and mess with our lives about that, you know. We all know, and for the first time, I'm not going to even use the word allegedly. We all know Ruto is a thief. Ameiba vitu bana. And this is the person you want to elect for president. Yeah, you can come and sue me now. I don't care anymore. Because mtu amekuja kupora mali ya wananchi and you want to elect this person president. It really offends me. We've been struggling for years. Some of us are outside the country because of that reason. Not because we're scared of our lives, it's because we're economic refugees here. The first 5 years after Kibaki's presidency, which I don't think it's super brilliant, but it was all right because Raila was there, we were good. We were doing very well. This is the first time we introduced when Kibaki came, tulipatia vijana, even old people are doing now, tulipatia vijana the ability to ride motorcycles, you know. I watched Hamon Monyora's podcast the other day on YouTube, and he explained how he eliminated this 25 billion Kenya shilling Interpol investigation. Now, listen, very cleverly. They said it was through top politicians. And in Kenya, he explained it very well. There are only 3 top politicians in Kenya. It's either Raila, Uhuru, or Ruto. Akasema tu kitu moja. Why would Raila do it? Because he's got government machinery. Why would Uhuru do it if he's leaving government? And if in any way he wanted to do anything similar to that, he would have used Uhuru's machinery. So the only suspect left is Interpol. And Interpol is not ICC. This is totally different. There is jurisdiction for Interpol in Kenya because we're part of the Commonwealth. So they're still investigating the matter, and this fellow might see prison very, very soon, you know. So I think we need to wake up as a nation. We can't just be sycophants about somebody. We need to look at economic values that somebody is bringing. Martha Karua. For me, I think Martha Karua is the best fit. No matter how much I've tried to deny it, there is a constituency called the women. Hii kitu inaitwa maendeleo wanawake, which was started by Moi very many years ago. That thing is still alive. She has a database of 4 million women that she can just access with the flick of a finger like that, and they will vote. So it's not even just Mount Kenya mnafikiria when it comes to Martha Karua. It is also the female population that she commands. She commands a lot of respect. She's been a member of Maendeleo of Wanawake for very many years, and I think I don't know if Mama Selina will help me here. I don't know if she's still chair lady. She commands the female vote. Now coming to Kalonzo himself, Kalonzo tumeongea a lot about him, and I think it's finally dawned on him. I think his advisors had been advising him wrong. I don't think he's a bad fellow. There are a few things he's done wrong. There's a few money deals he's picked up. You know, I listed some of them the other day. But I can see now he's being humbled, right? Because you know sometimes there's these people who blow a lot of hot air in your ear and present you as weaker. Imagine if Kalonzo had joined Azimio without any question, just quietly. Alafu angefanya your interview. I think he would have, honestly, to be honest with you, he would have made a formidable running mate discussion. But I think even guys in Azimio wamechoka sana na hii demands, the name change, Sasa even when Raila is in campaigns, he has to say Azimio la Umoja, and then you could see Raila posing for a bit, One Kenya Alliance. You know, it feels awkward. So after conceding to all his demands, I'm even sure Amekula the most number of seats for parastatals, ambassadors, CSs. Hata nafikiri amekula mbili hapo. At least one has gone to Wiper. So if he had come down, I could see Mtula aliambiwa relax. Mtula Arap Ruto alirelax kidogo. You could see he had no points, and I think Kalonzo watched it. Kalonzo watched it, and he saw that his teammate, sometimes we forget that these people are also human beings. And I think Kalonzo watched that interview, and Mutula really looked awkward on television. And if you could see a beautiful 50-year-old lady, I'm sorry, I don't want to mention her name, Sabina Chege, she looks young. She held her ground. She answered every question very honorable. Like when they tried to trap her with the rumors of her being in one of the people for running mates, she didn't deny she didn't want the position. All she said is, I welcome the prayers. It's not like she's saying, I don't want to be vice president or deputy president. But it was an honorable answer. I'm here to help the nation. Lakini mkinitakia hiyo, thank you. Not coming with your chest, beating it up, and then sending your goons there from bringing 5 women to praise you for 5 Wiper women coming to about 500 coming coming to say that he did that twice, and it was only women. And then you've got Murkomen also losing words. They were beat by a woman. Even the moderator on that Thursday show, I just thought she did very well. She held herself well. So Kalonzo today, I looked at that picture and it looked embarrassing because it didn't look like a good fit for what you guys are calling a senior lawyer. He's not practiced for I don't know how many years. I don't think he commands the respect as a senior lawyer. I don't know what cases he's won. He's been a politician since 1985. I think he just gave himself that name. Orengo is a senior counsel. That one I've seen him fight in court, but I've never seen Kalonzo fight in court. So my fellow Kenyans, tafadhalini, please look at what would happen to the country if Ruto was to be president. First of all, he'll have to recover the money he's spent for the last 4 years. Think about it. The last 4 years, si mnasema mmekubali ni mwizi. He'll have to recover that money. And then he'll have to make more money. Kwa sababu tamaa ishangi. Tamaa ya kuiba pesa aishi. It's not like he's going to stop and then start afresh. Kama ni uchungu for the Kikuyus, kama ni uchungu ya sijui ali promise nini ama I don't even know why Kikuyus are bitter with him, are bitter with Huru. I still don't get it. Honestly, hata Stony Picket Savadali nisaidia. What is the bitterness the Kikuyus have with Huru? I'm still, it's confusing me. Why? Kalenjins kama ni mtu kama yetu, fuata mtu kama mimi na Selina. Look at the facts. Tafadhalini mwangalie facts. Find out why people like me and her are following Raila. There is a reason. But first, I just need to understand from the Kikuyus, ni nini huyu mtu amewapatia? Amewaroga manini? I don't understand. I don't want to sound abusive because it's getting irritating. Why has somebody come? Mama Selina anasema baba mkate anakuja. Baba mkate anakuja. Anakuja kwa bedroom bana. Ameshika mguu karibu anashika mali ingine hata ufai kushika bana. So he's almost there. I think hata amefika where you're not supposed to touch mwanaume bana. So Central, I think you need to behave yourselves. It's looking really bad. My people, I understand it becomes a bit tribal. It's very hard to convince them. Lakini Central, tafadhalini mniambie ni nini? what is this? Anyway, Bernard, nilikuwa narudi show kwa sababu najua mimi I like you, so sikutaka kuacha hapo. Niliona tu screen ya watu watatu hapo, nikasema no, Bernard cannot be alone.
Asante sana kwa kuja kuokoa jahazi na mchango wako. Naomba tusikilize hii alafu tuendelee mbele. Hii mambo ni yetu na nchi ni yetu, lazima tuikomboe kwa vyovyote vile.
Investigating a $12 billion money laundering scam involving Nigerian and Kenyan businessmen, including former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Kenya's current Vice President Mr. William Ruto. The money is reported to have been looted from Kenya's numerous development projects, including 2 mega dam projects, and hidden in international banks, and is now being channeled back to Mr. Ruto to fund his election campaigns. The international agency has flagged $2.5 billion, which has been transferred between Nigerian politicians and Kenya's banks linked to Mr. William Ruto under numerous businesses registered under Mr. William Ruto's wife and son's names. Interpol has also listed Nigerian Alexander Ezenagu, a banker and lecturer in Dubai, as the operation's money laundering advisor, enabling the businessmen to transfer the questionable funds back to Kenya from where they had been sourced from numerous corruption operations involving Mr. William Ruto and his associates. Kenyan authorities have already frozen $56 million, which has been transferred to Mr. William Ruto by Mr. Ezenagu through 2 banks, and which were traced back from a corruption scam involving 2 mega dams and a fraudulent Italian company hired by Mr. Ruto to help steal the construction funds worth $2.8 billion for the construction of the Aro and Kimwara dams. The money Interpol has intercepted is also linked to several questionable businesses Mr. Ruto owns, including Koilel Farms, an exclusive ranch which received payments for non-existent animals sold to the government, and most profits are hidden abroad. Interpol reports that it is these illegally stored billions that the syndicate is now trying to funnel back to Mr. Ruto, with Nigerian politicians and businessmen taking commissions for their role in the money laundering process. Both Mr. Ezenagu and former Vice President Abubakar are living in the Middle East, where the former Vice President fled to avoid arrest and prosecution for taking part in the corruption against Nigeria. Mr. Ruto has made several trips to visit Mr. Abubakar in Dubai, and it is reported that this is where he was introduced to Mr. Ezenagu, who later married Mr. Ruto's daughter. Interpol has reported Mr. Ezenagu has been used to transfer the funds to Kenya. In exchange, Mr. Abubakar and his Nigerian associates receive a commission for providing false documents to hoodwink investigators. 3 businesses have been identified to receive the illegal money, namely the 680 Hotel, OIT Africa, and Remix Limited, which are all owned by Vice President William Ruto. Interpol has made requests to the governments of Nigeria and Kenya to freeze the accounts involved in the money laundering scam as they prepare to arrest and extradite Mr. Ezenagu and Mr. Abubakar and complete 2 other separate investigations against Mr. Ruto.
Honestly, Mama Selina, jamaa alitumia Goito kuiba pesa. Goito, his own daughter. Goito.
Imagine anausa mtoto.
Kikuyu inaitwangaje? Orisho inaitwaje?
Kurashia.
Imagine how mtoto yake ameuza hivyo.
Okay, take it easy. It's a new day. We must make right what is wrong for us to move forward. Thank you very much. Bwana Duke Moses, how are you? Duke Moses, are you there?
Patia kuru tusikie wanatudanganya aje, watasema hiyo si pesa, ni makaratasi.
Bwana Guru, namna gani?
Mzuri. Kwa nini mama anataka kuniingilia Selina?
Sio kuingiliwa, penye wazee hapaandiki neno.
Oh, okay, sawa. Sipendangi kusukumana na kina mama, ninawaheshimu sana.
Tunataka kujua makaratasi hiyo ni ya ukweli ama ni ile inachapishwa usiku na mafuta taa?
Makaratasi gani haya? Gani hii makaratasi?
Hiyo niliona kwa picha.
You know, you two are in the same team. You two are in the same team. Mnapigana kwa nini? Mko timu moja lakini mnagongana.
Sasa najua kuna wakati Selina aliniingilia juu ya statement nilifanya ya Martha, lakini hiyo ilipita, hiyo haina shinda. Martha ni wetu. Anajua sasa hii mambo ya 25 billion. Bernard, you know, people make a lot of jokes and they make a lot of fun of very serious matters. I think this is the height of impunity. And when you see somebody engaging in such blatant actions that are completely out of line, they're either narcissists, people who are whose way of thinking is such that they either get or else. That means it's somebody who has no halfway. And that characteristic, especially if it is found in a human being, is a very dangerous one, because these people spare nothing to get what they want. And they are more or less, to use simpler terms, they are extremists. They do not have halfway. They are not moderates. They are very hard to convince to do otherwise of what they have thought they will do. And mostly they don't take advice from anybody. They set their goal and pursue that goal to the very end. It does not matter who is hurt along the way. Even if it is their own children, it is their own mothers, it is their own sisters, brothers, it doesn't matter. And it is a condition, it is a type of personality, and it is a troublesome type of personality if it is found in a home, in an organization, in a country. Especially, it is worse when such people are in leadership positions. This is a kind of people you find in a family have caused family wrangles because they want to inherit those that were left, they were left in charge of. It is these same people you are going to find oppressing their wives and children and taking positions that are totally unreasonable because they don't listen to any other person except what comes to their hands. That's what they execute with ruthlessness that that they can muster. Therefore, like someone, is it Kip who was talking here? I think those young men who come here to talk a lot of rubbish, they do not know they are dealing with here. In fact, these people are very hard to understand their characters. That's why you will find today somebody like Wangui Grishi goes out of into a field, campaigns for the party that this person is a head, then they are tossed out very unceremoniously. I think that is the same thing that is happening to Kihika Zrede and many others, because you see these people, once they make their mind, there is no turning back, or they do not have any second thought, neither do they listen to any advice. Therefore, now you can imagine if by any bad luck a country were to fall into the hands of somebody with this kind of personality, what would go wrong? I was very shocked when I heard this man say that there will be no need for handshake. Now, I asked myself, what if we are faced by the situation that we had in 2007 and 2017? Does it then mean our country will go to the dogs? Because we are not out of the woods yet. This is a young country which is developing, even in, democratically. Our democracy is still very young, and therefore situations of conflict are likely to arise occasionally. Sometimes man-made, sometimes out of mistakes made by those who should do better in their duties. Nevertheless, despite these human weaknesses and human faults, reasonable minds should always step back and ask ourselves, like Raila Amolo did, is it about me? What if I got this leadership and the country goes to the dogs? That we destroy what we have built for over 60 years so that I get to the top. Will it have helped even my own community, my own family? Is that what I would want my children to inherit? Therefore, we are dealing with a serious matter here, and I hope and print and even ask those who are Christians to now be more serious in prayers, because we have seen countries. I'm a historian, I've done some history, and these people, they mostly come to power through populism, and they have a way with their people. They have a way of cheating their way to leadership, and then they execute what they have always thought they can execute in their mind, and they don't care who is hurt along the way. I don't know, but I hope some sovereignty will exist as we go towards the elections, especially for those who are already indoctrinated to a level whereby they cannot reason beyond praising or hero worship, what we would call hero worship, and then maybe understand that we are dealing with a country here, we are dealing with the generations to come, we are dealing about lives that we must take care of right now, we are dealing about our welfare. I think let me first stop there, because I feel personally that if this is what it is, then we are dealing with a very, very serious matter that we need to summon all aspects of life, including spirituality. I know, Bernard, you are a pastor. I think it is time to start dedicating a lot of prayers to this country, because when evil and confusion is put in a society, by the time the truth comes out, a lot of people are hurt, even those who now, may purport to be excited about this otherwise very smart young man who talks very well and, comes out as somebody who you can empathize with. But least do many people know that behind that glamour is a political animal that we don't know how it can turn out to be. Thank you. Let me stop there for now to hear what the others have to say.
Asante Bwana Guru, and due to public demand, let's replay that video again. Everybody's free to interpret it wherever they want, but
Dating a $12 billion money laundering scheme involving Nigerian and Kenyan businessmen, including former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Kenya's current Vice President Mr. William Ruto. The money is reported to have been looted from Kenya's numerous development projects, including 2 mega dam projects, and hidden in international banks, and is now being channeled back to Mr. Ruto to fund his election campaigns. The international agency has flagged $2.5 billion, which has been transferred between Nigerian politicians and Kenya's banks linked to Mr. William Ruto under numerous businesses registered under Mr. William Ruto's wife and son's names. Interpol has also listed Nigerian Alexander Ezenagu, a banker and lecturer in Dubai, as the operation's money laundering advisor, enabling the businessmen to transfer the questionable funds back to Kenya from where they had been sourced from numerous corruption operations involving Mr. William Ruto and his associates. Kenyan authorities have already frozen $56 million, which has been transferred to Mr. William Ruto by Mr. Ezenagu through 2 banks, and which were traced back from a corruption scheme involving 2 mega dams and a fraudulent Italian company hired by Mr. Ruto to help steal the construction funds worth $2.8 billion for the construction of the Aro and Kimwara dams. The money Interpol has intercepted is also linked to several questionable businesses Mr. Ruto owns, including Koilel Farms, an exclusive ranch which received payments for non-existent animals sold to the government, and most profits are hidden abroad. Interpol reports that it is these illegally stored billions that the syndicate is now trying to funnel back to Mr. Ruto, with Nigerian politicians and businessmen taking commissions for their role in the money laundering process. Both Mr. Ezenagu and former Vice President Abubakar are living in the Middle East, where the former Vice President fled to avoid arrest and prosecution for taking part in the corruption against Nigeria. Mr. Ruto has made several trips to visit Mr. Abubakar in Dubai, and it is reported that this is where he was introduced to Mr. Ezenagu, who later married Mr. Ruto's daughter. Interpol has reported Mr. Ezenagu has been used to transfer the funds to Kenya. In exchange, Mr. Abubakar and his Nigerian associates receive a commission for providing false documents to hoodwink investigators. 3 businesses have been identified to receive the illegal money, namely the 680 Hotel, OIT Africa, and Remix Limited, which are all owned by Vice President William Ruto. Interpol has made requests to the governments of Nigeria and Kenya to freeze the accounts involved in the money laundering scheme as they prepare to arrest and extradite Mr. Ezenagu and Mr. Abubakar and complete 2 other separate investigations against Mr. Ruto.
Okay, that is the allegations. It really breaks hearts of right-thinking Kenyans that we can have somebody fighting so hard to be in charge of our coffers when actually is the greatest risk for the same. Anasema ni Black anasema ni propaganda. I don't work at Interpol. I did not do that video, but the money that disappeared from Kenya really disappeared. It was really practical money. The dams being spoken about are really dams. They are not imaginary, and they were budgeted for. Money was released to the same. So, not to defend it, but it really saddens our hearts. Wacha tulete nani? Duke, umerudi?
Nico Bernard, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Toa mawili matatu.
Naomba niwasalimie, naona kina Kazuti, naona Zerina, Stone PK siku mingi. I can see Mr. Njiru Maura, Mr. Kamau, na mzee mwenyewe, Shakindu Bey. So, to mention a few things about the KISII politics. And I'll go straight to Nyamira, then I'll talk about Kitutu Masaba. Kuna jamaa ameongea hapa akasema the guy in Kitutu Masaba ndiye like a main guy in KISII for these Yuda guys, you know. I'd like to mention a few things because I come from Kitutu Masaba. Alex also comes from there. He should be able to tell you guys more about it. But when you go back to the 70s, you know, like after George Anyona Moseti, who was elected twice, and Abuya, after I think 1992, Kitutu Masaba is a very unique constituency because nobody gets elected twice. You only elect one person one term and that's it. So hiyo issue ya huyu jamaa hata isistue watu sana. That one is taken care of. Actually, what happened, if I can remind you guys what happened in 2017, and the same thing is happening now. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Kalonzo alikuwa pale Kitutu Masaba. Then there was a Timothy, you know, Timothy Pozire, who was an ODM candidate. So this guy, the Jubilee guy, alipita katikati yao. So hakuna janzi alikuwa na stand ya kuingia pale. Na hiyo kitu nimeona hapa Nairobi because nasikia Kalonzo pia ameweka watu wake almost in every constituency in Nairobi, which is going to be a main issue to us, and I don't know how we want to deal with this guy, but mimi Kalonzo namchukulia tu ni kama mtoto wa pasta, you know, pasta anahubiri watu wanaokoka lakini nani anahubiria watoto wa pasta juu watoto wa pasta ni kama mtu ya kawaida kwao, you know. So I really don't know what they're gonna do with Kalonzo, but tutajua tu as time goes by. Nikiingia kwa bande ya Yuda, unajua kuna watu wako na tabia mbaya sana, tabia mbaya ambayo, you know, tunashindwa tuseme nini. Ukiangalia mtu anaitwa RUTO na wale watu wanamfuata wamekuwa wanaongea vitu zingine. Na unajua ile kitu inatoka kwa mdomo yako, lazima uchunge sana unaongea nini, inaweza rudi kwako kesho. Siku ile mliona national cohesion imesema kuna majina ambazo hasifai kutumika. Yours truly himself ameingia pale akasema, ndio the same day ametoa hiyo video ya kusema hatupangwingi. Hatupangwingi, unajua ni kitu imeleta shida sana hapa nje. Unaambia mtoto usifanye hii, mtoto anakuambia maisha ni yangu, mimi sipangwingi. Mumeona nini imefanyika huko Narok? So wale watu tuko nje ya nchi, the best we can do ni kupiga simu nyumbani, you know, ambia watu watokee wapige kula. Sina shaka kuwa hii kitu inachukuliwa mapema. Mzee Raila anaingia mapema. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutaendelea baadaye.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Duke. Let's now go to Kasuti.
Hey. Mami, Mama Selina, Guru, mzee wangu Jakintu Bey, Mr. Kamau, Duke. I hope waje niwasalimie kiwholesale. I hope mko wazima. Bernard, hiyo story unajua imenikumbusha nini? Kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Kosipi Pindi wa mfalme wa Behori. You know what happened? Kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Herod. Akaambia binti wewe, hebu sema chochote, hata kama ni nusu ya ufalme nitakupa. Akatumika kufanya nini? Kukata Yohana Mbatizaji kichwa. Kuna watu hii story yote inasimamiwa kwa mtu anaitwa Jafedha. Ula aliambia Mungu, utakaponipeleka hii vita nirudi nikiwa mzima na nikurudi na ushindi, nitakachokutana nacho hicho ndicho nitakutolea kama dhabihu ya kuteketeza. So this gentleman, yeye, kuna watu walitolewa dhabihu, kuna watu walitolewa dhabihu kwa kweli, lakini walitolewa kwa dhabihu kwa sababu ya kitu fulani cha moja ama lingine. Sasa mimi najiuliza swali, huyu jamaa, hii ni dini gani hii wewe unatoa sacrifice mtoto wako for the sake of your own benefit? Juu isitoshe, okay, huyo mtu mwenye ameshikwa, tuache mambo ingine yote mnaweza sema ni propaganda. Sinisani ni law wake. Sinisani ni law wake. Alafu unaelewa vile hiyo wedding ilifanywa. I don't know what if you saw something. Pesa zilikuwa zinamiminwa kama zilikuwa zinatupwa Kenya pesa zinatupwa hivyo. Shilingi ya Kenya. So huyu mtu ako na agenda yake. Na ndio maana Mungu amekasirika na hao watu sana. Vibaya kabisa. Vibaya tu sana. And they will pay dearly because of there is no way watoto mnaweza sababisha watoto wa watu hawamekosa madawa. Kabila mzima, community mzima imekosa maji. Na maji ndio uhai. Maji inaaminika ndio uhai. Maji inaweza fanya vitu mingi sana. In the name of kwa tumbo yako wewe mwenyewe. So hiyo hata mimi wacha serikali iende tu ahead na ifanye vile ambavyo inapaswa kufanya. Kwa sababu ukiona mtu ashakeuka na anafanya vitu opposite na ile oath alikula nayo. Na ndio maana unaambiwa usije ukaweka nadhiri yenye unajua kabisa utaitimiza. Hiyo nitakuwa ni kama unafanyia Mungu mzaha na hiyo oath alikula akasema na anafanya opposite. I don't think if at all God can accept that one. Kalonzo, I don't have much to talk about Kalonzo kwa sababu Kalonzo mwenyewe alijidisqualify na hatuna lolote la kuongea kuhusu Kalonzo. So hawa majamaa wanajua weakness yenye Kalonzo ako nayo, ndio wanasukuma watu sana wanasukuma Azimio ikishaweka Kalonzo alafu wachukue kama weapon ya kufight back. And that one tumeionea kwa maji, tukaionea mbali. So we cannot do that. Na hiyo mchezo Kalonzo ako nayo haina shida. Yeye wacha aweke watu wake hata inji mzima kama ako na uwezo. Wacha Nairobi tu. Nairobi hawezi akapata hata kiti kimoja. So mwambie ajipange because things are not good. I don't think I have much to say about siasa ile inaendelea saa hii. Wacha kwanza tukae tuangalie kunaenda aje. Wacha tuone vitu vile zina unfold. Mali imefika ni kuangalia na kufanya the right thing at the right time. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kasuti, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele kuchunga muda. Mr. Kamau.
Thank you, panelists and Bernard, the chairman of this parliament. Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu you sacrifice a lot to give the information. In fact, I like the way sometimes you handle people who are emotional in their thinking, like that guy called Black anayesema ati kuna mambo ambayo ni propaganda. Unajua alisemalo lipo na kama halipo laacha. Kwa hivyo there's no way if you walk like a duck, you talk like a duck, and you eat like a duck, then we always say that is a duck. Hakuna vile ati watu wote wako Kenya hii, wewe ndio unatajwa na Google, wewe ndio unatajwa na Interpol, wewe ndio unatajwa na EACC, wewe ndio unatajwa na watoto, wewe ndio unatajwa na system, wewe ndio unatajwa hata na brother zako. I mean, are they really mad? There is something wrong with this person as a person, and I think sometimes because you will see, because of the hate somebody has for Uhuru or Raila, then the only person they think they can escape with is that. But the truth of the matter is, we have seen things that are accompanying him that are in court. Yeah, so Mini Kiambio is involved with that saga at 25 billion. Siwezi kataa kwa sababu nakumbuka mzee anaitwa Muteshi, may the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Huyu mzee Muteshi alikufa a depressed person, kwa sababu despite the fact alikuwa na 100 acres amekaa miaka yake yote akiinvest in it, another guy, because of his position in government and his position in this country, which has been given by the people of Kenya, he takes advantage of that old man, and he dies of depression because you have taken him through mess. And these are some of the indicators that tells you that we need to check on this thing, because you want to be the president of the country. You want to lead me, that every time I wake up, I see you on TV, maybe on church with a big Bible. But I have to look at you. Can I trust you with my taxes? Can I trust you with my wife, with my children? And if you don't qualify on those small things, then you cannot be the president of the Republic of Kenya. You know, there's a story of a person called Pablo Escobar. This is a person who was naughty, a drug dealer, and making a lot of money in his time. And at one point, even he ran for Senate, and I'm sure, I believe he won the Senate. Then the next position he was to take was a presidency. And people loved him because he built a lot of churches. Kanisa ya Mungu. Unajua hii maneno iko na mambo. Alijenga misikiti, akasaidia maskini, akapanda juu ya gari, akapewa watu pesa. Yani he was almost getting the presidency, because there is a notion that comes into people, populist. It's called mob psychology. Watu wanaona ukipeana shilingi moja mahali ama 10 ama 1000, wewe ndio unatakiwa kuwa rais, ndio utupeange pesa. You get the stupidity. It is so evil to think that badala wewe utengeneze policy na utengeneze governance structure ambayo itafikia kila mtu, ijalishi kama umeenda huko ama hujaenda. You don't have to be in Vihiga to give people money. You don't have to be in Kisumu, Kiambu There should be a structure that you have made as the person in charge of the government and in whatever position you are, to make a policy that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether they know you or they don't meet you, something trickles down to them. And therefore, when you look at this saga of 25 billion shillings, as a person, I am so concerned about this country. I'm concerned because you'll find very young people who don't know where this country has been singing the song of this person. Everywhere in the corner, you'll say, this is the right person who cures this country. In fact, I was arguing with someone else in a group today. He was telling me that we need a thief so that he can catch thieves and he can also steal for us. Because even us Kikuus, we have been told we are thieves. And then I told him that two wrongs don't make a right. I also told him, even there is a saying that there is no honor among thieves. Even the thieves know a thief is not a good person to elect. Because if you elect somebody who steals, who can clean the coffers of a country, then where will our children be in the next 10 or 20 or 25 years from here? And therefore, whether this story is true or not, but I believe it is, because it has been there now. It tells you there is a danger if we do not make the right decision in the next 3 months, because we have to do it for the sake of our children, not even us. As we have sisi tumepitia mashida mingi, we have survived, but the kids that we have, they need to live in a corrupt free country, because we cannot allow this country to continue with corruption. Corruption is bleeding this country to death. It's bleeding this country to death, and we cannot allow that. So that person who we all know, he should never be allowed near the presidency of the Republic of Kenya. Doesn't matter how much you hate Uhuru or Raila, but we should look for the people who have the interest of the Republic at heart. And me, I have no problem with other people from the Rift Valley. I've always said that. But this one individual they have given us, this son they have given us, he is not going to help this country, because he has never helped anybody, and his legacy has always been corruption here and corruption there. Kalonzo hitting the road with Azimio. I want to say this. I now want to believe that Kalonzo is not a problem. I think this is a game plan. Me, I usually look at things differently. I'm thinking Kalonzo have been told to do whatever he is doing to keep UDA and his fraternity happy. They are very happy because of Kalonzo. In fact, right now there's nothing they discuss. They discuss succession of Azimio. They are the people telling you Kalonzo ndio mzuri ako na kura. They are so concerned about Azimio more than UDA, because in UDA you can tell it has crashed. In fact, nomination finished UDA. I saw the rally today in KISII, very cold rally, very few people, and that tells you that nomination that they carried out destroyed every support they had. In fact, I can't wait to see the reception the deputy president is going to get in Mount Kenya, because I can assure you, unless now they go like they were doing before, 2 days before, they hired drunkards and border people to go and shout there, it's not going to happen. Raila being in a mountain now, you can tell he is even very happy, despite those people who are shouting and thinking that shouting can make you elect somebody or can be translated into votes. I want to tell those young people shouting at leaders that as they articulate their agendas, let them continue shouting, and to make matters good. On 9th December, where they vote, they go shout so hard, RUTO. They shout whatever. They shout. Maybe the structures of the government have changed, and the electoral commission, they might get the votes through shouting. But that does not help. That is primitive, barbaric, and very backward. And people should not go to a meeting if you're not interested. And in any case, Why don't you listen and go and vote him out, rather than thinking that when you shout, either side, whether you're shouting for Ruto or shouting for Raila, it is stupidity, it is backwardness and childish. Utoto hiyo. Enda kwenda kwa polling station, ushout Ruto wako mpaka voice ishe, tuone kama siku hizi kulingana na katiba shouting inahesabiwa kama njia ya kupiga kura. Having said that, I want to say that we are on the right track. Baba is winning on a big scale, and is going to be the Mandela of his country. You know, today somebody said Messiah, and I said it's okay because the word Messiah means a person who can build or save people from a particular route that can take you to the ditch. And therefore, he's our Mandela. And once Raila gets to power, 5 years will be enough to change the political direction of this country, where anybody can be president and anybody has an equal opportunity in government. We want so many things to be changed by Baba. I will tell you one of the things that really detest me in this country, that anytime you go for interview, your first name, your second name matters a lot in this country. Unaambiwa wewe unaitwa nani? Unasema Ouma ama unasema Kamau. Unaambiwa sasa inaonekana wewe huwezi pata hii kazi, kwanza unaanza kushikwa. Alafu ukiingia kwa hizi makazi unakuta kuna kitu inaitwa sexual generated promotions, where merit does not work. Unaona watu wanapromotiwa kwa sababu ni rafiki ya boss, mwingine ni rafiki ya nini, mwingine anajuana na nani. Those kind of things should be bygone, so that we build a country that we are all proud of. Sisiangalie Bernard nianze kuona huyo ni sijui ni Mkisii, ni Mluya. Hizo vitu hazitusaidii. We need to change the paradigm, so that at the end of the day, we have a society that we can live like brothers and sisters. But if we go on the other direction, I can tell you nepotism, stories, tenders, they will be the order of the day. Thank you, Bwana Ben.
Asante sana, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate it, and let's keep talking. I think we must change the perspective of what governance is and what national leadership is. The leadership of the country should be given to people who have the country at heart, not the people who want to use their leadership position to fatten themselves and eat as much as they can eat. It's the mentality that I would say that the crop of our young politicians have, different from the old leaders in the past. The people went to parliament to serve. They were called upon to serve. Most of the people who joined politics, they were prevailed on by elders to go and join politics and help their community, help their country, help the future of the country. We have all been reminded during the send-off of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki on how Jaramogi prevailed over him to resign from Makerere, come and help your country, come and help this and that. Now, you notice today people are bargaining on political positions for them to be strategically positioned so that they can grab whatever they can grab, eat whatever that they can eat. And, we need a shift in our attitude towards leadership, especially political leadership in this great country. So the movement being pushed for people to use political position to, milk the country needs to be stopped by all means. We need to have leaders who have a sense of responsibility, who knows that this country is right now 50 million people, and in the next 10 years we'll have crossed to 60 million, and those 60 million will need to be fed, schooled, wherever health cared for, and all manner of responsibility. So only the people who have that sense of responsibility should be fronted for leadership. These other ones who are looking for how to milk this country should be stopped and hindered, blocked by every means possible. The screen is dark. Please, everybody, please, let's get our cameras on. Operation Fagia yote. Naomba. Mr. Guru, you are off. Mr. Kamau, you're hiding. Njiru, are you still there? Okay, let's have Jakindube come. Karibu mzee wetu, hali namna gani leo?
Salama sana Bernard, na wasalimia wote kabisa kwa hali ya furaha kabisa, na wasalimia wote kabisa.
Asante, karibu.
Jambo ambalo nataka kuanza nayo ni moja tu, kwamba sisi tunataka mabadiliko na hata kwa hii Mtembei tumeshindwa kubadilika, kwa sababu sioni kwa nini watu wanajificha nyuma ya kati. Sioni kwa nini, na kila siku unawaambia na wamekataa kubadilika. Sasa tutabadilisha nchi yetu namna gani kama tunashindwa na kitu kidogo tu kubadilika? Kama tunakuja kwa studio, tukae kwa studio hivyo, tukae kwa studio. Kama umechoka, toka. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, utoke, mtu mwingine aingie. Lakini mambo ya kukaa nyuma ya nani mnafanya inakuwa ni mbaya, na hata saa zingine unapozima hiyo curtain inaonyesha kama hata yule mzungumzaji anaona kama ni kama hiyo mazungumzo yake haifai. Unaona, hiyo ni jambo ambalo sisi hapa lazima turekebishe. Bernard kila siku analia, tunachafua screen, inakaa vibaya. Tunatakiwa tuwe watu ambao wanakubali mageuzi tu. Kama tunataka progress, ni lazima siku zote tukubali yani hali ya tugeuke vile hata miili yetu inageuka kila siku. Ulizaliwa ukiwa kijana na mtoto, unakuwa kijana, unakuwa mzee, hivyo tukubali. Hiyo ndio maendeleo. Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Poleni kama nimewakosea, poleni.
Karibu, endelea, toa mchango wako, tuende mbele.
Ndio, nataka kusema kwamba nimefurahi kuona Raila kule Central vile anafanya kampeni, lakini inanisikitisha sana kwa watu wa Central Province. Kitu ambacho niliona ilifanyika Kirinyaga inanisikitisha sana, kwa sababu sijui ni kama watu hawajaelezewa, ama mimi nawaambia kila siku, mtu kama Koigi wa Mwere, mtu kama Raila, mtu kama Abuya, mtu kama Museti Anyona, mtu kama Matiba, hawa watu wakina Jaramogi, hawa watu wakina Chingoneko, hawa watu hata kama uwapendi, usiwazomee. Nyamaza ama utoke mahali walipo, usiwazomee, kwa sababu kitu ambacho wamelifanyia taifa letu ni mambo mazuri sana. Hiyo ndio maana hata una uwezo wa kuzomea, na unazomea yule mtu amekuletea hiyo uhuru, unamzomea wakati anakujengea taifa, unamzomea. Ni jambo la aibu sana. Mimi niliona hiyo kitu, naangalia nasema, kwa nini watu wa Central, viongozi wa Central wasielezee? Ndio, hata kama utaki Raila ama kama utaki Martha Karua, usimzomee, usipige kelele, wacha. Tumpatie hawa watu heshima zao. Hawa watu ni lazima waheshimiwe, lazima tuwaheshimu katika nchi yetu. Wamefanya jukumu kubwa sana katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi sana watu wa Central Province, tafadhalini mubadilike. Musiende kule mnavyoenda, uko ni tabu sana. Kitu ambacho nataka kuzungumzia tena, jambo ambalo ninataka kugusia ni juu ya taifa na nchi. Kitu ambacho naona watu wengi hawaelewi ni kwamba hawamuelewi Uhuru na hawamuelewi Raila na waelewi hata Tuoli. na hawaelewi, hata mimi hawanielewi, kwa sababu mimi niko katika hiyo group. Sio kwamba niko katika hiyo group kwa sababu mimi mkubwa kama wao, sio hivyo. Niko katika hiyo group kwa sababu naangalia nchi yetu kwa miaka ijayo, siku za kila miaka ijayo katika nchi yetu. Tunataka tujenge, kuna kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Lazima tujenge taifa, tusijenge, na hiyo kitu ndio Uhuru na Raila wanataka kufanya, kujenga taifa. Wanajenga taifa. Hili taifa lilikuwa linafaa lijengwe na Jaramogi na Kenyatta, lakini bahati mbaya wa kufanya hivyo, ukabila iliingia. Kwa hiyo watu wengi tumekuwa tukizozania katika mambo ya ukabila. Sasa hiyo mzozo inafanya tusikae chini tuzungumze, tufanye maendeleo. Mkikaa chini mkizungumza, mnafanya maendeleo. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo inatakikana Wakenya wafikirie vizuri, msidanganywe. Na mimi hiyo tena inanishangaza, makamu wa rais ni mtu ambaye ukiangalia rekodi yake katika wakati wa KANU alikuwa katika wale watu walikuwa na unjumu uchumi wetu, na ni watu ambao walifanya wakaprint 500 pesa nyingi sana ambayo iliharibu uchumi wetu. Alikuwa pale ndani. Huyu ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anaunga mkono serikali ya KANU ambayo ilikuwa inagandamiza. Huyu ni mtu alipinga nani mpya nani yetu, constitution yetu mpya aliipinga. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hana kitu chochote ambayo unaweza kusema kwa rekodi yake amefanya kwa manufaa ya Wakenya. Anataka kufanya vitu kwa manufaa yake, sio manufaa ya Wakenya. Na siku zote mimi nimesema mambo ya uongo ni mambo ambaye hubomoa. Hizi mambo ambazo mimi saa zote nasikia watu wanasema ati hiyo ni propaganda. Propaganda ni kitu kibaya, inaleta mauaji. Propaganda mnaona inaleta mauaji. Propaganda imefanya Afghanistan wameuawa wengi sana. Propaganda iliua Saddam, ilifanya Saddam akauawa kwa no reason. Gaddafi ameuawa kwa sababu ya propaganda ya upuzi. Na nchi nyingi hizi za Kiafrika sisi sote tumekuwa tukipigana kwa sababu ya propaganda, kwa sababu ya kusema uongo. Uongo haijengi jamani, mimi nawasihi, uongo haijengi. Kwa hiyo hii uongo ambayo inasemwa na watu wa UDA ni jambo la inanisikitisha sana kuona Wakenya wanakubali, wanapiga makofi na mtu anakudanganya na anakuambia uongo. Niliona mwingine anawatupia wananchi wa taifa la Kenya mikate, ni kama mtu anatupia kuku mahindi. Hiyo ni sijaona kitu kama hiyo duniani. Kenya, tangu hata kama kuna njaa, sijaona kitu kama hiyo. Sijaona kitu kama hiyo. Ni jambo la aibu sana kufanyia wananchi wenzako namna hiyo. Na hiyo inafanywa na watu wa UDA na Wakenya. Ni ajabu ni kwamba bado wanasikiliza watu, bado wanataka kuwapigia kura watu hao ambao wanawadhalilisha namna hiyo. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo alifai. Mimi upande wa Mr. Kalonzo, mimi naweza kusema sitaki kuzungumza, lakini inanichosha, inaniudhi sana, kwa sababu yeye badala ya kuleta kutaka kuleta usawa, anataka kuonyesha ukubwa. Kwa sababu jamani, ukitaka sheria zifuatwe, ni lazima wewe mkubwa ufuate sheria. Lakini imagine kama Kalonzo ni mkubwa, atafuata sheria gani? kama saa hii anasema yeye hawezi kwenda kwa interview kwa sababu yeye ni mkubwa. Jamani, wewe unataka kutengeneza taifa, unataka kuonyesha watu wafuate sheria namna gani? Inatakiwa wewe mwenyewe ufuate sheria, ndio uambie hawa watu tunaomba, tunataka kila mtu afuate sheria. Kwa sababu kama wewe unasema wewe huwezi kwenda kwa interview, sasa nani unataka aende? Hawa wanaenda kwa interview kwa sababu ni wadogo, si wakubwa kama wewe. Sasa watafuata sheria namna gani? Kwa sababu hiyo sheria inatengenezewa wadogo au inatengenezewa sheria ni ya kila mtu? Hiyo ni jambo ambalo mimi nataka kuambia Kalonzo hawezi kuwa kiongozi, hawezi kuwa president, hawezi, kwa sababu kila wakati amejichafulia sifa zake na uongozi wake, amejichafulia. Kwa sababu saa hizi tunataka namna ya kukampeni, yeye yuko anataka nafasi. Mimi nitakuwa nafasi gani? Mimi nitakuwa watu tunataka kwanza tupate ushindi, alafu tuulize haya mambo ya nafasi. Lakini sasa yeye anataka nafasi, hataki ile ushindi. Hiyo ni jambo la ambayo mimi sikubaliani na hata kidogo. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you, Jakindube. We appreciate that. Turudi kwa Marcelina.
Bernard.
Yep.
Nataka kuambia Jakindube ya kwamba mambo ya Central, mambo ya ecoling ya Kirinyaga wali ecol wakiita China ya UDA. Hawa ni watoto walinunuliwa. But wewe unajua saa ile mnacheza mechi ya Gor Mahia na AFC, kama mumeingiza goli 2 na wengine bado wako 0, unaona vile wanafanya. Kama wanaweza shout kwa mashishi, ni kitu ingine gani cha Kindube unafikiria watu ya UDA wanaweza fanya? Ndiyo sababu baba hata hajaona. Ya pili, huyu mama Anne Waiguru ametaka kukalia Martha Karua. So alikuta Martha amekuwa na baba, na rekodi ya mama Kirinyaga aliipiwa kura, alishindaniwa na 125 hata si 500 votes. So na sasa wamejua Martha ameenda huko juu, na vile alikimbia kwa RUTO amekuta hawezi pata anything. So hiyo ya Kirinyaga isikusumbue. Na mimi tangu tulianza hii, niliingia kwa hii Mtembei TV, niliwaambia kura ya Central muanze kuhesabu kutoka June, ndio mtajua kura ya Central mahali iko. Central walikuwa kwa biashara, walikuwa wamepelekewa chakula, na watakama hiyo masiwa mpaka ipaki imekonda, asubuhi yake ndio mtashangaa. Saa hii baba Uhuru hajaimpeleka Central, lakini ukweli cha Kindube, unaona vile baba anakaribishwa. Usione ile watoto ya kupika kelele street, ona mwenye boma. Angalia hiyo mkutano ya baba, ni nani wanakuwa? Ni wasee na wamama na viongozi wanaume. Lakini ukishindana na vijana, ati sasa umeona kwako imefahamiwa na watoto, unakasirika. Watoto si wataongeleshwa, na wasipoongeleshwa watoto hawana kura. So wacheni watoto ya Central wakule hiyo mali. Mkikataa wakule mali itakuaje? Ile kitu najua uko mbele iko sawa. Mimi nimekaa na watu ya Central, natoka Nakuru, I know them. Kura yao haiamuliwi 3 months, inaamuliwa the last month to election, the last 2 weeks to election. Wakipiga tu nduru mara moja vile inaanza. Wacha nikwambie, hiyo watu yote wamesema Yuda, hakuna hata moja atarudi parliament. Na mtaniambia, hebu nikuulize, chama ya Martha Karua, mimi ni mmoja yake ya na Kenya. tumeng'ang'ana. Niambie sahii ukisikia baba, hiyo chama imekubalika Central, wanakubalika na Jubilee, wanaambiana vile wanapanga, ndio mjue mambo ni tofauti. Uangalilie hapo mambo ya Central, hata usiombe, wacha watoto wakule hiyo pesa, na ndio sababu mumeshika pesa ingine inaingia nchi. Kama hizo pesa ingekulwa mungefanya aje? Me I am happy hiyo Central wamekula, kwa sababu kwetu Rift Valley hatuwezi patiwa, tunaambiwa mupige kura. So wacha mtoto ya jirani akame hiyo masiwa juu kwetu tumekauka. Mimi pangu nataka hivyo, wacha hiyo pesa ikulwe kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo pesa isipoisha itawasumbua mkiwa kwa serikali. Kwa sababu kama ni watu ya kununua, so watakuwa wanaendelea kupeana pesa. So let this money finish, alafu watu waanze polepole wapaki na ile pesa yake. Penat, kulingana na mambo ya leo ya Kalonzo, tumeongea nafikiri amesikia. Ngawa anasema anasaidia watu yake ya Wiper, hiyo ni ukweli, hiyo ni wacha hata yeye ajitetea, apate makavana, apate members of parliament. Bora huko juu amesema ni Azimio. Bora wale wamemuita na amekuwa na hiyo heshima kidogo, lakini si heshima, amejua baba ana win. So anajua hakuna haja utoke mahali kuna watu wanachukua na we uende kwa baridi. Na hata nilafurahi kwa sababu opinion polls kati ya Raila, kati ya Ruto na Kalonzo, baba ameongoza kwa Ukambani. So tusikue na shida. Hii 3 months mtoto already amekuwa kubwa, ameonekana ni kijana. Unajua saa ile uko na mimba ya miezi 3, 4, 5, watu imejificha. This one now mama anaenda labor ward in 3 months. Mtoto amekuwa na kila kitu. Tumejua ni kijana anasaliwa. Ile kitu tunataka ni huyo mtoto tu tupembeleze. Mama asiende maternity kwa miezi 8. Tunataka ifike hiyo 9 months. Mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 Kenya itakuwa kwa labor ward, na tunajua mtoto tunasaa ni kijana. Hiyo tu. Ile kitu nataka kurudia ni kwamba niliambia wakina mama, hii ni mwaka, hii ni mwezi ya kukua mama mzuri sana. Hata baba akiingia jioni amechelewa, patia maji ya kuoka, mnawie mkono, toa koti, kuwa mama mzuri sana pale nyumbani. Alafu siku ya kupiga kura umwambie sasa baba Karioki, baba Njeri, baba Chepet, baba Nyokapi, baba Akinyi, twende tupigie mama mwenzetu kura. Na baba hapo anaingia. Hii constituency ya wamama si kidogo, na wakiamua wameamua. So watu ya Yuda wacha waruke wenye wanasema ni uongo. Interpol si uongo. Mtakuta watu wameshikwa, mtu amekuja kupikiwa kwa nyumba. Hiyo mapesa ilipatikana, ile ilikuwa kwa Museveni. Simepatikana pesa mara mingi sana Kenya. Kuna ile ilipatikana Busia, hakuna mtu aliongea. Kuna ile pesa ilipatikana airport. So Kenya mkue na akili, lakini pia mkitaka kuuswa mkue kama ile manguo second hand. Mtafika hapo kwa 10 years mtu anakuwa na mahoteli karibu ngapi Nairobi, kwani watu ngapi wametafuta hizo mali na wajaweza. So mimi pangu nasema Kenya, na nataka kushukuru baba na Chakendube, hiyo wase yote, hii watu yote ya reformist pamoja na vijana, unaona wamekuja wame kwa relays. Uwezi weka kwa relay na mnashindana na inchi ile iko kali, unajaribu kuweka ile mkimbiaji, wale wanafunga record. So kwa sahi baba, wale watu yote wanajua kukimbia, baba ameweka laini. Nani anaandia nani akishika nani. Penat ndiye anajua kukimbia zaidi, ndiye anakuwa ya mwisho, ndiye afunje record, ndiye tuingie call. hiyo group yote mnaona vile wamejipanga, ile watu ya reformist kutoka machurches, viongozi wataenda laini, na ndio Kenya yetu ile sasa uchungu tuko naye sisi wengine ni kwamba baba atatutengenezea vile alitengeneza na Kibaki after 5 years ama 10 years wa Kenya. Now we are not talking of now. Tunataka kusema baba akitengeneza, munapatia nani nchi? Munarutishia wesi ama mutakuwa mumekuwa na akili ya kuweza kuchunga nchi yetu? Wacha niwachie hapo. Otherwise, nataka tukue pamoja na wacha pesa ikulwe. Tusikatalie, hiyo pesa itawasumbua. Baba akichukua serikali, kama hatutapunguza hiyo pesa, bado itatuletea shida. Inanunulia MPs, itakuwa inanunua MCAs. So wacha tukamue hiyo ng'ombe kabisa mpaka ikonde. Nafikiria Alex ananisikia na itakuwa ngumu. Unajua mpaka tukitaka ng'ombe huko Kisii tunafunga na kamba. Sasa tunataka kabisa ikonde kabisa, ile ya kufungia kwa miti, alafu unaenda tafuta nyasi huko mbali. Sasa hivyo ndio tunataka, lakini ukiwacha hiyo ng'ombe itembee na imenona, mtakuwa na shida. Asanteni.
Thank you, Mama Selina. It's a good one. Yeah. Samuel Onyango, namna gani? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Fine.
Good. Go ahead now, we can hear you.
Which topic can I tackle? I was a bit late.
Okay, now that one means I'll be leading you, and Martin is the adjudicator here. He will prosecute me for leading.
Just give me one to tackle very fast.
Kalonzo is beginning the Azimio campaign on Mombasa Road all the way to Mombasa.
Yes.
Baba is ready to take the mountain. William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza are in KISII. And the 25 billion Interpol money saga, where the DP is involved. I hope you got the video. Where you have just played the video twice.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Let me start with the Kalonzo. The Kalonzo with the campaign trail. Hello?
Just continue. We are listening to you.
I'm starting with the Kalonzo campaign trail. I think after exhausting the options, Kalonzo has no way to go, nowhere to run to. He just have to toe to the line so that he can be relevant, unless he's made irrelevant in the Kenyan politics. Then the 25 billion saga, I don't have adequate information about it. But when it turns to corruption, we know who is who that involves in corruptions in Kenya. But I won't diverge much about it because of the lack of adequate evidence. Then when with the KISII economic, they call it a KISII economic tour, or the KISII economic tour, I think that one will make William Ruto some credit. When he launched such economic tours, people will, politics is about perception. The much you can persuade someone, the more it gets into people's mind, and that's how he will start carrying the day. He will get some 50%, 20% votes in KISII, but he has to work much extra harder to get the 80% Kikuyu votes so as to make it. With Raila, we can say he has been winning with or without the Kikuyu's votes, but what he has been lacking is we call it the system. But now we can say somehow, but we have to wait, as Sego said, up to June or some 3 weeks to date. Election is when we can know. We can't trust the Kikuyus 100% unless it's time. Like 2 weeks is when.
Bwana Samuel.
I'm a Kikuyu.
Yes.
Mind your language, it is not the Kikuyus.
Okay.
We have not found that language on this platform.
I withdraw.
We talk about the Mount Kenya vote. And on Kenya, we have the Merus, we have the Embus, we have the Tarakas, we have the Ehe. So it's not Kikuyu. Kikuyu is profiling a community against
I
our community.
withdraw and apologize.
Thank you. Go ahead now.
Let me say about the Mount Kenya votes. For Raila, he just need like 20%. We don't need very much, like 50%, like RUTO needs more of the Mount Kenya vote than anyone else for him to make the 50+1% to be we call it the legitimate 50%+1%. Because even if we look at the strength, yes, if we look at the strength politically, we can zoning, let me say, call it zoning. Yes?
Unisaidie ni interfere. Wakati unatuambia Ruto anataka 50% plus. Can you tell us where do you think he has those 50 ndio apate 80% from Mount Kenya? Before you say that, can you tell us where and where and where and where? You say KISII can get 20%. So that when you are coming to something of 50 plus, we know actually it is where and where. Don't just talk like you are saying. We want to know exactly figure where and where and where.
What I said is for him to garner 50+1%, he needs much of the Mount Kenya votes, like 90%. The Rift Valley will give him close to 99%. Central without. If Baba makes inroads, it will make his arithmetics a bit difficult for him. So he has to work extra hard and top up. We see he's making inroads in Northeastern somehow, but where he can abate to get more votes so that he can reach the 50 marks is Central.
So which means Rift Valley na Central ndio inafanya mtu kukua rais. How about the 25% from 25 counties or 24 counties? You know, when you are talking now, we are almost election. Now, we don't want atutaki mutu it is time to say the facts. So that wanakusikia atajua amefanya hesabu. Hatutaki kukuwa na hiyo propaganda yenye UDA imekuwa ikitupatia. So tunataka, kama mimi leo nikiulizwa baba, nitakwambia baba kwa Mombasa atakuwa naye. Hata Rift Valley atakuwa na hiyo kidogo. So we want that. We want the facts. Sitaki ukuje uambie sisi akiwa na 80% ya Central. Ni kwamba unatuambia wa Kenya it is only two communities ama Rift Valley na Central ndio inapitisha mtu kuwa rais na ndio ilikuwa inafanya kura za baba kuipiwa. Hatutaki hiyo propaganda tena. We need Kenyans wachue the truth. I'm sorry, Penat.
Aya, let me answer you. The majority, even as the 2013 and 2017 elections, I think they were decided based on the Rift Valley and the Mount Kenya. They accumulate to almost half of the 6 provinces combined. Am I wrong or true?
Bwana Samuel, okay, Mama Selina, let me take it from there. Thank you. Bwana Samuel,
yes.
Mama Selina is asking, huh?
Yes.
For you to be declared legitimately elected president, you need 50+1 votes, huh?
Yes.
But more than that, you also need 25% in at least 24 counties. Okay?
Yes.
So what Mama Selina is asking, do you think William Ruto is able to gain 25% in at least 24 counties?
Very much possible.
Okay, now
Very much possible.
you can substantiate that?
I can substantiate, though I don't have the actual numbers, but I can tell you Rift Valley, I think we have like 6 constituents, 6. It's very possible. Ruto is a good mobilizer. He has the ground on his side. Some parts, even in KISII, he can get some. But what I know, 25% is very much possible. 25% is very much possible.
Okay, let's talk of Rift Valley has 5 counties where William Ruto is
commanding.
He has a command and he will lead. Let's say in Central
Does
they are
he know the
10,
fight? Anajua ile vita iko Rift Valley sahii baada ya watu kurikiwa, baada ya watu kunyang'anywa certificate Kericho, Bomet, Nandi. Do you have anything like that before you say that?
Yes.
But they will talk Lion. That one is also experienced in Nyanza, but as soon as the kingmaker.
Samuel,
yes,
you are not helping the debate. Okay? If you listened, understood, you will respond. But if you already have an answer before the question is posed, sioni ukifaidika ama ukifaidi wasikilizaji na watazamaji. You understand? We are tabulating figures, practical figures, so that we arrive at this 25% in 24 counties. We are not saying that this person is good, there is a probability he can get. For example, let's say in Kakamega, William Ruto succeeds to get 10%. That county is off the list, okay? In Bungoma, he may succeed to get 25%. In Trans Nzoia, he fails to make, Trans Nzoia gets the 25%. Come to Nyanza, majority of Nyanza, he will not be able to make the 25% in those counties, okay? So there is a higher probability that he may get the majority vote in the mountain, okay? But he doesn't get the required number of counties to make him legitimately elected by failing to attain 25% in at least 24 counties. Don't you see that as a probability?
It's quite, I doubt. I still doubt. What about, have you to give me the data of the cost?
Ngoja Mama Selina, it's okay.
PPI, ulisa tu rais ndiye aelewe. PPI, Okuru Okot alijaribu kulete punda, imechoka. PPI ikaenda. Central ikapitisha, ikakuwa only na 5 counties ile ya Kalenjin. Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho, so ilikuwa 5. So usiende mbali, fanyia hapo hisabu, hapana asungusha maneno.
Okay. Tamatisha Bwana Samuel, tumalize tusonge kwa mtu mwingine. Inaonekana hata nasomewa huko kwa comments eti mimi nauliza maswali.
Okay. Let's leave that one there. Then another part was?
No, but I want you to go. I want you to go and research so that when we meet tomorrow, you give me tabulated figures, okay? With the probabilities. You don't have to carry out a research. Just give me the probabilities. For example, we have 47 counties. Give me the higher the probability that William Ruto will make 25% in at least 24 counties because he failed to do that during the BBI terribly.
Okay.
And from the statistics we have, there is a, there's a difference between political reality and political perception. You can create a perception that you are the best, you are the national party, you are the leading, but the reality hits you. Just like BBI. Before the BBI was voted for, it looked like everybody's going to vote no. The majority of the counties are going to reject it. The perception was that way. But when the reality hit, what happened? Only 2 counties voted no. The rest voted yes, and not with the minority, not with simple majority, super majority, more than two-thirds of each county. So that means that for you to look at politics properly, you don't use whatever screens and wherever political crowds. You must look at the capacity of the candidate. Can he command 25% in Kakamega? Can he command 25% in Vihiga? Can he command 25% in Busia? Can he command 25%? Because Rift Valley, he only has how many? 5 counties. Those ones we give him, but we need 24. Okay, so these other 20, if he has 5, these other 20 anatoa wapi? Then zunguka Kenya mzima uniambie ni gani na gani na gani. That is just one dimension. Thank you. Tumlete bwana Nyumba ndio tusonge mbele. Bwana Nyumba, vipi?
Salama sana Bernard.
Karibu, karibu.
Nawasalimia wote wenye wamebaki kwa panel, naona mnaendelea vizuri.
Asante
Bwana
sana.
Kamau, Selina, Madam Selina, Ndeto, Onyango na Mais. Apart from Onyango and Mais, I think the rest tunajuana. Tuwezipitana kwa street, tawasalimia. Now, number one, I say, Bernard, there's a time I said that this channel is addictive. It is. How do I sleep at 9 and midnight I wake up to come and see Mutembei? Isn't that addiction? Mama Selina, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm in Nakuru town, and you say you are Nakuru County family member. So,
Naishi hapo showground.
Showground?
Yes.
We use the same route. I stay at Kiamunyi, Olevin.
So sasa utaweza tembea ulize tu nyumba ya Mheshimiwa Selina utaonyeshwa. Kuna jina ingine wanatanga, sijui kama ni yangu. Najuanga wananiita Mheshimiwa Selina, utauliza tu Selina Seko kwake. Hapo
wapi hapo? Karibu na wapi? Karibu na wapi?
Hapo veterinary, hapo hiyo show, mahali hiyo keti ya Owor.
Hapo nyuma.
Yes, kama unaingia Kiamunyi Olivin, hiyo barabara ya showground ikipanda juu kwa hiyo kanisa imeitwa ya Owor.
Naijua. Asante.
Hizo nyumba ya kwanza, kuna kawash iko hapo, kuna sijui nini kidogo kidogo hapo ni nyumbani.
Asante. Tatembelea hapo. Ai. Sasa leo hata siongei sana, nikusikiliza. Unasikia nimelala na saa 3 nikaamuka. Baada ndio tutakaa na wewe leo, sijachelewa hivyo. Na nitaguzia ingine, sina material, nitaguzia kidogo kidogo tu. Kalonzo finally hits the road with Azimio. I don't know. I was very, very disappointed when his team said that Kalonzo is beyond the interview for deputy president. He's too big to be interviewed. I don't know. And even yesterday we had that issue, and I said, Bernard, Kesa, you people have been very good. When you say Kalonzo must go, in fact, I was almost raising a placard here. Kalonzo must go. Kalonzo must go, because he has really been very difficult. But it's good. I don't know if it is genuine or not. It's only that maybe as I said yesterday, now is beyond. He has no room to maneuver his plans. He is a dead end. So he has to join us and be productive. So I'm happy. Either it's junior or not, now we are doing okay. Let's concentrate on the campaigns so that this Kenya Kwisha, we can finish it totally. Baba is ready to take Mount Kenya. He has been ready all the time. These people are strategic. And that's why Honorable Raila could not just go straight to Mount Kenya. It has been planned slowly. Naingiza mguu moja unakuja polepole because central people were too far. They hated him so much because of the propaganda that has been on for a long time. Okay, me I'm a Kikuyu, but based in Rift Valley, so we also don't see the same eye to eye with my cousins in Central Othaya. That's where they are. My wife is from Karatina also, okay? And the good thing, she was home recently. She found the family members, my mother-in-law and all that, and the brothers, they were in Kwanza. Because of Nani, there's a Rigathi. That is his constituency. But she was able to convince them to come to Azimio. So, Baba, I'm giving an example how even at low scale level, Baba is being campaigned for. This is my own family that's made a family to change from Kenya Kwanza to Azimio. So he is gaining by June. Yeah, it's only this May. By June, Central will be settled properly. And like somebody said earlier, you only need a small percentage. And he'll be through. One thing, there will be no kumera this time. So the turnout may not be as high as it has been always. To go and vote for Kibaki, I'm talking about the Central, to go to vote for Kibaki. They came out kumera. Kumera is like you say the ants, ANTS, there they move. Wanatokea, wanaendelea. So for Kibaki's election and Uhuru's, there's kumera. This time there will be no kumera. So still, if there's no kumera, because Uhuru and Kibaki are winning because of that very strong turnout. So RUTO is still disadvantaged. I think this is theoretical. We have already seen the waves where we are going. And I don't know. That my friend will tell me. I've forgotten the constitution, but I have not looked at it for some time. Because after August 9, when President Uhuru is supposed to hand over to Raila, I'm definitely sure. Maybe Bernard will guide me which day, because there is that transition period. I'm sure he will hand over to Raila. DP RUTO and KK comes in KISII. That one I leave to Alex, and he's not here. Should advise me. I don't have much information about that. 25 billion Interpol money saga. I don't know what Kenyans want. Me inclusive, or maybe me, I know a bit. Because we keep on crying, bad leaders, thieves, grabbers, corrupt guys, and we are the same people. We are just given a few shillings, and then we vote for corrupt people. Let me give an example. For me, where I stay, Nakuru, we have shortage of water. And like me, I use harvest water, roof catchment for many years. It's many, because I did this when our MP was nani alikuwa naitwa nani? Selina, nimesahau. Madam, our former mayor Nakuru. Anyway, what I'm saying, for almost 20 years, when the population, and I was very, very happy when the Itare, is called Itare Dam. Itare Dam is on the Mau escarpment forest upper side. Itare Dam was to supply water to Nakuru. That would only have been our savior, because we depend on boreholes. It's not enough, that is. Not only me, where I stay, and they are very senior people, like I'm talking about the Kiamunyi, there's no water. So a lot of trucks, Bowsers, water Bowsers, are the ones that supply people with water. So I'm saying I'm affected as a person when they ate Itare Dam money, and we are in trouble. We are city now. Nakuru is a city. We got a city the other day, but a city without water, because some greedy people, they took all the money for that dam. It's part of the, actually, it's the same company, Itare, Arol, Camorol, the Italian company. And this one, we can see the RUTO's hands in it. Okay, somebody asked if you have ever why he's not prosecuted, and I said they work from remote control. You can't catch the main player in these things. But some people are in court already. They are all Camorer. They're in court because they are the one who are signatories to the checks during these deaths. But the main player is just stays far. So let me go back to the point. I'm saying the 25 billion and all that. This guy steals from all over, not only in Kenya, internationally. I don't want to quote. You can see the money that was found in an airplane from, was it Burundi the other day. It's only that the system was lucky to catch it. A lot of it has come in and out. And even the exercise that we had one time, the year kubadilisha pesa, looks like it was not effective. These guys are too smart. They're not national, they're international thieves. And they beat the system every other time. So not only now the 25 billion funds that RUTO is involved, you can see even the ICC case is still a bit tricky also. So not only money, even other things is involved. And then we are clapping, saying you're wanting to be the president to lead us. I think we are blinded. And then next time we shall start crying, our leaders are bad and all that. And we saw it coming. So thanks, Bernard. I think I've been recruiting people. I've even talked with 2 or 3 colleagues of mine who are in USA to be watching and participate in this channel. Yeah, so we are not idle. We are doing our best to promote our Azimio party. And Kamau, Kemani, usiniuze usiniuze, niseme kitu hapa na you keep it to yourself. It's not a lot I'm giving.
Sema.
Useme tu. Naona ndio unaweza kwenda nipigwe ni Wakikuyu wenzangu. Last time, Bernard, me, I voted for Raila. Let it be known. That time you could have said you could be beaten. And I was with my elderly mother. Sorry, may God rest her in eternal peace. She was 88. 2 years ago, she went to heaven. So, you know, I'm the one now directing my elderly mother and to mark for her. I marked for Raila. Her vote and mine. I didn't voted for Raila. But it has been a secret because the other Kikuyus would actually have been very hard on me on that. As I finish, Martin Deto, you know, our moderator.
Vipi unajua vipi nyumba unajua na ngoja umalize ndio kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka nikuchokoze kidogo, si kuchokoza kwa uzuri though. Unajua ni rafiki yangu tunapatanaga hapa.
Yote hata ukileta fujo mimi I will deal with it. I don't care. It's only age has mellowed me. Otherwise, I was very rough. And that, as I finish, I'm saying, I'm accusing our moderator here, Bernard, for having. There's an issue we talked with you the other time about, is it the 5th or 6th president we are going to elect? And Bernard summarized it that that's a Supreme Court issue. And so he froze it, that we have no capacity to deal with that. But I remember me and you at one time.
Nilisikia hiyo conversation, nilisikilia mbali nikajua amekataa kabisa kusema kama ni 5th ama ni 6th.
Wewe na mimi tukae hapo tuachana na hawa, is the 6th. Yeah, that is pretty. But I'm through, but I'm not sleeping. I slept for 3 hours, enough. And I'm very happy. I'll pass through Selina. Actually, it's my route where she stays. It's the same road, Kabarak Road. Thanks for knowing that. Thank you.
Bernard, unmute vile unaambianga watu unmute.
Okay, thank you. Ndeto takuachia hii platform na niende kulala. Tuone vile utani mute. Haswa wakati Alex anakusumbua na Kipo anakusumbua na uko hapo helpless. In fact, you are the chairman. Wacha niende kulala. No, thank you.
Ngoja nifike nyumbani. Niko kwa barabara. Ngoja nifike nyumbani.
I just better an excuse. It's okay. Okay, what I'm saying is the 6th, the 5th is still Supreme Court decision. And so we need to engage Okio Mtata or we ourselves to go to the Supreme Court and ask, are we going for the 6th or the 5th? Kwingine kote tutakubaliana, lakini at the end of the day, it will not be gazetted. It will not be added to the jurisdiction. So at the end of the day, tutakuwa either we are misleading or leading people the right way. But it's a good way to look at it. But we thank God for everything. Now, Alex, ni wewe umefika? Unafikaje na kuinua mkono bani?
Nimeingia tu kwa sababu ya huyo mzee alikuwa hapo. Mzee, congratulations wewe na mama yako. May God bless you. Kama ningekuwa Kiambuni leo ningepea wewe Guinness 2 ama Tusker 2 ama Peliton 2 ndio ulale. Thanks for voting for Raila.
Alex, mwambie Kamau asiende kunistaki.
Sasa hii hakuna shida. Unajua hii kitu ilikuwa mbaya wakati tulikuwa na Mudhamaki. Lakini sasa watu they are easy. They are saying baba for the 5th. I mean, it's a song now. Hakuna shida. Hata mimi unajua sijaimpigia kura. Ilikuwa so tulikuwa tunaambiwa
Unajua kwa nini Saga hajawahi kufunguliwa? Ni kwa sababu watu wengi kama wewe walipiga kura kwa Raila. Sio Saga ikifunguliwa. Utapata kwa Kiambu vote for Raila. I'm telling you the truth.
Bernard ameenda kunywa chai kidogo.
Hata Kamau ni kama alikuwa karibu.
Alex,
kusafisha jina lako leo.
Sawa. Bernard.
Alex, network yako iko mbali kidogo, kama unaweza switch itakuwa poa. Hatukusikii kabisa vipoa.
It's breaking up, by the way. It's breaking. Bernard, umeenda kunywa kikombe ya chai
No. I lost my connection. I don't know whether I'm back.
No, aliambiwa ni red wine. Leo aliambiwa ni red wine.
Hata imeisha, jazeni kikombe sasa. Okay, I want the debate to move on. As we continue with the conversation, let's ventilate on all factors and be able to provide leadership. So it is the turn for Martin. And then Mise, we have not seen him for a long time. We are happy that he's here. Yes, Martin.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Like I always say by, start by thanking all, thanking you, thanking the people that come here every day. You do a big job, and we do appreciate you for giving us all, this opportunity to even be at work and listening and, learn from people and meet some people. Kama kina nyumba hapo ananisumbua na siku anajua ametoka Kiamunyi, yeye na mama Selina. Unajua mimi nilienda Egerton Town Campus, najua hiyo yote mpaka nyumba ya mama Selina. Vile tu ameisema, hiyo yote Shabe na Kiamunyi. Na mlifanyia nini bistro? Na nini inaitwaje ingine, kuliko ingine Merika. Nilienda huko, nimetoka huko 3 months ago. Merika ionekani bwana. Mumejaza huko mall na siku hizi mko na taxi yenyu peke yenyu country mzima. Sijui kanaitwaje, kuna ka taxi fulani mmeleta huko. The only town in Kenya to have that taxi. Kako very common.
Wasili. Wasili ni moja hayo. Wasili.
Yeah, ndio hiyo ndio nilikuwa natafuta. Only found in Nakuru. Nice town. Anyway, nani Bernard, pole sana, niliona kuna time ulipanda mlima Kipa kakuja. Kama singekuwa kazi ningekuwa nimeingia bwana. Pole. Lakini alifanya kazi nzuri. Mimi nitaongelea tu vitu kadhaa and then nitatoka nitarudi tu here in about maybe less than an hour masaa yetu na kina Demba. Kama Bernard bado utakuwa hapa, but I wanted to get in and talk about 3 things. Hii kitu ya Interpol, ya RUTO na ICC. You guys remember these things are running at the same time. Msheru huko ameanza tunasikia kuna fununu ameanza kuwa witness. Hii side nyingine Interpol ilitokea, I think fununu zilianza kutokea na tulikuwa hapa tukisema kuna fununu. I think Bernard, you remember that. Was it about 3, 4, ama ulikuwa last week when we spoke about this thing? Lakini hiyo time ilikuwa fununu. Right now when you look at it, hata si gazeti yetu imeandikwa. Ni gazeti ya Nigeria. And the people wako associated now, hata wengine wako exile wasishikwe. You know, the funny thing is that sometimes you don't read what's going out there in the, outside the world when you're in a cocoon of your own. So when you go talk to people, they don't even know that happens. And Bernard, I don't know nani aliyeka kitu, I saw it on a group. Whoever found that gazette was a genius, because at least you didn't come saying it like we said it the other time. You came with evidence. It's been written in another country's nation paper. Now think about what that country thinks about our country. And our country is a reputation. We have a reputation to keep. And this is a guy you're going to elect? I mean, we've been looking at this thing every day. Ask any kid in Kenya will tell you who's the most corrupt person. And I'm sorry, kuna mtu alisema hapa akuja nishike pia. Hata mimi anisu. We've seen so many things. Muteshi, I knew Muteshi personally. The wife is my mother's godmother. He went down, stressed, kuibiwa. We knew it. Okay, let's go to the kids. Langata, live across in Nairobi, live across the street. Next na Uchumi, right there, Bagathi. That's a land ilikuwa inachezagwa na watu before Weston ikuje. And that's why I did not refute that when I knew that kulikuwa hoteli imesimamishwa hapo. and seeing kids of Langata Primary. You used to pass by Langata Primary because prisons iko hapo, and you'll find the prison guys, you know, when you wale wazuri wakikatakata nyasi with their striped whatever, and mtu mmoja wa kuangalia. I mean, do you want me to keep on going? How many things do we know about? How many things? Na kisemacho kipo, guys, already tumeharibu reputation yetu, tunawekwa kwa magazeti huko, Deputy President of Kenya. Si gazeti yetu, so hakuna mtu ameleta propaganda, unless there was a very smart guy mwenye alisema, wacha nikaanzie propaganda huko Nigeria and you know, Arab Emirates and whatever. I think it's also this thing of, you know, like in Russia today, if you ask anybody in Russia, they will tell you there's no war in Ukraine. Why? Because no one is telling them the truth. Like this thing people will tell you is propaganda. Okay, so Nigerians wameenda kuleta propaganda. Interpol is there, but they don't have the same jurisdiction. We've heard of ICC witness hindering. I mean, seriously, how much can we have of one person and we still bury our heads in the sand? Atukuskia. Hiyo ni propaganda. Something coming out. And by the way, let me tell you the truth. Look at the wamesema he got free, kuna zenye zilifriziwa accounts and everything. Look at the inaitwa nini, vile alikuwa anaenda kwa makanisa kupeana pesa. Look at how low imeteremka. All of a sudden he doesn't campaign as much. Apeana ile pesa yote alikuwa anapeana mamilioni kila siku. Why do you think that is? Mpaka Ndindi Nyoro anakuja kuanza kulia, anatumia pesa yake sijui nini. Ni pesa imeshikwa. So the campaign is, hata leo ukiangalia KISII, now they're starting to do you know, town halls zenye hawakuwa wanafanya, walikuwa wafanya road show huko, wameleta watu kila mtu. And then also remember HS's deal yenye ilifanyika kwa nini yake, kwa ofisi yake. Guns kwa ofisi yako. Bernard, kuna mtu anaweza kuja kufanya deal kwa ofisi yako kama ujui? Seriously. And it was there. They were caught. And that's why sometimes you think Uhuru is stupid, but he knows how to keep the country just nice, because akianza kupiga mapema itakuwa noma. That's why he was telling them, man, huyu mtu sijui. Now let me go to the other one. Nani ameniambia hapa ni mimi ndio. Ama acha nifunge na hiyo ya mwisho. Bernard anajua ni gani naendea. But Raila and the CSs, I'm starting to like how Raila is doing his politics, especially carefully, because you have to be very tactful in how you do, especially Mount Kenya. Raila, when you watch him in Mount Kenya, is going to talk to the people and talk to them in those you know, somewhere where you sit down, you get in. It's not road shows, it's not road shows and all that. Like today he had the CS and they talk and people talk what they're saying, you know, and his politics in Central is gonna resonate with a lot of people because he's actually talking to them. It's not just a road show, kwenda kupiga kelele. He does that kidogo, and then he brings the leaders, and he starts talking his thing, and at that point he can talk. Unajua kwa barabara, you can say whatever you want to say. But on a town hall, and you've brought the leaders, people start looking at you serious. Because when people go to a roadshow, you expect in comedy, matusi, nini, and all that. But when you go talk to the people, especially that's a hard place to get. But with Madakaru, I think we're fine, and Sabina Shege. Also Peter Kenneth. With them, he's actually acting professional, and that's what we call professional politicking. Not just the comedy of the road, nanini, big stages and all that. He's doing professional politicking. I've seen UDA try to do that. I don't think they'll get successful with that. And I think with that, you've also been told today by that ule mama mwenye aliongea from Central, ule alikuwa anaongea Kikuyu. Akasema zini Raila, kwani mnataka nini? Kumbuko ni mama, wale Ruto anasema mama mboga. And she was very decisive on what she was saying. Mpaka the interview was akalemewa akapanda mlima. You know, I think PK did a good job of explaining what she was saying, translating. Anybody who hasn't seen it, you can go back and look at it. Now, Bernard, here's my other place. The one we have a contention. Kisungumkuti. Guys, did you listen to the places Kalonzo said he was gonna go to? You can count for me. Yote, hata zingine haziko kwa Mombasa, Mombasa Road. Yote ni Ukambani, hapa, pale. The only place mande iko Ukambani ni Mombasa. Mpaka naingia huko inaitwa machineries nini. Ndani anaacha Kibwezi hapa, anataka kwenda huko kwingine. Ajonge hata Mariakani. Let me tell you what is happening with Kalonzo. Okay, and I might be wrong on this one, Bernard. Don't hold me on this one. Because the other one, najua, I came out right. On this one, I don't want to come out either right or wrong. I want you to watch yourself.
Which one is that you came out right, Bernadetto?
Ask Bernard. Bernard, help me on that one. Because I want you to say it.
Kalonzo is disaster.
So what was happening today was supposed to be, the panel was meeting. What is happening with Kalonzo is just kiburi yake. That's what he's trying to show, because people have told him he's not that powerful in Ukambani and stuff like that. And Mutula was told that on national TV yesterday. He's not going for the sake of Azimio and Baba. And if you heard, he said OKA. When did OKA end? He said OKA. He hasn't even spoken about anybody from Azimio. He said him and possibly Moi. He also called, he wasn't even sure. He said all our, all the aspirants, come if you can. Nata Wakitui if you can, come, and all that. What Kalonzo is trying to do, Kalonzo is switching from fighting verbally, and mind you, on that show, Kesho Motion, on that trip, he might be pushing for himself. Lazima nikue. He's just taking it from media to media, but on a different level. He's trying to push that, no, I'm the guy. And you know what? You say, I don't have Ukambani, watch this. That's what it is. It's a reverse psychology. Otherwise, again, he said ingine. He's just pushing that. That's to answer that, so that aonekane ako juu ya kina Madhakarua, and he's still deserved. He's making the same point. He's just fighting on a different, shouting on a different ground in a day to try and show that he has something. He's just replying. Ameona hii kitu ya kupiga kwa media, haisaidii. So, wacha basi nijaribu kuwaonesha basi on another different route. Body language. That's what Kalonzo is doing. Ego yake bado ijakataa. I don't know why people are happy. It's a problem. Watch it. Kesho, we'll be back here. I said it. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. We give it to you. We appreciate every one of your givings. Let us watch out. But Kenya is ripe for change. Whoever stands in the way shall be crushed. We must attain to the place of the long-awaited change of the struggle that this country has gone through. So those of you who did things fall apart, when Okongo could not stop his wives from joining church, he decided to kill himself. So there are people who will end up killing themselves because the change they tried to stop has refused to stop. Mise, siku mingi, namna gani?
Salama. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. I'm so honored to be here. Today, I think I came home early, and it looks like I have enough time. I want to thank you. I used to host some shows sometimes back, and I know the sacrifices that it takes for you to sit there for for the very many hours for people to come and contribute and give their views. So I want to thank you so sincerely for making that sacrifice for the sake of our country and for the voters' literacy. So for me, I probably would. Let me give a disclaimer that despite the fact that I am a Kenya Kwanza a sympathizer and a member, there are many things that I do not agree with the flag bearer. However, I'm not going to talk about the details. I'm just going to talk about facts, about issues that you have raised. One of the issues that you want us to discuss here today is the saga, the 25 billion saga that is being investigated by the Interpol. So, before I do that, I just wanted to talk to Nyumba and tell him that it is good that our Kikuyu brothers have realized that Kumera Kumera is not a national anthem. Our national anthem encompasses all the tribes and does not selectively tell us or encourage us to vote for a tribe, but rather vote for a leader who will propel and take our nation forward. So I am glad that the people from Central are realizing that we are a country and we are not a tribe. And as such, we need to vote for a leader who is a visionary and a leader who is going to take us forward. So for me, there are a few things that Mr. Nyumba, when you were saying, I saw and I wanted to make a follow-up. You talked about when you talked about being able, not being free to go and vote because you are afraid that you might be a target. You might be persecuted because you want to express your right to vote the person you want. It breaks my heart. And for that reason, I thought, what do developed countries do in order to succeed? I realized that developed countries don't work on individuals. They work on systems, and these systems are there regardless of the leader who comes in place. The systems are there. They are transparent, verifiable, and accountable. And that is what we should try as a nation and work and put these systems in place. Once we have these systems in place, there will be no Kumera Kumera because the systems will align us to vote the right leaders. And so the other thing is we are fighting and we are using this electioneering period to expose leaders who are corrupt. But I think if we had systems in place, these systems would have exposed them. You know, these systems would fight the common enemies of development, like corruption, people misappropriating public funds and so on. So I think the systems will eliminate and will help us eliminate these problems. And also, that will also help us to digress from the politics of mtu wetu, the politics of mtu wa nyumba yetu ama tribe, and so on. And so the selective application of when we are selecting leaders will end. Now, coming to the issue of 25 billion, it's unfortunate that our top leaders are abating such crimes. You know, if you look at countries like United States, if you look at countries like Canada, Britain, and many other countries, they have institutions that have been put aside to specifically work on these issues. For example, if you look at the United States, for instance, and I mentioned United States because there is a connection from United States to Kenya and other parts of the world. So if you look at United States, for example, you'll find that they have a department that is created by the Congress that is called Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The work of this is to actually make sure that it maintains stability and confidence in the nation's financial systems. So for this reason, we saw a few years ago, there were systems that were introduced. We never had things like anti-terrorism and money laundering. Now, this system were pushed down to our financial institutions.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So, Bonamise, hold on, Alex. What are you saying?
I wanted to ask
Alex, you need to do something about your audio. We can't get you clearly. I don't know what happened to you today. Consider reconfiguring your gadget.
Can you hear me?
Speaker, your mic is not clear.
He's using his Bluetooth.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's now better.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question, and maybe it will help in the expansion of the debate, because I think if I'm not wrong, you come from the profession of law. If I'm not wrong, you were saying Western countries have institutions to help in the so-called corruption of or to unlock some of these issues that probably we are going through. Let me ask you a simple question. Don't you think also the Western countries have institutions that have been aiding corruption in Africa? For example, England has the biggest banks that hoard whereby money that is used for Pandora Papers and offshore accounts are owned by Bank of England, basically Barclays Bank. Don't you think that it is Western countries who, in fact, disrupt our development by giving kickbacks and also giving what do you call, apart from kickbacks, we can say like bribes, in order to do business that are not legit in our countries? So in essence, you're saying these Western countries have institutions to deal with with their own issues. Don't you think that they have a parallel institution to deal with the corruption, the magnitude of corruptions that we are seeing? For example, in the clip we just seen, we are seeing the former deputy president, Abubakar. He lives in Dubai, and the rest of these people, and they are there protected. And Interpol, while is giving us all this information, it's just a cliche, and they have not gone after them because they even know where they live. Don't you think these international institutions are just creating a problem to us and lying that they're also resolving? Now, answer that from a law point of view, because I think you've been on the record saying you're a lawyer. Thank you.
I'm not sure how you. I think what I was saying is completely different from what you are alluding to, and most likely you could be right or wrong, but I cannot authoritatively speak about that, given that I've not conducted enough research to make such findings like yours. But particularly, if I may hinge on what you just mentioned, you realize that the systems work in their home countries, and that's where I'm focusing. I'm not focusing how, and you have to know laws have exceptions, and if laws were working and if laws were absolute, then we could not have criminals, then we could not have people. When you create laws, people find a way to go around the laws, and so that's why you find people like lawyers. they are discouraged not to do what is called sharp practice because they are informed of the law and they know the weaknesses of the law and the exceptions of the law. So I would focus more on the systems that are working, that are transparent and verifiable, vis-a-vis focusing on how people go around the systems to undermine the systems. So for me, what I was saying, for instance, the anti-terrorism and money laundering was introduced to Kenya by institutions, by an oversight institution whose headquarters is in the United States. That is why now if you show up in a bank with a large sum of money, you have to say where you brought this money from. That's why when you're withdrawing money, you have to explain what you're going to do with this money. So the problem sometimes is not that the laws are not there. The problem is the enforcement of those laws to the letter. So for example, if, like I was saying, if you look at the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, they have created a unit, and that unit is basically looks at the financial intelligence. I realize that many people who are in North America are sending money back home. After some time, you are called to provide evidence. Who are you sending money to? Why are you sending this money to this person? How are you related to this person? Now, the reason why I'm saying this, what as Interpol, and this is why when we look at Interpol posting as though they are investigating, at the same time you're saying there are barriers for Interpol to execute their mandate. So I think the timeliness of investigation is not right. They should be doing this again and again. This should be day in, day out, regardless of the leader who is in office or whoever who is committing this crime. This should be every institution should dispense their obligation without waiting for a particular time. So I'm saying, even when Raila comes to place, and I think there is someone who said, how can these things happen in your office without you knowing? I can tell you there are very many things that happen in offices of these leaders. And if you have been an official or a president of an organization, you would know that there are many things that will happen under your nose and you have no idea. You know that there are many people who have been killed under your name, or people or institutions or corruption or heinous crimes that have been committed under your name and you have no ideas. But at the same time, for me, I'm focusing not on individuals. I'm focusing, as we are drumming support here for good governance for our country, let us focus in putting systems in place that will hold people accountable, whether it's Raila, the fifth, who is going to be the president, whether it's RUTO, the president who has left, or whoever who is leaving, as long as they have been given the mandate to manage the public finances or public resources, they should be accountable, verifiable, and transparent. That was my argument this evening.
Bernard, allow me to rebut. I think I may not be able to put my camera on because I'm driving. I want to deconstruct the notion that Western countries have the machinery to fight corruption. And if that is true, it is for their corruption. But the greatest corruptions and the mega corruptions, even the one that you had, Amwarel, Kimwarel, and so on and so forth, are being done intentionally by Western countries because they are capable of averting their own and do what? And manipulate our systems. But when it comes to protecting their systems, they know how to do it. But at the same time, they have sets of laws that if you ask yourself, why were tax haven countries created? Why? Yeah? Because simply, if you were to go to international codes in terms of
issues of money laundering, whereby you find a large sum of money has been taken from Kenya, for example, that 25 billion. How did it get itself from Kenya to Dubai to Nigeria? It's because we are using the so-called tax haven banks, whereby money has been hoarded by billionaires somewhere, and we cannot touch it. And Africa does not have tax haven, Bernard. No, there is no tax haven in Africa, not even in Asia. All these things are owned by British banks, more especially the so-called Swiss banks and Barclays Bank. So let us not come here and lie to our people that the mega corruptions that you see happen in our country are just of ourselves. They are aided by the Western countries because they have created a loophole that even if you were to follow, for example, Abacha, when Abacha died, the former military dictator he died hoarding billions of money in Swiss bank. It has taken years to get that money back, even when there is no definite beneficiary of that, because the Western countries have known how to use the system to avert and to be beneficial to themselves. If it were true that Interpol works very well the way we want to credit them, then some of these monies that we have seen come from Kenya, the Pandora Papers, the Pandora money, and all these, Okemwa and his friends' money should be in Kenya as soon as possible if we are indeed saying that Interpol is doing. So Interpol knows how to play with our mindsets. And all these international institutions play games with Africa. But when it comes to their own institution and working with them, they don't play, Bernard, they don't play second fiddle. They don't. In fact, they don't even go to Interpol. They don't even go to Interpol. They don't even go to ICC. America withdrew from ICC when they realized that Bush had committed crimes against humanity by evading a country that simply did not have weapon of mass destruction. So what I'm trying to say is that let us not always believe what this kangaroo media keep telling us, that Interpol is always right. They are not. They only go after when they realize it's true to make credibility for themselves that, oh, that is why we exist. But otherwise, there are monies that are hoarded that we know in tax haven countries that we need to ask Interpol. Before even the 25 billion, we know more than trillions of money that are somewhere. But the Chris Okemo's money and all this money that have been there for years and years that they have not been. Lastly, you saw what happened with the issue of the drug trafficking in Kenya. Our courts could not even be able to take these brothers, the Coast brothers, to court because our justice was bought over and over and over. It is because of this kind of monies. You know, Interpol was not able even to help us. But you know what? When it comes deemed that they want to do something for their benefit, then they just pop up and then we start doing what? Praising them. No, Interpol is not doing a good job. It has aided the worst corruption in Africa and they need to be criticized to the court. Thank you very much, Ben.
Ben, just let me answer. I think Alex, you make an argument and you justify it.
Mr. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on first. Thank you. Wananyumba, what is it?
Thank you, Bernard. Item 1. Thanks, Alex. You are very clear and very informed of many things. For example, the dams I was talking about, Itare, Camoral, Arol, those are funded by the Italian government. In fact, it was government to government, and those things were happening. So you can see what Alex is saying. The Italian government knew all the time that this company was going down. And then their funds, it was Kenya government liaising with the Italian government. Alex is right. They are part and parcel of the problems we have. Second comment, Bwana Mais. Are you Mais or Mise or what? Whatever.
Mise is good. Just go ahead with Mise. Thank you.
Hello, Mise.
Mise is good, sir.
Yeah, and may I remind you, Bernard, I'm not Nyumba. I'm not Nyumba myself. I'm Nyumba. Modwa Nyumba, Kikuyu. Now, Bwana Mise, I thought you would congratulate me instead of belittling what I said. We are tribal. Let's not run away from that. We are tribal. But the only good is when you do like I did. You get out of that tribal element. But it's still very difficult because I'm saying, and Kamau now confirmed that the people, there are many Kikuyus watching here, now they can't blast me. That time, NASA and all that, and Kumira, if I had exposed myself what I did, it would have been dangerous to me. So give me marks instead of thank you. I'm through, Pana. Thank you. Miss, thanks a lot.
Ben, can I
Yes,
say
Mr.
something? Yeah, so
Respond.
I said it was quite unfortunate that when Kamau, I felt you and I identify with you that it's not right for you to be subjected to such condition where you have to do it secretly when it's actually your right. So I do applaud you for the very bold move that you made to go and do what you believed without being influenced by the cohesion of the community. So so that's a good thing, and that's what we should do. So in terms of what Alex saying, Alex, I live in Canada. I am originally from Kenya, and what I'm saying is the systems that I see that work in terms of corruption, even if it's 10 years, 30 years, even if it's the president, even if it's the prime minister, they are called to be accountable. That is what I was talking about. In terms of the downside of the systems, and in terms of let me say in verbatim what you say, that the Western countries, they know how to protect their systems. Let us also know how to protect our systems. Let us know also take that moment and protect our country. These people cannot enter our country and do these things if we don't allow them. We allow them, we give them space, and those the people who give space are the leaders in office. And that is where the mistake is. And that's why I say, instead of, let's say the president of today is His Excellency Muigai Uhuru Kenyatta. He has the power to influence that. But if we have systems that work and prevent him from doing so, then he cannot do it. That is what I'm saying. And also, you mentioned about a few things that I was mentioning. I was talking about anti-terrorism and money laundering. There are three stages. There are three layers of anti-terrorism and money laundering for it to happen. For example, you talked about there is placement, there is layering, and there is integration. So those things they just don't happen overnight. You can't show up in Kenya with $1 billion and then Kenya allows you to do that. There are systems that will prevent you from doing that. So what we are saying for the dams in terms of projects, for example, like the dams that are in question. Now, government to government, there are ways that they operate. It means our government is weaker and doesn't know how to say no to certain things, and that's why these other countries from the side, they are criminals. I mean, we have seen wars in Iraq and other areas that we cannot talk more explicitly about this, but these countries, of course, they take advantage. You know what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. You know what Muammar Gaddafi wanted to do for Africa. And you know what happened. You know what happened to Robert Mugabe. We can go on and on. But for me, I'm focusing. Why don't we focus on building these systems? And in the future, these systems, when they come, these systems will tell them, no, you can't do this because the system says so, not because so and so said so. That is my focus.
Bernard, can I just say something? Because, it's not that we do not have systems. And particularly in Kenya, We might even have better laws than Canada. The problem in these African nations is what I will call the systems are as good as the individuals. The institutions are as good as the individuals. I think the difference between Kenya and Canada is the individual, the culture, did I say the ethics? Because the people manning our institutions have the problem. Because even this money coming from Nigeria to Kenya, it's not that they don't know, but there are people allowing it through the system to be rounded. And therefore, I would not say that Kenya is that bad in system wise, but I'll say the individuals have issues. Thank you.
Bernard, 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Bernard, 30 seconds.
Quickly, please.
Yeah, Bernard, we have a man who is a good friend of ours in the panel who comes and says that I'm a Kenya Kwanza apologist. I'm a friend and a supporter of William Samoei Ruto. And remember when we were going to 2013 election, when we totally refused and said we must put Uhuru and Ruto in the ballot box, the envoys from Western countries came and told us one simple statement, and I think it has become a chorus in our country: choices have consequences. And in that was it a presser? I remember very well how it was when that statement was says choices have a consequences. It's because they had persuaded the government that these people, their record and everything shows for itself. Now, for 10 years, a learned man who stays in Canada, who is a lawyer, who knows the law according to what he has said, comes here to say he's an apologist to corruption and lies to us. It's the system we don't have. My friend, the problem is not the system. The problem is people like you who know the truth and yet they deny it. Ruto is a problem. Ruto is corrupt. Ruto is a killer, and it's not allegedly, because Chirongo has even challenged him and said, I saw you strangle a man. He told him, let's go to court about that. And you come here, lie to us that we don't have systems. We have systems, but the leaders cannot allow the systems to work, because these people, if they allow systems to work, they will go to court. The problem is not system. The problem is you, my friend, sitting there in Canada, lying to me here. And I'm not going to lie. You are the biggest problem now among us. I'm not going to say those who are in Kenya. Now, as we sit in this baraza, you are the problem. As Nathan told David, you are the man. You are the problem here. You tell us that I don't agree with Ruto on this. And yet you're saying you are his apologist. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Ben.
And don't even answer me. Don't answer me. There is no answer there. That is a rhetoric statement.
Ben, I'm not answering him, but you know, I'm not a man of, I'm not a delusion. I'm not delusional like he is. You know, Ben, because he pointed to what I was saying, but if you don't mind, let me respond.
I will let you.
And I'm not going to be very confrontational.
Hold on, Wanamise. Listen, I gave you permission to talk. I will give you more permission to defend yourself.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
I want us to get back to the debate. Okay, that is for the point of information for Alex. Our friend here said that there is the law, there is the defense for law, and there is finding a way around the law. Now, the greatest unmaking to all our operative systems within and without this country is that ability of finding a way around the law. all the people that are doing corrupt deals and siphoning this country, they have established syndicates and cartels that help them around the law, so that instead of the law helping the country, they use the law to help themselves. And all that is aided by the judiciary system, the criminal system, and all these other systems we are talking about. So as much as we want to lay blame on this and on that, we need to appreciate that until we let the law have its course, we cannot profit from it. It's impossible. The Bible says that the light of the body is the eye, okay? And it says, if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. Now it says, if that which is supposed to be light has now become darkness, how thick will that darkness be? The law that is supposed to defend and protect our resources has now become the tool that takes away and misuses those same resources. What kind of defense do we have against such operative of systems? Baramise.
Thank you. Thank you. If you remember Donald Trump, a few years ago, he was told many times, and he said there is nothing wrong if you find a system where the system, if you know how to use the system to benefit yourself. Now, I just want to tell my brother Alex, don't personalize politics. You're making it as though I'm your enemy. I'm not your enemy. You don't know me. I don't know you. We're here to debate. My opinion is not final. Neither is yours final. I'm just expressing myself, and so you are. Those who can make sense from what I say can make. Those who can make sense from what you say can make. But absolutely, I thank you, Bernard, for saying it in a better and a coherent way what I said, that even in the best country in the world, there is always a way people go around the law and they commit crimes. And that's why you have enforcement agencies, and the work of the enforcement agencies to make sure they are on the lookout on those loopholes. So lastly, I want to say this. I'm not a delusional person. I'm not delusional person. But again, some people are very delusional, and I think, Alex, you are. I voted for Baba in 2017. I was in the I ran for an office, an elective office in 2017, and I voted for Baba, right? And neither have I come in today. Did I say, because you misquoted me, I didn't say I support RUTO. I said I am an athlete of, I am in ANC. So should I be afraid because, Alex, you're going to attack me, not say that I am a member of ANC? No, then that is coercion that we are discouraging. So I think as a community and as a nation, we should don't even use my profession, Alex. I don't know what you do. My profession was just by the way, and all I'm saying is, using my profession, I'm able to point a few things here and there. I don't know what you do, but don't be delusional, my brother. Such politics of delusion, they make us fight. They make us taking sides.
You are trying to help matters, but I think you're making them worse. One, don't put yourself on the defense because nobody's pushing you there. Because if you do,
no, I didn't like. I just have to say I don't like the way Alex saying.
you are responding to what you have not heard, so that makes your answer not required. What I'm saying is, don't put yourself on the defense. Don't allow yourself to be pushed to the defense, because you may not have sufficient time to unlock yourself from that defense system. The only thing I would want to leave with you is you are an associate of Kenya Kwanza, and you claim not to be in support of one William Ruto, but historically, you know that he is capable of finding the way around the law and use the law against his own nation, against his own people. If that is the case, in my opinion, what makes you comfortable around him, and what makes you think that his association with your party leader is the best interest for this country?
Thank you. That's actually a very good question. Again, that doesn't deter me from voting for Baba. You know, the fact that I'm still ANC, there's no caveat that I cannot vote for Baba. But again, show me even His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as well. They have used the system to benefit themselves. And for that reason, there is not one Kenyan who is a leader who has not used the system to their benefit or to benefit themselves. So I don't know about
Hold on. I don't want us to dwell too much on that.
Yeah.
I want us to understand here, it's not just voting for or getting a vote. It's a matter of your heart and conscience, that you are in support of this or not support of this. Because voting is just an event. But whatever you put in power will affect your life one way or another. Let's get a piece of once and for all. We move to the other Martin. Yes, Martin. Neto.
You know, the funny thing, Bernard, I don't think even people understand what we talk about here when they come over here, some people. And I think this guy is a very smart person. People, you know, this is Mutembe TV, and mostly it's dominated by diaspora people and also Kenyan people in something that we need to talk about our country. What brings us over here, and that's the reason we close with our national anthem every day, is about your country. It's not how much. Now you're starting to talk about Donald Trump running away from taxes, and that's a good thing, and you move into the system. And that's why sometimes we doubt you guys. I'm not going to say what your profession, but you know Alex has already said what your profession. That's why you find a lawyer go somewhere and defend a murderer. And they want to get it. Because I think you need to differentiate between what you do as a person and what we are doing here. We want our country to get rid of all those things. So when we come over here, we're not talking about what system you can manipulate, what you cannot manipulate. We don't want any manipulation. We want a straight country, a good country of laws, where everybody follows laws. Kama umefanya makosa, you as a whoever you are, we know it. You can go maybe talk for a simple, less term, or if it was a mistake, you can tell the judge that, hey, he just made a mistake. It's not a wash here. And, Bernard, there's something what unasemanga. Kinyozi, the best person you can ever trust is just kinyozi. Mwenye akikata nywele tu amekata nywele. Unajua, that's it. Na nywele yenye amekata umemwambia KISII amekata hivyo. Because now when we start talking about here manipulating systems, isn't that what we're trying to fight here? To make our country nice? So you want me next time to come to you and tell you, yes, you have a point, you have a valid point, like nikishikwa Kenya saizi, na make a wrong turn,
ndio nitajaribu kuambia afande ni aje, siwache nikupatie 200. Yes, it's there, we know it, but that's what we're trying to root out. You see, some of these other countries, when you go to a stop sign and you drive in your car, and you know that, and there's no one, hakuna mtu anakuona kabisa, and there's a stop sign, you stop. Even when there's no one seeing you, you don't run that light, you stop, and then you go. Why? Because you respect the rule of law and what it is. We cannot come here and start talking about, or even Trump says, if you know the system. So what? You want us to system ya majambazi? We come and ask you, so how can I manipulate this one? And then we're trying to run away from that. We're trying to make a Kenya that is really respectable and is really genuine, which gives everybody the same right of what you want to do. So we're trying to run from that system. That's why you're having somebody like RUTO Saizi being accused by a Nigerian newspaper and Interpol, and now because he knows how to run around the system, he comes and uses somebody else, and then that story is not even published in Kenya. So mtu wa Murang'a hata wahi kuona hiyo kitu. Mtu wa huko Kaleland will never see that, because why? He knows how to use the system. Is number 2, but it's out there and it's an embarrassment to Kenya.
Ben, can I say something quickly?
Close that in less than half a minute, please.
Okay. I think in that way you choose what you want to hear. I think what I said here is very simple. And it's a reality, it's a fact. It's not something that I said that when, for example, you used a stop sign. What if you didn't stop a stop sign? What if you go to a stop sign and you didn't stop? Is there a way that you can go to court and argue and say, plead guilty with explanation? Does the law allow that? If you were speeding, is there a way that you can go to court and say, yes, indeed, I'm guilty, I was speeding, but here's the reason why I was speeding. Will the law be lenient to you? Now, that is aside. What I was saying about Donald Trump.
Hey, go watch the Providence show. It shows the law, the judges. If you have a good explanation, maybe you will take somebody to the hospital.
Exactly. So that means you are agreeing with what I'm saying. So in short, when I mentioned Donald Trump, I was saying even the most even the most strongest country in the world that we believe that has best systems, there is a way people go around the law. And that is why in my opening, I said that Interpol should not come now and tell us that they are now investigating. Where have they been? It means they have failed. So what I'm saying, yes, so they should have done this long time ago. They should hold these people accountable, and nobody should go behind and use the system to benefit themselves. The systems should benefit our nation as a whole and not individuals. That's my argument.
Ben, excuse me, please. Can I say a word or two?
Order, please. I want us to make progress. Let's do this. Let's do this. We have dwelled on that matter for too long.
No,
I want you to wait. When it's your turn to make submission, you can revisit it and add to your submission.
Mr. Bernard, I don't want to make submission. I want to respond to Mr. Mise, please.
It's my time, Bernard. I've been here for too long.
Bwana Cobra, just hold on. I will give you a chance to make let's follow due process.
Hello, guys.
So I'll begin to drop you off, please. Mise pia umejificha. We don't want anybody behind the curtain. It spoils the whatever, the screen.
I'm here, Bernard. Anytime I'm here.
Okay. Just leave your camera on. You can go hide and come back, but we don't want a dark screen, please. hata kama una light, tukiona tu meno yako tuko sawa, hatuna shida. Lakini
Niletee Bernard, niletee Alex pia, aache kujificha nyuma ya kamera.
so Alex, saidia show. Martin, Nairobi, how are you?
I'm very fine, Bernard. And
Yeah.
there's something I want to say.
Carry on.
Concerning Mrs. Singapore to interfere with or has been putting their noses into maybe Kenyan corruption and the scandals that has been going around. I don't think Western has something to do with Kenyan corruption. This is our culture. We have babysitted it, we have it, and it has grown, by the way. So there's no way we can blame somebody else on our own problems. And if they does, why wait for Uhuru Ruto regime and insert their noses? During Kibaki's more the corruption interference, why now? And again, Interpol doing investigation. Okay, who allowed it? Is it UN? Is it Kenyan government? Is it I mean, who is specific connected Interpol to Kenyan system to investigate scandals in etc. So let say not mislead us in corruption. We know what Uhuru Ruto has done to this nation. And in our entire generation, we will ever live regretting about this generation, this regime. I mean, the biggest scandals and the biggest corruption has been happening during Uhuru. So right now, someone supporting William Ruto saying that he is now an angel from heaven, trying to say we support him, we want him to be president. This guy is going to make us cry. He's going to lead us in a very miserable life ahead of us. Corruption will be a norm. Scandals will be a norm. Talk about people will be killed. People who will try to interfere with the government will, my friend, so was here yesterday, today is murdered. The investigation is ongoing and nothing will be emerged. You remember Moi's time, we suffered for 24 years. And people used to praise him, those who were close, because they were eating with him. And right now, Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samuel Ruto, it's like a day and night. There is nothing, a single project you can say this is what William Samuel Ruto has done and he deserves to be given that. Last month I was in Isugoyo and I was trying to see what has this man has achieved so far as a constituent level to be given that particular seat. And my friend, let me tell you, Sugoi, it's like a village doesn't exist in Kenya, maybe in Uganda, Masese. It's very down. People are still struggling with roads in Sugoi. People are still struggling with water in Sugoi. People are still struggling with even internet. So if this is the guy to change Kenya, why hasn't he changed his hometown? Look at Eldoret. So when they say this person is not suitable for the seat of the president in Kenya, they support him 100%. This guy is now being praised by majorly people from abroad, like Mise, because they don't know the problem on the ground. They just supporting because wamezoea huyo mzee amekaa sana akikampaign, sasa wamechoka naye. Oh, umechoka na mtu wa jamii? Raila amekuwa president lini? Why are you tired? That democracy you are yapping here is the same man who who fought for it. The 2010 constitution, the person who wants to lead is the one who was campaigning against it. That's William Ruto. Now you are enjoying everything, freedom and everything, protection of the government because of through him. Now you want to go against him. What's wrong with Kenyans? What's wrong with Kenyans? This guy, Ruto, when you get that particular seat, you have to regret for the rest of your life. Now we are crying right now that Jubilee government has sijui imetuumiza sana. We are not yet, my friend. Sasa tuko kwa frying pan. During William Ruto sasa ndio tutaingia kwa moto yenyewe. Have to think beyond our noses. Don't think about sideline. Wewe unalia tumekuwa sideline in the government and you're still earning the salary. So you resign. Why don't you remember in 1965 Jaramogi, when he was sidelined by then President Prime Minister Jomo? Why can William Ruto emulate the same and step aside? Ndio alilie wananchi, si mnaona nimeresign kwa sababu ABCD nini? Wewe mguu mmoja iko ndani ya government, ingine iko nje, and there is someone who is supporting that. And let us think about our nation, not individuals. Let us think about our nation, our generation, our watoto tunazaa in future. How will they survive? How will they survive? Sahii mkate tunanunua na 60 bob. I heard the other day Duale saying that imeleta mkate juu. Duale ndiye alikuwa kwa chairing committee wakisaini ile budget committee ya kuincrease VAT. Na sahii ndiye ameona hiyo vile inawachoma, sahii wameenda against, wana play kana kwamba hawajai kwa government. Hata sahii ukiwauliza are you seeing, but wako ndani wanakula mishahara. You people, what are you trying to tell me? So please, even if we can talk the whole night, hatuwezi maliza, but let us try to think about our future and our children and everything about our nation. Let us kama Zimbabwe. Ujue William Ruto anasema akichukua kiti hata kopa pesa. Ndio hata kopa, atatoa wapi pesa? Ataprint alipe madeni. Huyu mtu atatufanya nchi yetu ikuwe kama Zimbabwe, my friend. You buying a plane with $1 million note. Wewe ukisikia mtu anasimama mbele ya watu anasema,
Bwana Martin, conclude please.
Yes, Bernard?
Conclude. Yeah, time up.
Okay, I just want to say this in a simple way. Let's try to figure out who is the best leader for us. Don't look at the personality, majorly age, or what, but look at the capabilities. Who can lead us for prosperity, but not the other way around.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Martin. Let's hear from Cobra.
Thank you, Bernard. I'm sorry I cannot go off the curtain because of security reasons. Where I am, I'm at work, and I'll be kind of cited for that. I will not be able to do that. But I won't take much of your time. I know Martin had a lot to say, mine, I'll have about 4 items to address. The first one is about taxation that Mr. Mise, who's because I've been watching him on this channel for a long time, and he's alluded that he's a lawyer in Canada. I used to be in Canada. I hope he's in Toronto or Montreal. I don't know between the two. However, tax evasion is legal. It's not about conning the system. You can do certain things to evade taxation, but not intended to defraud the taxpayer. So, for instance, you can take an insurance, you can take your funds and pump them out to the retirement fund, which is tax-free. That's one way of evading. The other thing I want to talk about is about the Interpol role. I think, although he's a learned friend, I'm not a lawyer, but you should understand the role of Interpol. I agree with him, but disagree with Alex. Interpol is not a local, it's not supposed to do a local job for Kenya. Interpol gets involved in a situation where 2 countries are involved. That's why they came in for Nigeria and Kenya. Otherwise, they're not there to police a particular state. So you can't blame the Interpol for that. All right? The only disagreement I've got with Mr. is his selection of a leader. I don't know what criteria is using to judge a proper leader. I've waited to ask Mr. Misa, do you believe in Machiavellian roles as somebody who's learned? If you take the Machiavellian kind of theory, everything RUTO stands for, we find the answer in the Machiavellian theory. Whether you like it or not, we know that's the way Moi used to do. And that's what my friend RUTO is planning to do. We can see that. All right? So don't tell us that. However, one thing I'll have to tell you, you told me, you mentioned this program before, you're a life member of ANC. I presume, and you can correct me if I'm not wrong, you must be a Maragoli or somebody from Kakamega. So you are a tribalist to start with. I don't support Raila because I'm a Luo, but because what he stands for. And my judgment of a leader, I find them in Raila, not Mudavadi. Although I'm a Luya, I don't support Mudavadi, whether Moses Wetangula on tribal level, but what they stand for. So please, stop misleading us. And the last thing I'm leaving you with is that you should join us as an educated young man. We fight corruption in our country together. The root of corruption in our country is a mindset. The education system, we are told, go to school, after university, you're employed, you go in a government office, you sit behind a desk, and you're told, this is the way the system is. Toa kitu kidogo. I think, Mr. Mise, you're the first person who will give a bribe. If you say no to giving a bribe, you'll have fought one element of corruption in the country. So when you talk about the Interpols, we should not wait for Interpol to come and do for us our work. We should fight corruption first, eradicate those leaders who are corrupt. Then from there, we shall be on the right path. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, King Cobra. We appreciate that. And I will say this before I give to Alex to make his submission. This election is very simple. Let everybody be voted for why they want to be president. Their history gives us a clue on why the motivation behind one's quest of being president. What does William Ruto president spell for Kenya? What does Raila Odinga's president spell for Kenya? And then it will be very simple for you to make up your mind who to vote for, other than us beating around the bush. But the architects of using the law to the disadvantage of the nation and to the advantage of the individual have been in the system, have demonstrated, for example, just the latest, recent history, okay? The Grand Coalition put out a bidding for building the SGR. They got the people. They settled everything, including the payments. Then there comes what? Change of regime. The Jubilee government comes in. The SGR that was to be done at the cost of 55 billion, okay, from Mombasa all the way to Malaba at the cost of what? 55 billion Kenya shillings, was recalled. Okay, the bidding was recalled. They paid the fines for canceling a contract that is already signed and finished, only for them to blow the cost of doing the SGR from 55 billion to 350 billion. And instead of the SGR going to Malaba, it stopped in Nairobi. So 3 times the cost and still did not achieve what was intended. They did not build the SGR that was required. So the architect of people who want to use the government and state power to do business for their own personal gain is clearly spelled out to the people that are asking for this opportunity again to lead this country. I don't see where Kenyans are getting confused with all these clear matters. Let us understand our country is at stake. We either save it or lose it completely. But truth be told, if we really love this country and we want this country for our children and for our children's children, we will do the right thing and not beat around the bush trying to please people that should be arrested. Mundu wa Nyumba, I'm not giving you a chance now. I want Alex to make his submission. Mimi niondoke tu hapa. Masaa yangu ndio yale. I'm happy Themba is here. Watu wa kuvunja sheria behind the curtain wamenishinda. Themba, ukikuja naomba utumie kisu. Labda utafaulu. Alex. Bwana Alex?
Yes, Bernard.
Make your submission, please. Or ama bado uko behind the wheels?
No, I'll make my submission.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard, again for the opportunity. Again, I will thank you for your sacrifices every day. And may God continue giving you that health so that we can push this thing to the very end, mpaka siku ya elections, and ambayo Mungu atatusaidia tuchukue uongozi, kwa sababu nimefika mahala ninaona hata watu ambao wamesoma, ambao wanatuita delusional, and ambao wana think they are sober enough because they speak quietly, think that when we speak as hard as we do, it's because we are delusional, it's because we are passionate. But I'll show you my other side of my life, is that this is how I speak to my children. But in the panel, because of passion and politics, I speak passionately because I'm sick and tired of being lied to. I think another corporate thought that I did not know the role of
Interpol. My point was, and still remains, Interpol does not work independently. Interpol gathers information and works with Kenya Police Force and other intelligence services. Interpol, we are a signatory of it, and therefore, Interpol, when it enters, or the people investigated through Interpol, when they come to the country, they are given visas, they are allowed by the government. Now, Bernard, where it doesn't make sense is we have drug warlords in our country who cannot be convicted in our courts for years. They run a syndicate that is well known. They bankroll every kind of events, from birthday parties to political podium parties to political parties. But finally, they are taken to the US and convicted in less than 5 minutes. We have a country whereby people from Kenya Kwanza, who think they are not delusional, who tell us the law works and there is a process. And I want you to pay attention, Bernard, on this, because that's why I came and got me mad. These people, they tell us that 25 billion has been lost, and yes, Interpol is able to tell us exactly, and we are happy. But imagine, our courts cannot have the courage to convict a person who even Interpol has come clearly and told us exactly in a narration, in deep description, word to word, on what they have been able to do. Until a Nigerian accent is able to pronounce Kimwarea rightly more than me. And then we sit here and say that that's the only problem I have with RUTO, but otherwise I'm a Kenya Kwanza person. Bernard, that is the height of hypocrisy. In fact, that is impunity in this forum. Because we are not here every day to make fun. I'm not a friend of Themba. Themba is not a friend of me. But we have a country. We have a love for our country that each night we come here. It's not because we have nothing to do. In fact, many people watch us while they are at work. In fact, in Kenya and here. And many people will tell you, I always watch this from far. I'm not able to talk because I'm at work. People wake up at 1 a.m. or 12 a.m. and say, this thing is addictive. Not because it's something that goes in their body. It's because they yearn for water in Kiamunyi. And they ask, can this be a forum that can bring water in Kiamunyi? We don't yearn to be told how you can circumvent the law and how illegal it is, so that we can laugh here and not be passionate about our country. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fascistize that. Brother man, this is a country that is totally been put in a wrong direction by a people who are educated, but think because of their education and because they think other people are delusional. We hear here that Interpol is capable to tell us exactly what RUTO has done, but our court has never convicted that man, who we know has a catalog of criminal cases and capital offenses. And that is where my frustration comes, that the courts in the US can take drug dealers, convict them, and even jail them for years. But our courts cannot do that. Where did we go wrong? It was 2013 when we were told. 2013 when we were told choices have consequences. And still that choice is in the ballot again, this time around. That choice that had consequences of the corruption of Kimwarel and so on and so on, it's still in the ballot. And somebody still comes here and tells us that I will still vote for that choice. Through the same consequences of 25 billion, just a raindrop of what he has done to our country. We are not, for RUTO, 25 billion is pocket change. because he told us it's only 7 billion. I'm not mad when I say it's pocket change for him. The guy came and said it's only 7 billion. He said that. So we are here to say any person who truly believes that Ruto has a problem with corruption, as Mrs. said, and still says he still belongs to Kenya Kwanza, I don't know. I mean, that's a big joke. You may call me delusional, but I'll call you, you are compounded delusion. You have compounded delusion. That is it. There is no fetishizing here. There is no massaging you here. If it comes to corruption, we must agree to disagree agreeably that if we only tackle the corruption, even a third of it, no one will pay school fees from kindergarten all the way to university, to tertiary colleges. And do you know how much money we will put to the parents? Do you know that 80% of school of the money their parents earn, those who are working parents who are paying school fees from kindergarten? Do you know how much kindergarten is very expensive in our country? If we could only pay that from the money that Ruto has stolen of 25 billion, how many people will be rich in our country? How many people could afford healthcare? How many people will build a single unit home for themselves? Corruption has killed us, and Ruto has killed us, and we are not going even to talk about it anymore. The 25 billion makes Ruto not to qualify to become a president. And that's just a drop. Now, organization that money moved from his hands, it went to Dubai, from Dubai it went to Nigeria, from Nigeria it came back to his almost to his hands. They have even told us that his son-in-law was involved. So this is a serious matter. You can't still continue to say you are in Kenya Kwanza. And that is my prosecution. I'll leave for the issue of Kalonzo later on when Themba will come. But on the issue of corruption and 25 billion, it is sad that the outside authorities can tell us exactly what happened, but our court sits down and cannot prosecute this man from Muteshi's land and all this catalog of things. I don't want to name them, that my friend Ndeto told us. And you know, even Clavan has come here, Sarah has come here and prosecuted that case. If you still believe that you have a problem with corruption with Ruto, I don't know why still you belong to Kenya Kwanza. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Mondo wa nyumba.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I was congratulating Alex. I'm of similar mind. And Miss, please
Yes,
come
sir.
over. Come over to the right direction. I like you're very fluent. It flows. But we need you on this other side, not with the rotten side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I do the handing over, let me just say this. As we debate, I want to urge us with the one appeal, and that is for us to have a long-term projection that whatever we say and do is going to last longer than us. And if it's going to last longer than us, the question is, will it be profitable to the people that will listen to it 50 years from now? Will it make a better Kenya? So that we don't become so short-sighted and so much caught up into this UDA. I was doing a book, and my designer designed a cover for the book, and it was all UDA. So I told him, I can't publish that one. You will change the colors because they are UDA colors. And he responded right away. He said, UDA will soon be gone. The book will be here. Just retain the colors. I said, I will not sell it anywhere if it's looking like that. But my point is, he was quick to tell me that UDA will soon be gone. And of course, it's a fact. UDA may be just here after the elections and then it will fizzle out. But what we do here and say here needs to be more foresight so that we are building up a culture, we are building up a system of people and their way of thinking that is helpful for this country. And so just before we defend an issue or stand in for an issue, let us think through in the sense that kuna mtu anajifunza kwako. Anaweza kujifunza makosa kwako ama anaweza kujifunza ukweli kwako. Huu ukweli anaojifunza kwako utamsaidia kivipi? Kwa sababu hapa kila mtu anakuja kutafuta ni mrengo gani atasupport kusaidia Kenya na kwa nini. Okay? Na tukiwapatia sababu ambazo ni za kutosha, watafanya uamuzi unaofaa. Lakini wakikuta tuko hapa na pia sisi tunacheza na akili zao kama vile wanasiasa wanacheza na akili zao, hatutakuwa sehemu ya suluhisho, tutakuwa sehemu ya matatizo. So they become frustrated. They came here for relief. We complicated their issue further. So I want us to, at times, we just forget about our political affiliation and look at Kenya. Kenya is a necessity for all of us. And any person who is going to be of use to this country, he should be able to hold the country together, grow the country to a larger size that will accommodate every Kenyan. But whoever wants to milk the country so that it drinks the milk and it doesn't care what will happen to the cow after it has been milked, and he has already demonstrated that, na huo nataka kumpatia funguo ya kwenda kuchunga ng'ombe, sioni hiyo kama inafaa. So let's also do that, and that cuts across it despite of our political support base. There was also another issue of Kalonzo being humiliated and Kalonzo being underrated and Kalonzo being disrespected, as it has been pushed by UDA and the other sycophants. Azimio la Umoja is a coalition of parties, and Baba has emphasized for the willing. In other words, hakuna mtu aliwekwa nyororo kwa shingo akavurutwa akamwambia lazima ukue hapa. So kila mtu aliamua kujiunga alivyotaka, na kula aliona maono yake na matakwa yake yanaweza kushughulikiwa. Secondly, Azimio la Umoja sio muungano wa vyama ili wachukue vyeo ambavyo vipo. Ni muungano wa vyama ili wafanye nini? Watengeneze timu ya uongozi ambayo itasaidia kujenga nchi na kusaidia Wakenya kusuluhisha matatizo yao. So kama ni kuja pamoja ili tuchukue zile vyeo vilivyomo and positions that are there, then it's already defeated and it's the wrong organization. So let us not let one person's misguided motivation of joining Azimio become the main agenda of the existence of Azimio. Let's be able to correct the person if he has gotten it all wrong by joining Azimio so that he can get a position. Azimio does not exist to distribute position. Azimio exists as a movement that is believed to preach and look for a way to get into power and be able to address the issues that have bedeviled this country from its initiation, that have not been able to be addressed since independence. And so let's keep the vision and the purpose of this entire election in clear light, so that mtu akianza kuvuruta kando and twist the truth. You see, like what the deputy president is spinning around of everything the president said. He has now turned it around. Is it the president is begging him to come and help him? I've never seen a human being like William Ruto, and may God help me. But if you can twist things to that level and do it in public and still go to bed and sleep and catch sleep, hey, the Bible talks about people whose conscience have been seared with hot iron. I think I've met one person whose conscience has been seared with hot iron, that it doesn't exist in terms of truth and not even truth. The importance of this country. This country seems not to be as important to William Ruto as it seems important to every other Kenyan. William Ruto seems to look at this country as just a tool to use to get what he wants. He doesn't see it as a living organism that has living people that needs to be protected, needs to be sustained, needs to be taken care of. He just sees as one plate you can use and go get another one and clean and use again. So let's be on the lookout and do the right thing, no matter who is pushing us to do the wrong thing. Thank you. Bwana Themba, nitakupa muda. Hiyo mikono mimi na sign out. I'm signing out. Yes, Ndeto, what is it?
We, unajua kitu umesema ya mwisho hapo, kumbuka kitu kuna mtu alikuambia Pablo Escobar. Think about it. Alafu si tumeagree tutapatana hapa kesho after watu wamefika Mombasa. We agreed. Si ndio? Tuliongea tukasema
tuko
hapa kesho.
Hakuna kule tunaenda, tuko hapa. Kwanza hiyo movement mimi ndio na monitor. Na hiyo misbehavior which I anticipate is going to take place is going to make or break. But one thing I know, this election is not going to be won on pampering and understanding and accommodating everybody. I think we have done that long enough. It is time for confrontation. Let the willing move. Let the unwilling join anything they want. But as at now, hakuna muda wa kubembelezana. Mizigo yote ipelekwe Calvary. Yesu alisema hivyo, alafu sisi wengine tuende nini? Tuende Canaan. Hakuna maneno ya kusema mimi ni mzigo wako. Mundu wa nyumba ulisemaje?
Bernard, sorry for troubling you so much with my hands up. Now, you are a pastor. I think there's something else you have not told us. With the wisdom coming out of that mouth of yours, I would like to know what else you are, not only a pastor.
That's a very difficult question. Okay,
I'm listening. I can't wait to hear that.
Okay, I'm a pastor. That is my main vocation. But I do many things. I'm an author. I've written several books, about I think 20 copies. 20 titles. I'm a trainer, leadership trainer. We do corporate training for corporate and other things. So I wear many hats, but mainly mimi ni mtu wa Biblia na microphone. Of course, I also host shows like this. I used to host a show on K24 some years back, just like that. So in the journalism world, I'm learning. But pastoral, that one I've been exercising it for as long as my adult life, from high school until now. Nini ingine?
Asante, nimetosheka. Asante, nimeona pali ya wisdom inatoka. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you. Mise iko nini? Mi nataka kung'atuka na studio is
No,
full. Studio
yeah,
is full.
I just wanted to thank you, Ben, as you go to rest. We wish you a very nice and serene night until we meet tomorrow, and then we will discuss about Escobar. I don't know why Ndeto mentioned about Escobar, but he will tell us why he mentioned technically about Escobar.
Thank you. No, studio is full, yes, but you keep trying. Mogoti or Queen, you keep trying, and like time tu wakati natoka hivi itakuwa na nafasi ya mtu mmoja, ruka ndani, so tegea hapo hapo. I will let Penny namna gani? Penny has let me down again. Themba, go ahead.
Ako Jim.
Make your submission as before I leave.
Yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Since I'm gonna be here long, I just want to make one comment about Kalonzo. When he came out today on his address to the nation, I don't know if he listens to us. Probably he does, or his people do. After we talked yesterday, today, for some strange reason, he came out. Actually, when we had already pointed out that his troops don't mean well for him, and I'm told there's a place where, I don't know if it is true, that he actually told his troops not to fight for him. He can fight his own words, and he's not even aware why they are really agitating for him so much. So I think they listened to us, and probably it was very, very interesting to find him coming out today. One thing though that I noticed, in my view, begs questions. Why would he come out and specifically be very particular about the people that he wants to meet on his way to Mombasa? Why would he point out that I only want to meet specifically Wiper leaders? Then he says that we'll probably be going with my other Oka formation. What is this formation? Because there was a statement from Baba when there was a formation that had come out, including Dr. Mutua. There was another formation that had tried coming out. They had given themselves a certain name. I can't remember the name right now. And they were having some reconsideration about the smaller parties within Azimio had come together and had formed certain kind of and they were demanding that if there is a stool, then a table could be bigger, so we can be the fourth stool. I mean the fourth leg in that table. So why do we need a stool when you can actually have a table that can accommodate everyone? And from that meeting, they were told that there's no any other formation within Azimio. We are all individual parties in Azimio. That was the voice of the party leader, of the team leader of Azimio. So point number 2 was when Martha Karua joined Azimio, she joined as NAK Kenya. And when she was joining, she had said that because they had moved out, because Irungu Nyakera had Farmers Party that moved and went to Kenya Kwanza. and they, according to their MOU or understanding, was that if two parties walk out of it, then Oka is dead. So when Martha Karua came to Azimio, she had indicated that actually today marks the end of Oka. Fast forward, Kalonzo is saying that we are going to move with Gideon Moi, who has conspicuously been missing in Azimio campaigns. You know, the two of them. You know, Gideon Moi is nowhere to be heard, right? The only prominent Kanu guy is Atwoli, who consistently talks about Azimio. So I find it interesting that all of a sudden, in the days that the secretariat is set to meet those people who are recommended to be deputy president, are the days that for him he finds it worthwhile to organize his tour of the coast. And then again, in the same vein, he's still sending his Enoch Wambua is not pulling out of the committee. Enoch Wambua is still there, and they're still willing to be met. So I find it interesting in Kalonzo. And even when he was standing today giving his address, he was saying that he only mentioned in passing that we are going to campaign for Wiper and our presidential candidate, Azimio presidential candidate, Raila Odinga. Now, it is good that he came out, and it's good he's going to be doing something, but it leaves a lot of more confusing, body language and non-verbal communication. He's saying that, okay, you guys have been saying that I'm not doing anything. Now I'm going to do something. And even when I'm going to do that thing, I don't want to interfere with you guys and with the people that you guys have chosen. I'm only going to be campaigning for my people in Wiper. So how is it going to turn out in cost? Even when he was giving that address, I found it a little bit also rushed, because he kept on saying we'll meet them there if it is confirmed, if it is confirmed. So it's like it was an afterthought. Someone told him, hey, you need to come out and look like you're doing something, because if you don't look like you're busy campaigning for this, then even you might not be considered for this. And then look like you have a support base beyond Ukambani area, right? So I really found that a little, in my view, a little not very honest and genuine. It's a good thing he's doing it, but I find it leaving a lot more question marks than answers. So I don't think he's hitting the ground for Azimio. He's hitting the ground as a reaction, not because he's so much vested on the plans of the Azimio, because I think it would have called for a better arrangement and organization. So I am left with more questions than answers in his quest to move down the coast, and I will be looking to see how does it pan out, how does it turn out as he's moving down coast with his so-called caravan, and why only pick, according to him, the Oka formation. That's what he said. Why wouldn't he have widened it to the Azimio? Because we're already done with nomination. And what Baba is doing right now is trying to bring all the parties within Azimio together. And even said that we are going to look at those people who insist on buying. They'll be allowed to go for 1 month. And then, of course, a poll will be done. And maybe someone can step down for the other so that you don't lose the votes. Instead of him waiting for that kind of arrangement, he's coming on with his own other parallel process. So he is not waiting to be guided by the captain. He's not waiting to be given any direction by the Azimio secretariat. He feels he's not one to be told what to do. And I think that, in my view, raises more questions than answers. But again, we'll want to wait and see how it turns out moving forward. That is what I can say for now. And Bernard, just a comment on the submissions by, I didn't hear what Mr. said. Maybe I would benefit from hearing what he said. But I would want us to consider that the sovereignty of a country, there's a part that it plays in the systems and the criminal justice system within its borders. We need to appreciate. I think what we are noting, even when Alex was saying that it's prosecuted probably in the US and some things are found. Kenya is not the only one. There are many countries that have such. There's a president who has been prosecuted in their country, but they have left for another country. They are actually they call it what they are hiding, or they have been given refuge in another country. Idi Amin ran to Saudi Arabia, so sometimes there are those we call safe havens. Now in Kenya also there was James Gishuru, their case of embezzling funds. They went and hid it in some safe haven somewhere in some island, and that money the other day was being returned. Now, for me, the question is larger than just the deputy president. It's our criminal justice system. It goes beyond. It goes beyond. If this 25 billion is the only one that we are talking about right now, there are other monies that have been lost through corruption. It's because of our system, and we need to look at our system. How does it work? Because you can over concentrate on this, but there's a lot more funds that get lost. Waiguru is free, and many other people, because of maybe the prosecution process, maybe the evidence required. There's so many things that requires our interrogation as a people, so that when we are looking at issues of corruption, it goes beyond just an isolated thing. It goes into so many nailing corruption and even coming up with evidential proof of other people, of someone who was engaged in that, requires a lots of training and appreciation of who are the actors in the criminal justice system or even corruption. What happens? Are we well trained to prosecute them? Because you see, you cannot haul people to court simply because, to jail simply because you are suspecting. That you'll be defeating the intention of the law itself. So I cannot just suspect because you look like a thief, then you should go to jail. No, that's not how the law works. The law does not work in emotion. It's not about how I feel about something. That's not how the law works. The law works with evidence. I might feel so bad about you. I might hate you so much, but the law doesn't know that. They say the law does not have. I think Mr. will give me that. It does not have. It does not have what? It does not have. There are two things it doesn't have. Yeah. So I will remember that statement. So that the thing it looks at is what has been presented. What has been presented is not who is presenting it. It is what has been presented. So sometimes we need to look at the bigger picture. Yeah. And for me, what I can say is we have a weak maybe prosecution process, or maybe we need to improve more on how we nail those particular whatever. Akasha brothers were in Kenya for a while until they were extradited to the US. That's when they probably got a jail term. So is there something about our system? There was also the case of the involvement of some issues. I think during Isaac Hassan's time, the people who are involved were actually convicted, and they were put to jail. But in Kenya, the case was thrown out. So it raises a lot of questions about our system. We might have so much emotions about something, but that does not change the way the law works. So I think it's a conversation we need to keep having, and I want to take it back to Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Themba. it is a wide range that we all need to give enough time to the same, but I pray maybe we'll have a session on the same. We just tackle that matter of the criminal justice system and how it ought to work and how it's working, because from what is affecting the criminal justice system is the people who always find a way around the law and be able, instead of the law finding its course, we defeat the law, we defeat the justice system. And one day President Moi said, you check the constitution and how I ran the country. If you find any part of the law that I violated, then prosecute me. Everything he did was covered within the framework of the law, although what he did was not comfortable for the people, it was not progressive for the nation, it was not good for the masses, but it was still covered within the framework of the law. So we have to
Bernard, before you go, Paul, I wanted to ask Alex. We were supposed to meet Sumra today. I don't know if it happened. I missed it. Maybe Alex can tell us. Sumra was telling us something yesterday, and I don't know. Maybe Alex can answer that if that ever happened.
That is how you defeat the law.
Then thank you for making that loud and clear. And Themba, you did very, very well. Alex was fighting me here, but that is the point basically I was putting across. And he thinks that I'm encouraging people to go behind the law. But like I've made a comment there, you can have a very legit case, but if there is the evidentiary weight is not convincing, or it's not allowed, then you lose it by that technicality. Thank you, Alex, for putting it clear. I hope Alex will forgive me for making that point across.
In Kenya, we don't. The story that the case did not meet the issues. Okay, evidence that is collected by the police either disappears from the police cell or disappears from the judge's desk. It disappears from somewhere. It's not a matter of we did not get evidence. Is that we just know how to defeat justice by making the criminal walk free and the victim be either compensated or go home and cry. But to correct that, that's when we need to get round pegs in round holes, not squared pegs in round holes. We need to get right people in right places. And that is why the Rarua ticket is the proper ticket. Wacha wale watu wanapasa kulia walie, wale wakucheka nao wacheke. Watu wengi wamelia Kenya muda mrefu. Tunataka the coin to be turned around, the table to be turned around, that the people who are supposed to cry, let them cry. The people who are supposed to laugh, let them laugh for this time around. Naomba sasa Bwana Themba, you take over. Inawezekana, Bwana asifiwe.
Amen.
Ndugu yangu, kwani ulienda wapi?
Si ni mambo na kusikiza, unafaa unakaa nyuma ya curtain unasikiza watu wazima wakiongea, and then you make the right decision. For a very long time I've been just listening.
Ile sadaka ulikuwa unatumanga pia hiyo uliweka nyuma.
Hapana, si hivyo Mr. Bernard. Hiyo siwezi weka nyuma.
So good to see you. It's been long, but I'm happy that you're here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I think it is your turn. Na Penny leo utadili na Themba. Bwana Themba.
Bwana Themba hawezi kunipatia wakati. Mimi nilikuwa nataka nikuambie kitu moja niende. Nataka nikuambia show yako ni mzuri sana na debate ya politics.
Na huyu Roba, huyu alikuwa hapo Monday, Roba Abuya, huyu ni my cousin. Na vile umeeleza vile umeenda kanisa, hiyo ni mzuri sana. Na I will make sure you bring me to your church. Kawaje nikiwa Nairobi na kuwa na mzee wake na hao hawanipati. Lakini mambo ya leo ni ngumu sana kuona why Interpol is following the money in Kenya, which means they want RUTO. But no, Kinoti is the head of Interpol in Africa. So some of us will find out the differences between all those. Lakini leo mmepata Kalonzo. I'm sure you guys are happy. Uliona vile tulienda huko KISII. KISII, other than Wanjare, hakuna MP ya ODM. Na sisi wa KISII tutapiga UDA 100%, if not 80%. Watch this space. Na nilikwambia date, na nilikwambia September, before the 15th of every month, tatupa sadaka. Lakini sitakuja hapo all the time because wengi wananichukia. Na siasa sio kitu ya kuchukia mtu. Siasa ni siasa. Is a different opinion. Mtu unachukia yule mtu atapiga bibi yako, piga mtoto yako, piga baba yako. Huyo ndio mtu unaakili ukweli ya kumchukia. Lakini mimi I have a different opinion. I agree with everything you guys say. Hata Marisabe nilisaidia kidogo, lakini huwezi kunichukua mahali niko politically na siwezi kukuchukua mahali huko politically. But I respect you. Hata wale vijana walituma ile hela ni wa ODM. Wale wananisikia tukizungumza na wa radio yako na nani na huyu mama ni wa ODM. All of them. Na wanajua where I am. So siasa sio kitu ya kuchukia. Asante sana Bennett. Thank you. Continue with your show.
Sawa Penny, sasa wewe ulikuwa unataka watu wa ODM wahudhurie mkutano ya UDA?
Hapana, yani Kenyatta ndio ameharibu. We have to go back. It is very very clear. Watu ya asubirie wangekuwa hapa na watu ya ODM wakuwe hapa. There's nothing wrong.
Because you believe in divide and rule. This time
No. No. You promulgated the Constitution. Follow the Constitution. So you promulgate the Constitution to throw it away?
No, we are following the Constitution. Coherence. Okay, we even have a commission on it for people to come together, pull together.
Okay. If we talk and agree, that's why I tell you guys that if you win in August, that will be all good. Musiniambia nikate media dinianda kujua. That is even better because this is the first time Kenya will have really democracy. Kama Raila ashinda ama Ruto ashinde. Hapo nimekubali na nyinyi. I have no problem. Na sichukii mtu kwa sababu ya yuko ODM. No.
Penny kata miti. Penny hata usipokata mimi nitakata miti yako. Najua mahali iko.
Lakini sitajinyonga Alex, sitajinyonga. Uliza jawabu wangu Nyampati ama ule mwingine ambao yuko ni mgonjwa. Uliza wakwambia mimi niko very happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Niko na swali kwa Penny.
Ngoja.
Niko na swali, hii ni yangu amekuwa kiepa. Penny.
Yeah. Niko.
Leo umekimbia?
Hapana niko. Sitakimbia. Alex anakuambia wakisia wakimbii. Umekimbia wapi?
Kwenda
gym leo.
Nilienda kwa kiwanda nikatembea 7 miles.
Lazima nikiambia wewe utatembea mpaka 13. Wewe tunakungoja 13. Hiyo ndio ulituambia unakuja.
Thank you. Hapo ndio unajua mimi sio mkora. Na hakuna yule Roba alikuwa hapo, his father raised me. Ana hakuraisi mkora.
Usiende na uweke kamera on tukuone.
Unioni? Hii usiku ili stop by the road.
Sawa. Thank you everyone. November. See you later on. Let's pull together. And by the way, when was the whatever the special show is on Friday or Saturday? The book review? Sunday. Okay. Sawa. So inawezekana, alafu tunafuata mkururu namna hiyo. Every other person has made submission except inawezekana na nao Julia.
Inawezekana. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernard and Pemba. Yeah, I did not go away. I was just listening, following up what you guys are saying, keeping myself updated with the Kenyan politics. Of course, sina mambo mengi kama kawaida ya kusema, but I would just like to repeat the Rarua ticket is the way to go. We have sat back and watched the way Honorable Kalonzo has been behaving. He's not going for campaigns. He said today is when he's going for campaigns. That one does not make sense. Yani unakaa tu nyuma alafu unategea. That is not fair. You are not contributing anything tangible. Anyway, hiyo story ingine yenye nimesikia ya Bwana Ruto, it might be rumors but lisemwalo lipo, na ikisemwa na iko, then we just have to open our eyes more. So wale watu ambao wako KKA, they have to see that story and they make the right choices come August. Otherwise, I will still continue to listen. Nikipata point ingine, I will contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Thank you, Themba, and thank you, members of the panel and those who are watching. Good to see you this evening. I also just want to comment about, just allow me to comment about Themba, what Themba said, what Peter said, and what Alex said. Penny.
Yes.
Okay, I feel Alex's frustration. It's very frustrating. I feel him to see people getting away with all these crimes and corruption and all that. And Kenyans feel helpless. I feel what he's feeling, that we wonder for how long and how far will this go and who will do something about it. And I feel that Kenyans feel frustrated about our courts, about our prosecution system. But I also want to agree with Ms. and Mr. Themba that it has to do with how you present your case and what evidence and all that. It has to do with prosecution. It has to do also with the judiciary. I mean, there's so much that is affecting our country that, so many of these cases just disappear like nothing happened. But we hope with Baba's coming, we'll have changes. We'll have people doing better work, better prosecution. We have cases prosecuted. We have people being sentenced. I see you, Mr. Black. But I also feel Alex frustration such that you continue wondering, with all these scandals coming up about the deputy president, still people. I think Alex's frustration was like when you began your opening speech by saying you are UDA sympathizer. I think you'll not say that again. Because after these scandals, I think you are entitled to your own view and your own stand. It's okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it makes us not understand. I think me and Themba, it is very hard for us to understand the UDA supporters. It's very difficult for me to understand, even with all these scandals and all that we still have a presidential candidate by name William Samoei Ruto, with so much that he has to clear off his back. Otherwise, we hope that in future we shall have proper prosecution in our courts, and we'll have a proper judiciary system that works and proves the reason why they are there. Now, I want to comment about Kalonzo Musyoka. I saw Kalonzo Musyoka today speaking and outlining his, program ongoing that is going to Mombasa. He's going to pass through Kambani, and he said that we are going to Mombasa to campaign for Raila Amolo Odinga, which is good. Now, but my view, why he's behaving like that, he's trying now to empower Wiper. And I think what happened, why he's trying to do so, is the opinion polls that came out yesterday. I think it was very embarrassing for him to find that Baba had more support in Ukambani than him. So I think he felt like Wiper is being swallowed into Azimio. So I think he's trying to do something about Wiper. And that is why he thinks it is high time he works. He was talking about Wiper today. He didn't talk about Azimio. He talked about Wiper, and then he tried to drag Gideon towards him, and he brought something like Oka. He brought something like that. He's feeling swallowed, and I think it is now clear to Kalonzo that he's not gonna become Raila's running mate. It is very clear to him. So I think Kalonzo sat and called himself a meeting, and because he has not given up on the presidency, he thought it is good he empowers Wiper, and probably
I think we lost Julia. She comes back. Black, how are you?
Fine, fine.
She comes back. Hebu toa maoni yako.
Kwanza mjambo, vile uko kwenye studio. Amjambo kwa studio.
Tuko sawa boss. Endelea.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, Black, nakusikia, sema.
Okay. Na wale wote ambao wanatuwatch pale walipo, I hope you are all doing fine. Sasa kuhusu hii, wacha nianze na hii most burning issue ya presidential candidate wetu RUTO, kabla ni reverse ende kwa nyingine. I think that's the most burning issue. Ni kubalieni ni take kitu propaganda.
Wacha hapo Julia amerudi, kwa sababu tunajua utasuzungusha hapa. Wacha Julia aongee kwanza.
Julia amerudi?
Usha hapa wetu, we are waiting. Wacha Julia aongee.
Julia huko? Sawa.
Asante, Alex. Asante, Mr. Black. So I was saying Kalonzo is feeling frustrated that it's like Wiper is being swallowed. You know, the fact that Baba had appeared to have a following in Ukambani, I think it doesn't feel good for Kalonzo. So maybe he woke up this morning thinking, wacha kwanza nirudi nyumbani, nitete ichi chama changu. So that is why he's doing that. But the other thing, he still lacks some bit of wisdom. He was saying that I'm going to introduce Sonko as Mombasa governor. I don't understand his intelligence. First, he knows that the whole Kenya, even those children who don't know what is a governor is, have an issue to do with Sonko as a governor, because, I mean, there was such an outcry about his principles, his behavior, his corruption scandal and all that. So I don't understand why Kalonzo is doing that. That one still makes me something is wrong with how he does his stuff. Now, the other thing, why he has people vying for parliamentary seats in Nairobi, why he's trying to oppose the Azimio candidates, he still appears like he's sabotaging Azimio. Now, if he has discovered that he can become the next president after Baba by supporting Baba, then why can't he just go full blast and support Azimio and say, we are not having candidates in Nairobi, we are supporting Azimio candidates? Why he can't do that? Why he can't? Some time back I said this, if I were Kalonzo, I would not have been asking to be running mate. I would have been the first person to throw my weight behind Baba. I would have said, you know what, guys, this is a president. This is a man to watch. I would have said that about 6 months ago or more than that, if I were Kalonzo. And I'm telling you now, if Kalonzo had behaved like that, Baba would be so confused as to whether to take Karua or Kalonzo, and Kalonzo would be standing a higher chance. Kalonzo has only messed his time. He has messed his chances with his behavior, and he continued to do so by having Wiper people vying in Nairobi. However, I do not think Azimio has a reason to fear, especially when it comes to Mombasa. I totally believe Mombasa ODM will take it. Now, I do not have anything to fear when it comes to Nairobi. I totally believe Nairobi Azimio will take it, because you see, if Kalonzo decides to have Wiper, his supporters will vote for Wiper. They will not vote for Azimio. I mean, they will not vote for UDA. So it means that UDA and Azimio will be left to square it out in Nairobi. And this time, having some group of people supporting Azimio, even from the Kikuyus in Nairobi, And then we have, remember ODM supporters and Raila supporters in Nairobi made it in many constituencies. Even the governor, I mean, Sonko did not prove to us that he won genuinely. So he did not prove to us that he won genuinely. So still, with or without Kalonzo, I seriously feel that Azimio has an upper hand in Nairobi. But still, I regret that Kalonzo is not playing his cards well. I don't understand who advises him. I really I'm very concerned who are his advisors. About Baba is ready to take Mount Kenya. Yes, Baba is doing a good thing in Mount Kenya. And these UDA people, KK used to say Baba is using boardroom meetings. I don't know why KK has also changed. He's calling people to town hall and the rest. Why is KK changing why are they changing their approach? It's because probably they have seen that Baba's approach is bearing fruit. So Baba is climbing the mountain, and he's really climbing the mountain, and he's getting somewhere. So I look forward to a flip in the mountain, which will be a disaster to KKA. Today I watched a debate where Murkomen was and Sabina Chege was, and Murkomen is busy discussing why Azimio should take Kalonzo. I wonder what's wrong with these KKA people, why they can't mind their own business, why they are trying to tell us we take Kalonzo. What's wrong with them? It is just a simple reason, because Ararua ticket is a total nightmare to the KKA camp. That is the only way you can see someone like Murkomen really discussing how Kalonzo should be taken as the running mate for Azimio. It's because it's a simple reason. It's because of a simple reason that the Ararua ticket is a nightmare, a total nightmare to the KKA camp. So Themba, wacha nisimamishe hapa, pengine nitaongezea ingine baadaye. Asante.
Thank you, Julia. Now we go to Black.
Again, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing fine. It's great to be here once again. Julia, before I start, why RUTO now ameanza kwenda town hall? I think ukija kurealize both sides, one time or another, you'll find them using similar tactics. No, because especially ukiona ni mahali ambapo the candidate is trying to set foot into, by setting foot is kupenya, kutumia town hall is much more preferable, because you're dealing with a confined number of people which you can effectively communicate to and expect them to pass the same message elsewhere once you've done with the meeting. It's the same approach that Baba has used when he went to Mount Kenya. It's very effective.
Black, sorry
mahali ambapo unataka kupenya.
Unakumbuka KKA walisema, sorry to disrupt you. Unakumbuka walisema kwamba ati Baba anapenda boardroom meetings. Unakumbuka? Wewe unakumbuka walikuwa wanasema hivyo?
Okay, boardroom meetings.
Yeah, that's what KKA used to criticize Baba. Kwa nini wanafanya hivyo sasa?
Is a town hall a boardroom meeting? Najaribu ku understand relation.
It's the same thing, like calling a few people, talking to them, calling a group of people, maybe some few members of parliament, some leaders. That is what KKA was doing today. Why were they saying that Baba napenda kutumia boardroom meetings? Na sasa hata wameingia hizo boardroom meetings.
Mahali ya boardroom, mahali nakumbuka walitumia ni pale wakati tulipokuwa kuna ile mambo ya nominations, kwamba vitu zinachaguliwa, kunafanywa boardroom meetings, alafu wanachagua ni candidates gani atasimama mahali gani, not in relation to campaigns. That's the only time I recall mahali watu wa KKA walitamka kwamba Baba anafanya boardroom meetings to select the candidates. That is the only part I recall whereby the word boardroom meeting was used by KKA. Now, proceeding. In regards to this 25 billion saga, this is a propaganda, and it's a very dangerous one. I'll tell you why. First of all, I have researched and looked all over online and everywhere to try and find if there is anywhere that such a thing appears. and the only place that it appears is in YouTube kwa hizi propaganda videos. Now, are there any relation to whatever is in the content of the video? Yes, there are relations, but two separate incidents joined into one where RUTO is not involved. I'll tell you. What are the two incidents conjoined in this video? Number one that nimeangalia, whereby they are saying kuna kampuni ambazo zilikuwa involved in laundering, and the 25 billion is mentioned, is whereby three companies, Kenyan companies, ambazo zilikuwa zimeunganisha, zilikuwa zinafanya dealings with some Nigerian companies, whereby money was transacted from Nigeria to Kenya, money that is allegedly considered to have been found or collected through fraud done in the countries, namely UAE, USA, and European countries. Fraud. Now, what are these three companies that are involved? Because in this discussion, our concern will be the Kenyan companies. Now, the first company is Remix Capital, REMX Capital. And when you look at the directors of that company, they are John Kisilu Kamusina and Evelyn Wawiru Gashoki. That's the first company. And the second company, I like dealing with facts. The second company is OIT Africa, whereby the directors are Fiona Akot Odongo and Kenneth Odongo Raminya. And the third company in this saga is Avalon Offshore. The directors are of Nigerian origin, Jeremy Naoma Michaels and Uduma Okora Christopher Kalu. Now, in these three companies, the ones with the Kenyan directors, one of them, the sister to a director of one of those companies, is a Nairobi politician, female politician. Now, your guess is as good as mine as to who that might be. A Nairobi female politician. Now, let's establish one thing here, or let's agree one thing here. Hizi kampuni, nowhere is any of them having any relation with the deputy president. Let's deal with facts. Whenever I come here, I like us dealing with facts and proven data.
What is
that
the
can
fact
be
of that?
verified.
What is the fact of that?
Fact of that none of these three companies has a director that is related to RUTO, because
How do
they
you
say
know?
his company.
No,
Because
how
it
do
is
you know?
mentioned. Can you check online? Check for the directors of these companies.
No, let me
Then you'll
ask
see
you,
how.
Black.
You can
Black, hold on.
establish the director of a company.
Demba, wacha wacha aende mpaka mwisho.
No, ngoja, Martin.
Now,
Black.
Yes.
You said you deal with facts. So where is the fact that there's no relation?
Because as you can see, the directors, you know, when you say hii ni kampuni, wenye watu wanasema ni kampuni ya fulani, it should be Temba would be the director of that company.
Did you see?
They'll be the ones listed as the owners of that company.
Amako was actually associated with the deputy president. Did you ever see him as a director?
Sorry, associated.
Did you ever see him as a director?
Did I ever do what?
Did you ever see him listed as a director of Amako?
I have never checked the company Amako, but if you want, I know there has been allegations that he owns it. I have never checked it, but I can check it and come with facts. If so it is, I will come here and tell you yes it is. If not it is. Okay, I have not. Have you checked it? Have you checked? I have not. Have you?
He's not listed as a director in Amako. Neither is he listed.
The owner?
Neither is he listed as a director in Western.
Have you checked?
Yes, he's not listed. He's not listed as a director in Western.
So have you checked and confirmed that he is the
Yes,
owner or not
yes.
the owner?
I, I can
Can you please
confirm. I can confirm.
substantiate that?
Here,
Huh?
Black, what I'm trying to say is your statement that you are saying that if someone is
Yes.
not a director in a company, he is not associated with it. It is not a statement of fact. You can continue, but that's not a statement of fact. You don't
Okay.
have to be a director in a company for you to be associated with it. Yeah.
Now the question should have been, how do you establish whether an assert kwamba that this company truly belongs to a particular person?
Is not
Question
belonging
marks.
to.
Your guess is
Is
as good as mine.
associated. Associated. Is not belonging to. Is associated with.
Now, if I associate myself with you and you being a killer, for example, hypothetically speaking, does that make me a killer?
Definitely.
No.
You are an accomplice.
Wewe ni rafiki yangu.
In the law, there's what you call accomplice.
Accomplice in a crime.
So when investigators will be trying to find out were you directly involved.
Exactly. Sasa umeenda exactly where now I wanted you to go.
So what was your there's commission and omission. Is that something you could have done? For example, if you handle a good that has been stolen, you don't know it has been stolen. You remember ignorance is not defense in law.
Of course.
So you cannot say
Now,
the day you met Martin, and that day he had come from killing someone. Now you start saying that now I didn't know. You have to prove. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, make your case, but the case you're trying to make, in my view, you have spoiled it with the statement that the only thing you are trying to find out is if the deputy president is a director. Then you arrive at now he's not associated. That is not true.
Now, that's what I'm saying it is. Have you proven
But continue.
beyond reasonable doubt
Continue with
that
your mission.
Fine. Let me finish, then once I finish, tutaingia kwa hiyo maswali. Because na expect backlash kutoka kwetu hapa kwa panelists. Now, already to establish until this point that the name Dr. William RUTO does not exist as any of the directors in these three companies. That is one. And this incident inahusu fraud. Pesa iliyochezwa kutoka UAE, USA, and other European countries. Recently, I think you may have seen ile issue ya fraud. Kulikuwa na jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Hash Papi. It was all over online. So this is a similar case to that. Now, moving forward, this was the first part of ile part nilipokuwa nimesema kuna issues mbili ni kama zimeunganishwa kujaribu kuform propaganda. Now the first part ni hizo three companies, na the what 25 billion rate occurs. I'm trying to piece up kufanya relation ya hao watu wote ambao walihusika hapa. The Kenyan company 25 billion, and now the other side is the deputy president of the Nigeria. So now the other part, which is in regards to the deputy president of Nigeria, the case is this. There was once a court case whereby a US senator of Louisiana by the name Senator William Jefferson, don't know if you're aware of that, he was convicted of bribery with the deputy president of Nigeria to influence Nigerian business companies' interest in the USA, especially in the energy sector. That was in 2009. In 2000 and I think around 2017 or 13, I'll confirm about that. He was the Senator William Jefferson was acquitted of 7 out of the 10 counts which he was convicted of after an appeal, after which a release was ordered by the judge. na hiyo kesi ikaishia hivyo. Na mahali ambapo jina ya deputy president wa Nigeria imeingilia ni kwamba walihusika kutoa mlangula ama hongo kwa huyu senator aweze kuinfluence kampuni za Nigeria ndani ya USA. So here wamechanganya story mbili kujaribu kuzifanya zi make sense, which they may dissect A to Z, and they came up to that conclusion of what I've just presented here. Now you may want to get in and perhaps do your research about this as well to confirm my presentation. Where there's any falsehood, you come back and tell me. If there's any question mark, you still come back and tell me. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. So hapa hii issue ya Nigerian president na history ya Nigerian deputy president imetoka kwa FBI portal. Anyone watching here, you can log in, or rather you can get into the FBI portal itself, and you get the fact about where hii story ya kuhusu Senator William Jefferson in relation to this pesa ambayo wanasemanga sijui Nigerian deputy president blah blah blah. Just go to it, then come back, revert. So I think that's it, unless you have a question. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? See now people are not even going. Martin, any question? Amemaliza.
Najua wanafanya research yao sasa hizi. They tell them to come back. Waambie waingie kwa portal ya FBI. Si eti kwa any blogger or any newspaper or any magazine.
Ndio wacha aulize, ndio huyo
And then waingie kwa Interpol, alafu waende, another thing nilisahau kusema, alafu waende kwa Interpol. Wachange kufuata hizi vitu zinapostiwa kwa YouTube. If something is official, itakuwa kama ni Interpol wanafanya kitu, it will be there. Because I doubt whether news agency.
Okay. You've already made your case. Tuache ulizo maswali. Ni nini fujo?
Yeah?
Miss, you have questions?
It's not a question, actually. Is I just want to compliment Black for coming. And I think we should be open. I don't know why Alex amekimbia wakati amesikia umekuja na facts hapa. So I think what you said, it is true. And Themba, when you started saying some things, when I came here, I said some things here that Alex viciously attacked not just I felt like he attacked me, but nevertheless, what you said was basically what I was saying. As much as we want to say that we have laws, as much as we want to fight things, there are ways people go around the laws and they still commit crimes, and you can't get hold of them. I've seen you questioning Black and saying, asking him, was the deputy president listed as the director in Western, and was so-and-so listed as the director? And you know, this is one way, because when you look at the way, when you have a registered business, it is not a registered company. It's an entity different from you. And some people mastered the art of registering companies through proxy, through people, and you will not see their names there. And that's why sometimes you have to think twice before you mention someone's name passionately, saying so-and-so is a thief, so-and-so is a thief, so-and-so is connected to this syndicate, because you might be called upon to prove and you fail to prove. And there's something called libel and slandering, you know, and someone can sue you. Many years ago, social media, evidence extracted from social media was not admissible in the court of law, or could not be used in the court of law. But now evidence extracted from this is admissible under rules and procedures of evidence in a court of law. And so sometimes people come here and they are carried with the delusion to authoritatively mention other people's name. Let us say, let us all agree, our systems sometimes fail us. Our agencies who are paid every day by the taxpayers' money to carry out investigations, credible investigations, unravel the mystery, the connection, you know, of how these people are connected to these scandals. For example, the scandal, the Interpol scandal that is in question. I see Black has come here with the list of directors of the companies in question. So for me, let us, even sometimes when we are passionate, let me tell you, I love Raila, you know, let it not be mistaken. I love Baba, but at the same time, I have my reservation. Maybe the love is 70% or 80%, but I have my reservation of maybe 20%. It's not wrong to have a reservation, but this habit of being so delusional and dismissing facts sometimes can mislead us. And so, Mr. Black, thank you for coming. Penny came here authoritatively. He said, I support UDA. I came here and I said, I'm a member of ANC. And that does not mean that I totally or 100% agree with what Kenyan Kwanza stand for, but that also means that I have the liberty to choose to be there. So let us have facts. So that doesn't mean that I'm dismissing Baba. It doesn't mean that I don't mean well for Kenya. I mean well for Kenya. And so let us not attack personalities like panelists, because they hold a different view. Otherwise, you will scare away people coming here to express their views, and there are people who will be looking at them and might learn a thing also. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mise,
then
for
just
that. Just hold on, Black. Hold on, Black. I take exception with people who attack individuals, especially. And I've said here, and I want to repeat again: a debate is not made any better when you attack someone. I may question the way you are thinking, right? But I don't think it's appropriate to attack an individual. So, Miss, it is not in our practice to. We may have isolated cases where people attack, but it's not the practice here. And I think Black here can attest to that. I have a knack on responding to the content of your thought, not necessarily giving a blanket judgment on your. And you see, if you hold a thought right now, it doesn't mean you'll hold the same thought tomorrow. For the purposes of the debate and argument, I mean, it's important that we interrogate your thinking. Now, I've always said I can struggle to understand how you arrive at a particular conclusion, but that is just me. I don't pass judgment on individuals. Now, number one, on Black's assertion, I don't think your investigation tells us anything in terms of exonerating or even nailing the deputy president on the said propaganda. It doesn't do anything. It simply gives us certain information that does very little in terms of exonerating. You see, it might not also. This statement here is more of a political statement, or maybe, like you said, it cannot stand in a court of law because the threshold for nailing or even making someone probably be liable for a particular offense is high. There has to be a lot, and of course those who are lawyers and who apply themselves to that know much better. So for us, we are here to look at the general political part of it. But I can safely say that what you have done, Black,
does very little in terms of saying that now the deputy, you cannot, you may choose to arrive at the conclusion that simply because he's not listed as a director, he's not. But that does not do that. And as Mr. has said, that we have companies that we own, you know, but we are not necessarily the directors. you can put other people as directors, and in the nature of the practice in Kenya, there's a guy who was able to swindle the government of I don't know how many millions, a sweeper in prison, and he had over 5 companies. And some of them were not listed under his name, but he was still being paid. So that does not tell us that he's not, and neither does it tell us that he is. The deputy president has said and admitted that he has interest in Weston. But if you go checking Weston, you don't see him as a director anyway. You won't find him there. Amaco, which was associated with him, you don't find him as a director. So being found as a director in a company does not necessarily mean, or being not found as a director does not mean that you don't own it, right? Waiguru in Kirinyaga County, her signature was never found in not even one payment. Yeah, when they tried to find through, one of the things, the lawyer that was the Kirinyaga County lawyer, the guy who became very famous after that, was that he arrived at a conclusion that Waiguru was very, very bright, that you could not find her signature in any document of payment. Not even one document. So what I'm saying is a criminal justice system, and that's what we are looking at. Now, I want to give you more probably also as you look at that, because I know these are the things that we come and we make noise about them, and probably we don't, as Martin Detto will be looking at that. I want you to go to the Pandora's paper that you guys have made noise about for a lot of time, a lot. Huh? And this is public information. You just go to Google and you look at Pandora's paper. Then you look at the last part. When you look at Google, the last part, this is what it is saying. Participating media outlets, because the Pandora's paper is prepared by international, I think, commission or committee of investigating journalists, right? So ICIJ worked with journalists from 91 media outlets. That's what it says. Worked with journalists from 91 media outlets in 117 countries, including news organizations such as the Washington Post, L'Expresso, Le Monde, Le Pays, Süddeutsche, that's I think Zeitung, that is German, the PBS program, Frontline, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the Guardian, and the BBC's Panorama. Remember, Pandora's is the second paper. The first paper they released was Panama, if you can remember Panama Papers. So Pandora's was the second paper that they were releasing. So the following media organizations worked on the investigation. Now, I want you, as you're reading it, you go down, sources from Kenya, the media organizations that they worked with from Kenya. One is Nation Publications Limited. Second one is Platform for Investigative Journalism. Third, if you go down, I want you to go down. When you go down in that thing, you'll see another Kenya source, African Uncensored. And then the next one is the Elephant. Now, I want you to zoom in on those two. Of course, the others, you can also find the association. When you zoom in on the two,
the Africa Uncensored and the elephant. Now you can Google the elephant. So you go and find the elephant, and you find who is the owner of the elephant. So you can just go back and you say, okay, let me look for who is the owner of the elephant and who contributes the most in the elephant. The elephant. The elephant is you look for the elephant media. Now, if you look at the elephant media, if you go check the owners of the elephant media, one of the persons you'll find there is one Dr. Devin D. Now, who is Devin D? Devin D is the chief economic advisor of one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. Now, African Uncensored, the African Uncensored is owned by the former journalist who was a friend to Muhammad Ali.
Dennis Onsarigo.
No. The other guy, they were doing investigative journalists together.
It was Dennis Onsarigo.
No. There was another gentleman. You go look there, you'll find, actually you can just go and look at African Uncensored.
Said, John Nam.
John Allen Namu.
That's
now, John Allen
Namu.
John Allen Namu and Dennis and Muhammad Ali are very good friends. And Muhammad Ali has shares in the African Uncensored. So African Uncensored, the elephant, they contribute to ICIJ. And what do? You can go and look at those papers, the document, who released the document. The document was released, was given to ICIJ. And you can check what ICIJ does. It will give you what ICIJ does, what it is that whatever their name stand for, and stuff like that. So this was a very choreographed document and release that was done with specific objective by specific people associated to the deputy president. John Allen Namu, Muhammad Ali, African Uncensored, go check that out. And in fact, those media outlets, it has also been said that I don't want to say this loud so that you don't quote me, but I want to just speak about those particular ones. So if you dare to think like I'm trying to say association, by association, Dr. Devin D is associated the deputy president. So by association, he was aware that this Pandora's box was going to be, papers were going to be released. And the people who prepared that and released it to the Pandora's whatever are the same people associated to him. And it went out. So is it safe to say that they hoped that whatever they said or whatever they sent was going to damage the image of the president as at that time? Is it wrong to have an offshore account? There's nothing wrong with that. You do have an offshore account. If you're staying out of Kenya, say you have an offshore account.
Themba, could you let Rich Makiadi and Julie They are
Oh, sorry.
requesting the name.
Sorry, I'm not checking that out. Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
what am I trying to say? By looking at some of the papers and the things that we're trying to use, do you prove guilt or not? No. But much more you play on the perception of the people. It's a political time. And therefore, by the time you're done with that, you're played on the perception of the individual. So what you're saying here may not exonerate the deputy president, but does it, does the statement as said, in the event that even him working with iodine and going to another place, and such kind of drama, they say that a public servant must be like Caesar's wife, beyond reproach. So if you're going to be a public servant, you need to be like Caesar's wife. Now the story comes from there was a party, and a guy called Publius. Publius moves in and sneaks into the party with an intention of going to seduce Caesar's wife. So he's caught, and of course he's put on trial. But Caesar decides to divorce his wife. Why? Because why would she even allow herself to be seen for the person to have been interested in her? So the guy is the one who sneaked in with an intention of seducing Caesar's wife. So what you're saying, if you're holding a public office, there should be no suspicion on your person. You should be beyond reproach, above suspicion. There's too much suspicion around the deputy president. First of all, there's iodine, who people don't know, a mysterious guy who disappears all of a sudden. There's money he calls the Equity Bank to go and give. Equity Bank refused, that we didn't even order anything like that. So there's too much suspicion on his person. Those are the things that we are trying to say. Let me bring in Martin, and then you can respond. Martin.
Stemba sikuwa nini?
Stemba.
Ndo just to finish on that, ndo kabla ukatize, because Stemba alinikazia katikati. I had one line.
Hiyo time yote I'm trying to talk about you bwana. Wewe pia jua ku relax.
Kuna Stemba alinikatiza katikati.
Ulimaliza kabisa ukaacha ukasema iishi.
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nasema. Alafu Stemba akasema just a little bit.
Huwezi kuna dominate.
Ndo nasemaje? There's a sentence, just a sentence, not a paragraph, that I was supposed to conclude with that. Ndo nilikuwa nataka kusema kwa hiyo yote, my proof was just to say, kwa hiyo yote ilikuwa what I was trying to, the picture I was trying to paint is that there's still a lot yet to be done to uncover or to unravel this whole thing. So at this point, in coming up with names, kurusha majina fulani, it is still too early for that. So for me to even come here, or any one of us, to indulge kwamba, kwa sababu since someone posted that video, which I still consider it as a propaganda, when such has not been confirmed by any investigative authority in the world, not just Kenya, then it would be wrong for us to call him as tukianza kumdetermine kama any guilty of having done any of this, which is still yet to be unraveled. That was what I wanted to finish with. Thank you. Can continue now.
Okay, weka hapo uandike haya maswali. Yes, Mato, maswali yako.
Hata sina swali. You know, Themba, I think this week and being here for a while, I've decided to start, contributing very differently and not being, pushing it. I just want to be a different kind of contributor, because I think some of the times here we come, and I think sometimes it looks like it's more important to talk than even reason about our country and reason what we're doing. Like kama unaweza washa moto, sometimes when hakuna watu, yes, it's fine to make fun, But when it comes to serious things, I think a lot of us here, kuna watu wanakujanga tu, just as long as they can talk and they can say what they want to say, then it becomes a whole different kind of, it becomes a shambala wanyama. You see, when somebody has been speaking for so long and you think you're so right, if at least if you're making a joke, that's fine. But if you're really contributing and keeping on contributing and talking and not looking at the thing, then it becomes really, me, I've changed my contribution the way I'll be contributing here. I'll just be keeping quiet. Kama ni mtu ananichokoza, tuchokozane tucheke, but when it comes to serious things, let's just be serious. You know, it's a funny thing. Jirongo came here and Atwoli came and they mentioned the name Amako. Saizi tumetoka hapa kuambiwa, and I will not be mentioning people's names because it gets very tiring. Somebody went through companies here and eventually mentioned that same Amako that we were told about. How coincidental is that? Again, when we talk about sources of information, you know, when you go talk about New York Times or whatever, or Washington Post, there was a thing that came through Washington Post. Yes, I mean the other day. I think it's yesterday or the day before yesterday, about, you know, a leaked thing about, you know, abortion rights in, you know, the U.S. They come back and say yes, it's true, but we don't know who leaked it. Also, if I think most of us here have gone to school and had to do a thesis. Once you did your thesis, you had to quote where you got your information from. We didn't just come up with this thing. It's been played here in this show. And the newspaper is there. And Google is there. Trevor Noah, like the other day, made fun of you know, the what do you call this? The dinner, saying, you know, like people like Fox, you know, people like, you know, ask, you know, get fame of asking questions that you can actually get them from, you know, from Google and anything. Look, this is not a Kenyan newspaper that did. And if you want to go, Mr. I don't want to mention people. Whoever knows I'm talking to. If you want to go look at that, get on Google. It's a good thing. Go to the newspaper. Go to the Nigerian newspaper. Read it. And also try and find out that information. You can get it from so many sources that it's there. Now, it's not a Kenyan newspaper that wrote it. So it's kind of like telling me Standard imeandika kitu ya Nigeria. And so now Nigeria wanafaa kusema hiyo ni fake because of whatever. You get sources from somewhere because these are journalists that actually go through it and get the information and what it is. And when you're talking about Interpol, you haven't had Interpol come back and say, no, we did not say this. You know, it's there, it's done. It's just that it's not, people are not being informed in it, just like Russia is using, you know, canceling, you know, whatever is happening in Ukraine. I cannot fathom myself fighting or arguing with a very smart person like I think you are, Mr. Black, trying also to not understand the reality and see what it is. Imagine that's our country. Our vice president is, vice president wannabe president is being mentioned in other countries that we always say, tunasemanga Idi Amin had to go to exile. Tunasemanga Idi Amin alikuwa sijui Gaddafi, sijui what. We have all these things that we have. And now our own vice president, who's supposed to be the next president, who's asking to be the next president, is out there in the world. And remember, it's not Nigeria that is that only. Ni aibu kubwa kwa Kenya. I mean, even Kina Kenyatta, yes, we knew they got the independence, and there's those things that we know, and vitu zingine, but man, ni aibu Kenya to find that cartels. And in fact, the people you're talking about, they have a picture with him in the eastern, I mean huko Warabuni, they have a picture showing there wamesimama pamoja, somebody who's in exile because of what? They're afraid to be jailed. The vice president, the last vice president. And we have our vice president who's asking to be a president, standing right next to them and being shown in other countries' paper. It's a source of information. Is there. Iko, tumeanikwa, na ametuanika. That's what it is. And that's why they won't let it go, other than kuna tufanya research hapa sana. Anyways, and it's the same thing, like the Akasha brothers, man. Tulishindwa kabisa. Walikuja wakachukuliwa haraka. Today they are suffering, wako haraka wako jela. But ukiambia mtu wa Mombasa huko ama watu wenye walikuwa tu huko wanasema, oh no, the Akasha brothers, we wanaonewa, nini. They are convicted, gone. Remember the chicken whatever scandal ya IBC? Wenye walikuwa UK huko walishashikwa, wetu wa Kenya wako wapi saizi? Come on, man, we can't be that dumb when we're coming to talk about serious stuff. And then going back to what it is, because hiyo mimi nilisema mimi nowadays sitakuwa nikiargue vitu mob. I'll just be sitting down, say my part and leave, or sit down and finish our discussion, because sitaki kuwa mtu wa kelele mingi ama vitu mob. I just want to be really serious about it. Now, I'll just say I love something to finish it in a nicer note. I like what Baba said today. Baba said, yes, right now there's different candidates in Azimio, but then after some time we'll sit down and revisit and do a poll after people have gone to, you go campaign, and then we come to see if you're white, assuming Wiper or whatever, if you're an affiliate of Azimio, after some time, after the campaign has gone, gone on, we'll come back and sit down and see who's more popular. So that way we don't divide our votes, and then we don't, we'll talk to the other person, tell them this other person is more popular. Can we just have an agreement? And you will not lose anything, because the government, serikali ni kubwa, we can always get you something in there, but we don't want to split and everything. I heard that statement and I liked it. That is giving people to go fight it out, and then after some time we'll come and sit. So that way, Azimio has one candidate at every place, but it's just, we sit down and talk, and you can always get something else if you don't get the seat. Other than that, I love the show. Santeni sana, like Demba nimesema mi, I'll take a wusa and laugh, na sitakuwa nikiongea maneno mob sana, unless it's the point that needs to be told. Thank you.
Demba, can I respond quickly, please?
Yeah, as you respond to this matter, there's an African saying, I think it was written by Wallace Soyinka. Is it Wallace Soyinka that says that a tiger that does not announce its tigritude, it pounces? So you shouldn't be telling us that now kwanzia leo sita nini, just do it. Ati kwanzia leo sitakuwa nikifanya. Just be peaceful, and we'll see. Hey, matters kizu badilika. Yes, Mise.
I just wanted to respond in terms of the background that my brother Martin Detwas, he has said anybody who has gone to school has written a thesis, and he has to cite the source of information that he has used to arrive to a certain conclusion. And that is actually very true. I also want to say that not everything that is in Google, not everything that is in public information is true. And everything that is written is geared towards communicating a particular information. And we have to start asking ourselves, why is this article here? There's a lot of articles people have written about Kenya. Is it true? No. A lot of people say there's when we sit in corporate offices and people tell you, oh, I heard in Kenya there are lions. Do you actually see them? You know, I tell them, yeah, I talk to them. I meet them. I hug them. So because of the stereotype that is out here. So I just wanted to say that the information that is in the internet is a lot. Some is true, some is not. I also wanted to point ourselves to Interpol. Interpol has three missions, types of crimes that they focus on. They focus on counter-terrorism, they focus on cybercrime, and organized, I think the last one is organized and emerging crimes. So, and I think what we are discussing here, every member of every country that is a member of Interpol, like I did a little bit of research and found that Kenya joined Interpol in 1968. So when you look at that, it actually tells you that Kenya has immense experience in working with the National Central Bureau by collecting information, law enforcement, enforcement within Kenya, and work hand in hand because they have a program called 24/7. And also, they also work and they are connected. When I came to Canada, the first thing they did is they took my fingerprints. And what that fingerprints does, it runs you through Interpol. And what they want to establish, do you have any crime? Do you have any, do you have any criminal record? And when it comes negative, at least for what at the preliminaries, you are cleared. So I just want to encourage ourselves and say, yes, we have challenges as a country. We need to work towards establishing and bringing a culture that is that is sustainable and providing solutions to our challenges, and not everything that is written on the internet. I remember when I was looking for a position in leadership, a lot of journalists came to me. They need money. What do you give them money? They write what they want, what you want them to write. So not every information that is on the internet that is authentic. That's what I wanted to make as an observation.
Okay, there's someone who's saying, Temba DP, RUTO's eulogy during the funeral of the late Karanja Kabage, links between DP and Amako. Can also star article, Hustler Politics Dominate Kabage Burial. That was on 13th July 2019. Now, I mean, you can, I don't think elephant is David D. There you go. I mean, the elephant, if you go back, you get the elephant, you cite that it is David D. David D sent the information to the Pandora's paper, which was prepared, not Pandora's paper, which was prepared by International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. That is the ICIJ. David D has said before why he disagreed with Uhuru Kenyatta. So his intention was to spoil the name of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. How is that happening? Black is here saying that Uhuru arudishe pesa yetu. Let's hear Julia, and then I come back to you, Black.
Okay, I just want to tell Mise and Black, and I think that is what was frustrating Alex and other Kenyans. No amount ya could justify ama kutetea Ruto will take from our minds the accusations and counter accusations against him. In fact, you people are just wasting your time here. Now, I was reading the story of the Queen of England and her son, and she literally, I think she took away the loyalty from that man. Yet I think bado your case Kokotini. I don't think it has been ruled against him. He's still under investigations, and he even went ahead and paid that woman, damages or something. I think they reached a settlement. Yet we did not see any court of law that ruled against that Prince Andrew. But the fact that a scandal came, and a really bad scandal, was tarnishing enough to the royal family. Now, seriously, Mr. Misa and Mr. Black, I think now I understand why Alex was reacting the way he was reacting. We are not going to sit here and say simply because there is no court of law that has ruled this case, where in Kenya or wherever, that now we can sit and feel safe. First, we even have one case, the Muteshi case, against our dear Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. I mean, we can use that as an example. Then other scandals following. Now, Bona Nieye, why the Deputy President of Kenya, every now and every other scandal follows him. Now, we are not going to sit here and wait for a court to prove him not guilty or guilty, but we are going to be afraid, because we shall not put ourselves to trial and to test. We cannot use ourselves and our dear country as an experiment. We know ati tujaribu, ebu atutawale kidogo, tujaribu tuone kama yeye ni corrupt. Let's give him a chance, and then we test, we see whether he will steal our money. Then we can prove and see whether these accusations were right or wrong. We cannot do that. You cannot take yourself into the mouth of a wolf knowingly, or fear. You are afraid, and you still. So, Mr. Mise, you're telling us the truth. You're telling us that somebody has to be proved guilty, but we cannot say that he's not guilty because of the failure of our justice system. In fact, Themba said there are many crimes that are, especially on corruption, that have happened in Kenya, and people have not been jailed. And that is a very sad situation for our dear country. That is what Alex was trying to argue. And Kenyans are beginning to feel desperate about it. So I think it is a wrong thing kuendelea na hii debate Themba. Black and Miss wakitetea Ruto is a waste of time. And I think we should allow Makedi to talk and say something else. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Julia, you're not being tolerant.
There's nothing tolerant about it, seeing a hole and somebody telling you there's no hole. It's a straight path.
Ati Martin, hebu jaribu tembea hapo ni kama utanguka kwa hiyo shimo. Then let Martin asipoanguka tajua hawezi. How these two people, what are they trying to tell us? Mr. Themba, I'm not being intolerant, but I think Mr. Makiadi should talk now.
To Azimio, as they move closer to the election, they are becoming intolerant. Yes, yes, Black.
Bwana Martin, I think hatuwezi we cannot just pursue something with all the might just because a media outlet, let me use the word media outlet, or somebody out there decided to paint the DP as such. Has any investigative organ in the world come up with a conclusive report into any of these accusations? The answer would be no. Just like you may not have committed any crime elsewhere, but perhaps kuna makosa yenye uende kawa umewaifanya na ukaekelewa na huko umefanya. Na assuming, sisemi kwamba amefanya ama hajafanya, but now assuming if kama uende ikawa ulikuwa hujafanya alafu uambiwe kwa sababu imesemekana Martin ulifanya, basi ulikweli ulifanya, it would be wrong. Equally, I think pia anafaa kupewa the benefit of a doubt until proven guilty. Then at that point tunaweza sema kweli yenyewe alifanya hivi na hivi na hivi, as per the conclusive report of his investigative organs ambazo ziko available. Now, that is the most fair way to look at it, because we said hapa ni house of facts and reality. No. Number two, In regards to pesa kutoka, do you possibly believe that pesa kiwango kama hicho kikubwa kinaweza toka without the knowledge of the president knowing, with all the intelligence that he has? I think Tembo ulikuja akatuambia, when you choose a DP, this is someone that knows your most intimate and most inner, your most inner secrets, deepest secrets. This is a custodian of your secrets. Kwa sababu ni mtu ambayo pasipo wewe ni yeye. Ni kama natoa mfano wa harusi, best man wako most of the times is your best friend, and this guy usually knows you inside out more than the people out there celebrating in that way. Now for anyone to come up and say that DP alifanya hivi, and it works the other way around too. It's the same thing. Raisi kwa DP wake anajua siri zake za ndani. Sasa when you see that hizi vitu zote zinafichuka za pande zote mbili, you should ask yourself, if at all indeed, let's assume kamba kuna ukweli mahali, lazima basi rais alijua beforehand. The biggest question would be,
Ndio
alifanya
maana
nini?
wasikizani na
Because
rais
hichi
saa
kitu
hizi. I mean, the thing is
hakijafanyika
there.
sahihi.
Ndio maana wasikizani. Si umeisema hapo. You just said
most probably watu wawili wakiwa wanakwenda kufanya kitu, wewe na rafiki yako, most probably unajipata wanga nyote
Then umemtoa.
Mimi wewe sijamtoa, maybe he got kicked out, I don't know.
Can you allow Makidi to talk?
If you are there, please let me send you the nini urudi flag. Mimi sija kukick out, sije ikawa issue hapa.
Yeah, mimi naona Ndeto ana celebrate hapa. Amesema kiboko na nyundo.
I'm not that intolerant.
But Julia, what do you think? Why are you quoting me out of context?
Who?
Wondering.
Me?
Julia.
Yes, you were here telling us that we should ignore these cases. We should ignore this. We should not. Please stop, Mr. Mise.
No, I've not said that. That's why I'm saying you're misquoting me. All I said to Ndeto was very passionate and said, for you to verify anything, if I understood him well, for you to make any finding, go to Google, go to this and that. That's what I was trying to make a polite reminder to my brother Ndeto, that not everything that is in social media is true. That's point number one. Number two, I have not explicitly said that RUTO is perfect, is right. But you know, Wanathemba, you brought up to Pandora Papers. When you read downwards there, you will see the Kenyatta family explicitly mentioned. But why we focus, if we love our nation, why are we focusing on only one individual, fight one individual?
You're right, Mr. You're right, Mr. And I've told you to go down to the source of the information. That's why I told you, go to the Pandora paper, yes, but how did they compile that information? So I'm taking you back. So you went to the report, which is already public, which is the intention, but I told you to go back. Who sent the information to ICIJ? ICIJ does not bother unless there's someone from that country who can send them the information. So if you go back to that, hold on, Martin. If you go back to the people who sent that information, then you find the elephant, the African uncensored, and then there's that other one that actually is a subsidiary of the elephant. And there's a lady, a Kenyan lady, who actually is the one who sent it, who worked for Devin D in the elephant. She's the one who has written it, and she has given the details. So she couldn't have written that. She wrote it, and yeah.
Mise, let me answer you real quick. When I said Google,
he's not going anywhere. He's here. Wait.
No, nilikuwa nataka kurespond kwa Mise alafu ni nyamaze.
Just a second. Just a second, Martin. Mr. unasema nini?
Ndio umesema vizuri, and I agree with you. I totally agree with everything that you're saying, which proves the point that I was putting across to my brother Ndeto, that see, this information is precision to convey a certain point or message to a particular audience, right? Like you said, the elephant is David Indi, who is connected with the deputy president, right? So whatever information that is making here is basically painting the president or exposing the president, so to say. Sorry, the Kenyatta family. So is this information authentic? We cannot authoritatively speak about it because we don't know, but we can deduct from it and say there is an aspect of truth, but this truth is twisted for us to believe and think a certain way.
All right, then, but let me answer him, and I can leave you guys to go on. I'll keep quiet. Let me answer him on something that he said. Ademba, 1 minute, 1 second.
Neto, listen. It's okay for you to be given an opportunity to speak. Is that okay?
But he's called me almost 4 times, Bwana. You're there answering my questions.
We do that. I'm not answering.
They're posed to me.
There's no question that is directed to you, but I will give you a chance.
How
Relax.
many names have I been mentioned? You've been mentioned once. Can I just say something and then you continue?
Time. You're wasting time.
No, I'm not wasting time. I just want to say something and then you can continue with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Remember,
saying.
don't be a dictator like Alex says. Let me just answer something the way you're answering.
So like I was saying, Nise, it is true that whatever it is, the intention, when someone decides that they're going to write about a particular person, yes, there's nothing wrong with having offshore accounts, but there are many people who have offshore accounts. But that particular one was intended at that time, like you have said, to achieve a particular end. Did it achieve? We are yet to see, and we are yet to know. Uhuru Kenyatta is not vying, so we don't know. But right now, I want to bring in Makiadi. Makiadi, how are you?
Hey, salama sana Ndemba. Habari ya panelists. Nimewasikia sana hapa. Nimesikia Black akisema huko William Ruto hakuna mahali ameonekana kama director wa companies. Kwa hivyo hiyo kampuni si yake. Black, there is something called limited liability. I think Misi atakwambia hapa. If you read a little bit of law, there's a reason why a name like William Ruto would not feature in a company like Western Hotel. And I don't want to go into details because it's another lesson. But you should find out why people do not use their names. Instead, they use companies' names. Now, mine is just briefly. Leo sikuwa na mambo mingi sana kwa sababu naona topics zenye ziko hapa tumeshinda tukiongea siku mingi sana. But I was quite surprised today that I opened Twitter and I saw that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is speaking on behalf of Kalonzo Musyoka. He's saying that Kalonzo Musyoka deserves some dignity and he is being mistreated in Azimio. He should not present himself to the panel that is interviewing possible presidential candidates. And my interest, my question to Black and his fellow UDA supporters: why do you have to speak for Kalonzo Musyoka? Kalonzo Musyoka is a veteran politician. He has a spokesperson. He has an office. He has an established office. What is the interest? What is the interest that makes you guys recommend Kalonzo Musyoka as a deputy president for Raila Odinga? And we say here and we'll repeat again that if you guys are really interested in Kalonzo Musyoka and you think he has 2 million votes, why don't you pick him? and give him that deputy presidential slot in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I mean, it's not magic. If he can deliver Ukambani, as you guys say, wholly to Azimio, you guys go ahead, chukueni Kalonzo muende mpatie deputy president. Otherwise, hii zingine zenye mnapiga kelele, we know you, tuliwaonea kwa 18 huko mbali, and we know what you guys are aiming at. I think it is unfair the way you guys are treating Mudavadi. I just realized that you have settled on Kindiki Kithure as your deputy presidential candidate. I think it's unfair to Mudavadi. Mudavadi is a very, 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 very senior politician in Kenya. And he has been in politics longer than Kindiki. He has been in politics as long as William Ruto has been in politics. He has been the deputy president or vice president for that matter. He has been a finance minister. He has been a minister for local government. If we talk about experience, I think William Ruto would be better complemented by the man in the name of Musalia Mudavadi. So I think looking forward, I would also want to recommend Musalia Mudavadi. Otherwise, if Musalia Mudavadi comes with the Western votes, zile zote zenye amebeba za Western votes, I think it would be unfair kupatia Kindiki or somebody deputy president na muache Mudavadi, because he has come to you with over 4 million votes from the Luya community. Now, I'll leave that there. Let me go to this issue of money laundering. I don't know why we made this a topic here, this Pandora. I mean, I have no authority to question who picks a topic here, but I think this thing is hogwash. The reason why I say this is this. Recently, a few months ago, I think 1 month ago, there was this guy who was caught from, I think he was flying from Bujumbura. Was it Bujumbura or where? Is it Burundi or something? He had over $200 million in a suitcase. We know the name. The money was recovered at the airport. We have never, ever heard what happened to him. We have never heard the person. In fact, it was said that he was associated to a senior politician in Kenya. We did not hear what happened to the money. We did not hear what happened to that guy. So this issue of Pandora is a waste of time for people here, because whether that money was wired in Kenya into the Kenyan economy or was given to somebody in Kenya, you will not even hear a name being mentioned there. And we know the people that have been doing this business of wash, their names are known. We know these people that have been moving from one country to the other, seeking for the so-called dirty money. But there's nothing that happens to them. Why? I think they are colluding with the police. They are colluding with the DPP. And that's just my opinion. I'm not mentioning anybody. That's just my opinion. So this thing of 25 billion, if Interpol was interested in naming the person who was mentioned in this money saga, we would know the name right now. So all this is just hogwash. It is a waste of time, and Kenyans should move on to something serious. Nimemalizia hapo Ndemba.
Yes, Julia.
Namunga mkono Makiadi hapo.
Niko na swali kwa Makiadi. Hapana, I want to refute what Makiadi has said. Makiadi, I think it is unfair the way KKA is treating Waigoro. Me, I vote for Waigoro for running mate. Kama mama wa KKA.
I will tell you this. If they take Waigoro, then they are going to lose the Western vote. Let them go from Mudavadi.
No, if they don't take Waigoro, they are going to lose the women vote and the Kikuyu vote. So, Demba, toa maoni yako.
Mimi naungana na Julia. The KKA should take Waiguru. They need a woman DP, and you cannot allow Waiguru, who has committed so much to UDA. She sacrificed even
her other interests, and even came, and I hear word in the wire has it that she paid 200 million for the ticket. I don't know how true is that. That's word in the wire. So I don't have facts. Black, don't ask me for any facts on that. But you cannot deny her. Why? She's a woman.
So it is either Waiguru or no RUTO in Mount
It's
Kenya.
either Waiguru or
Mr. Silence is
Rigathi Gachagua
Mr.
or
Silence.
yes,
No, I
yes,
vouch.
Black.
If no Mudavadi, then no Western votes.
Mr. It will be smart to be silent at this point, please. I know why.
Absolutely,
Trust me.
absolutely. I just wanted to say something though.
No,
Pemba,
don't say,
just,
please. Don't.
please bring in Deto back. He seems to be just bringing him back.
Okay, okay.
I'm not
I
bringing
thought you were
Deto
going
back
to indulge in that. Don't.
I don't want to say anything.
No. I'm not bringing Deto back for his comments. You know, I can tolerate when you argue with me, but when you start telling me that, oh, you are a dictator, just like so and so say, that is a problem of attitude. It's not a problem of what is going on right now.
That's true. Just
Yeah,
bear
so
with us. We are different personalities.
I don't have. You shouldn't come to attack my. If you think I'm a dictator, don't come to this forum.
So
it's only 2 hours. So if you think that you cannot be moderated and you think I cannot tell you to be quiet and you be quiet, then and you think that you're going to use other judgment on my person by someone else to pass judgment on me. I've not passed judgment on anyone based on what has happened anywhere. I listen to you. I talk to you. So if you want to pass judgment on my person because of what you think someone else said, that one is an attitude problem. We can wait.
Yeah. He has withdrawn the statement. He has withdrawn the statement, so I think he's in line and he will comply. But in line with what Julia said, I'm not going to mention specifics, but I will rather point you to 48 Laws of Power. Law number 5, it says that so much depends on reputation. Guard it with all your life. So if I read Kidogo, it says reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone, you can intimidate and win. Once you sleep, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unsaleable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let the public opinion hang them. So, in the defense of having Mudavadi, I think I love gender balance, and I think I would have loved Waiguru, but two reputations at stake. I think it will taint the reputation of UDA. Thank you.
Bona Black, why are you not supporting me?
I told you, Mr. not to say anything because I know I see the angle. Miss, when I tell you don't say anything, trust me, I know, I see. I see the end game.
I know.
A million yards away.
I know I surrendered. I availed myself at their doorstep.
Missy, I don't think you are being fair to Waiguru because you are talking about reputation. What reputation does Waiguru has never been convicted in any court of law.
Yes, between Waiguru and RUTO.
Oh my God.
Yes,
yeah.
That's Makiadi, between Waiguru and RUTO.
There's one person there's one person here who has specifically been into a court of law and has been convicted. And the judgment was passed. But then Waiguru has never even been prosecuted in a court of law. She has never been found guilty. Why are you talking about reputation now? I think she's the best candidate according to Julia. I'll be rooting for Mudavadi because he has like 4 million Luya votes in his pocket. So I think it would be unfair for you guys to go for Kindiki and leave Mudavadi or Waiguru.
Yes, I vote
Makiadi, what I can say, let me speak for him. We are yet to pick our DP. Let's wait. That's what I can say.
But
listen,
but
please.
you,
listen.
why are you guys saying you are yet to pick your DP, yet you know that Kalonzo is better suited for Raila? I thought you guys have a plan. You always keep on telling us, yeah, Kalonzo is the fit guy for Raila
I'll
Odinga.
tell you.
What are
Can
you
I
looking
answer
at?
you why? What we are trying to portray is this: that Kalonzo has been very loyal to Raila for a very long time. Karua just came recently, and this is the repayment for his loyalty. Putting him into a panel of 7 people to decide whether he is good enough to be a DP for Baba, when he's the one amongst all the code people that were with Baba that is still with him up to this point. So that is the picture that we're trying to show everyone, that huyu mzee ambao tunamheshimu sana
Why running away?
ambao tunamheshimu sana zaidi kama baba yangu ama mjomba wangu, lakini huwa watu wake ambao huwa wanakuanga na yeye anawasahau. Ndio asante yake.
Black, if we talk about your
That is the
loyalty,
picture.
if you talk about loyalty, Black, if you talk about loyalty, there's a person who has been a DP for another person for 10 years. So let's talk about loyalty here. Would you think that if Uhuru Kenyatta was running for president again, do you think he would choose William Ruto as his deputy president? Because they've been together for 10 years, and Ruto, in his own wisdom, saw that there is no need for him to decide this marriage because he was comfortable in Ruto marriage.
I think Uhuru will have no choice.
Okay, Black. Okay, Mr. We can meet now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We are coming towards the 8th hour and the closing. Martin, you're not coming back today. We will reconsider your remorse tomorrow, and we all have to stay by the rules. So you can come back tomorrow. Any statements attacking the moderator is not welcome on this platform. We don't want any personal attacks on anyone. And if you have anything against the moderator or against anyone, please just put them aside. Let's respond to what we are here to, and that is the debate. So whatever your feelings you have about anyone should not come above what you want to discuss. Let's discuss issues, not persons. That's what they say. We are discussing issues. So if we are responding, respond to what the person has said. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Let me go through there before we start giving. So the 5 panelists remain here so that we give our closing remarks, and then we call it a day. Julio Sitoroke, when tutatuombea leo. Beastfire, asante. DA, no permanent friends in politics, that's true. Mohammed Ege, Black is paid by Ruto.
I wish.
Black umelipwa ngapi bwana, tugawie.
Please tell him to do so. Mwenye ana access na yeye, ambaye mwenye huku namteteanga.
Equator Ventures, LM, do you want us to talk about 48 laws of power? We know it inside out. Yeah, it's an interesting book. Yeah. And mbona naruko naenda kwa ile ambali, some rule number 1 in 48 laws of power. Law number 1 inasema nini Mise? Tusome law number 1. Mise umeanza 48 laws of, why are you going to law number 48? Soma law number 1. What does it say? Mise, read first.
But law number 1 is what you accuse the deputy president of. Why would
I just read that one. Why are you running away from that one? What does it say?
It says never outshine your master, I think. That's what it says.
Now, why are you guessing?
No. Never outshine the master. So always make those above you feel comfortable, comfortably superior. In your desire to please or impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights of power. So I think that's where things fall apart.
The deputy president
Yes, I
is
told you.
number one. So, George Maganga, asante. George Gitash Day, asante. George Onyulo, asante. Coalition of Corruption Challenged, that is the other side. Mercy Omege. I didn't mean to say that the Pandora's box, Pandora's papers, I didn't say it was false. I just say there's nothing wrong in having offshore accounts. And there's no reason as to why only Uru's name was there. There are so many people who have offshore accounts. So that, as Mr. said, was intended to achieve a certain political end. Yeah, he's a president, he's against the deputy president, they are against him. So let's make it look like it's big. And then, of course, it's published, and where does it come? Nation media headline. Pop. So, of course, the last Kamba vote was about 1 million. Baba got 800,000 from Kamba. Uru got 200,000. Okay. Asanteni sana in the comment section for always remaining civil. Temba lakini Black lied kidogo to us. Black anaambia ya kwamba huwa anadanganya. Now, let's start taking our closing comments. And I'll start with let me start with Black and Mise.
I think that would be unfair. I'd rather start and then Black will finish.
Okay,
I'm still I think to get to work.
This time you can start, then I go to Julia, then nikuje kwa Black, nimalizie na Backyard. I think that one itakuwa nimebalance. So let's start with Mise.
Thank you very much. And I think you need to speak to Alex as well. The same way you felt when Ndeto was being coercive is the same way I felt. We can disagree, but again, we are here to disagree to agree. We cannot all agree to get somewhere. I want to say that this is a very informative platform. I learn a lot. I like the way Julia debates. She's not confrontational, even though she came out today and said that we should be nyoroshwad so that we rudi to pigie baba kura. We are on that pathway, and we also making the same appeal. We hope that at the end of the day, we will have a constructive and a prosperous country with good leadership, and good governance and good culture. So I will finish with law number 44, and maybe perhaps this might be something that I might borrow. That maybe when you see us speaking on behalf of Kalonzo, maybe this is exactly what maybe it could mean in my interpretation. So law number 44 says that disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. The mirror reflects reality, but it's also the perfect tool for deception. When you mirror your enemies doing exactly as they do, they cannot figure out your strategy. The mirror effect mocks and humiliates them, making them overreact. By holding up a mirror to their psyches, you seduce them with the illusion that you share their values. By holding up a mirror to their actions, you teach them a lesson. Few can resist the power of the mirror effect. So Kalonzo, by us trying to talk and identify with him, I believe he might feel that we identify with his challenges, and we might cross and Um, if you know, if Kalonzo leaves, he leaves, or if he decides to focus on people voting Wiper, you know, there is a little bit of an effect on the Azimio. So I think that's what we are trying to advance, and hopefully that becomes a reality. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. And don't go listen to the other people too. Julia.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
Duke nimekumention isiwe issue. Asante sana Duke. Naona napiga kelele. Mbona hujanimention? Okay, go ahead Julia.
Misa, you said something. How we perceive about you. You need to protect your image. There are so many things that have gone on in this country, that is Kenya, about William Samoei Ruto. And even at one time, he was taken to court and he was found guilty and was asked to pay back the land of somebody. And then, I mean, scandal after scandal. So he has not been very successful in protecting his image. In other words, he has been very successful in tarnishing his image. So whether he's proved guilty in a court of law, it is going to be very hard to change the thoughts of Kenyans. It is just like what I said when I was giving an example, is asking me to, I see somewhere I feel like there's a hole, like I might fall into that hole, and I experiment with myself, like atiwacha nijaribu nione kama nitaanguka kwa hilo shimo. That's where Kenyans are. So I know what you are saying is true, that we should wait for people to be judged or to be taken to a court of law and all that blah blah blah. But we have the court of the public court. So it's like you see, Mr. Misa, I may tell you as a woman, I don't do 1, 2, 3, I don't do these things, I don't do that. Okay. But you find me in a company that proves my statement otherwise. So however much I don't do what I'm saying I don't do, I may never change your view about me because of the perception I give you about myself. And that is what has happened to our dear deputy president. So that's why most of us, like, let me say myself, personally, I don't think he's the right candidate to vie for presidency. I don't even think he should ever vie for presidency after 2022. I think we are over 50 million Kenyans. And I don't think that is the only person that can vie for presidency. And you ask a question, why we pointing at him, and we have the Pandora Papers about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I will not defend Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and his family concerning the Pandora Papers. I don't have evidence of what happened or what did not happen. Now, you, Mr. Misa, you're in Canada, and if you go back to Kenya, you'll also be having offshore accounts. So we do not know the extent of the negative side of these Pandora Papers and all that. Now, that withstanding, I still do not want to say that I think the president and his family are right. But now, at this time, the president is not vying for presidency. We have two people, Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. So we are comparing them, and we are asking ourselves, in whose hands are we safe? So I want to wind up and ask Kenyans, fellow Kenyans, in whose hands are you safe? Ama mtajaribu kutembea karibu na shimo, mwone kama mtaanguka ama hamtaanguka? No, fellow Kenyans, we cannot jump from a frying pan into the fire. Kwa hivyo, na waomba mvuke sakafu, mje tupigie baba kura, kwa maana we are waiting to see the super Rarua presidency loading. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you Julia. Black. Naona ushacheka.
Poleni vile niko kazini, so nitajaribu kuongea as fast as possible. First of all, asanteni tena bwana Lise. Nikikwambia lenga trust me, I know these guys. I see ahead, I see their thoughts. Naonanga mahali wanalenga mile away. And I knew maybe perhaps wewe ndo ulikuwa unajua pengine ndo weakest link utaenda kujibu hiyo swali yao hiyo. Ndio maana nilikuwa nakwambia just silent, lenga hiyo story yao. But anyway, it's okay, ishafanyika. Anyhow, what I can say is this, as Martha Karua said, both sides has both good and bad apples in them, right? So I think we are focusing so much on the negatives, allegations on each side, and we forget that there are also other good that are available in both sides. So in my view, perhaps we should slightly try to move away from Baba and Ruto battle and more into the ideas being brought up by both sides. Because the ideas that are being brought up by these sides is what is going to affect and change our lives and the lives of millions others back home. So lazima most of the times ukiwa positive, I mean positively minded when making a choice. So let's try to look at the positives as we dissect what good we can get from the ideas being brought by our side as KKA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, versus the ideas being brought forward by the Azimio side. Maybe perhaps ni muda ambao tunafaa kwenda kuingia sasa kwa kudebate, tuangalie mambo haya. That in my view should be our next focus. But anyway, that's my view. Secondly, and lastly, I would like to thank the viewers in the comment section, because it is because of you that personally as Black keep me on toes in trying to get as much facts as possible. There may be margin of errors here and there, but so and such is a human being. We are all imperfect. Nobody is perfect. But I do my best, just as all the panelists here with me, we do our best to give the best information to our knowledge. So asanteni kwa nyinyi, ndo mnazidi kutusukuma. That's all I can say. God bless you all.
Asante Black. Makiadi.
Yeah, I would have wished to hear. I mean, it's too late now, but I would have wished to hear Mrs. Remarks with regards to what we were talking yesterday, at least. But that is something we can do another day. Mise, if you come in tomorrow, we would want to hear what you have to say about Deputy President Kalonzo Musyoka and William Ruto. Is that possible? Now, the other thing I want to talk about briefly is just like Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi has also, sacrificed his ambition, his presidential ambition, for William Ruto. I think it would be unfair for William Ruto to pick somebody in the stature of Kindiki and leave a person who has given him all the support that he needed, including suspending his presidential ambitions for the second time. Musalia Mudavadi has run for president just like William Ruto. In terms of political hierarchy, I would place Musalia Mudavadi above William Ruto. But because politics is about sacrifice, give and take, I think Musalia Mudavadi took a big risk, and he took the risk just to back William Ruto. So I think moving forward, William Ruto should consider the Luhya vote. And the Luhya vote means that Musalia Mudavadi would be the best bet for him if he wants to win the Luhya vote. And so I'm looking forward to a situation whereby Kenya Kwanza will probably go for Musalia Mudavadi as the deputy president. Otherwise, we'll start saying that no Mudavadi, no William Ruto. I yield.
Thank you so much. And no Waiguru, no William Ruto. Tumeshasema hivyo na Julia, na mimi niko na Julia. So
and Mise too ako na sisi.
Na Mise pia ako na sisi.
Naona Megi na Mato wanapeana moral support huko chini kwa ground. No, I don't suffer bad attitude. Ukikuja hapa kuwa na good vibes, kuja hapa na good attitude. You attack what I'm saying, not me. Ukikuwa na issue na mimi nione kando. Kuja hapa kunipiga. So Mato utakula baridi leo, kesho I will allow you, but you just let's have some decorum. Decorum is, if you have issues with me, meet me outside here. Lakini kama tuko hapa, let's just be civil to each other. Thank you DA, thank you George Maganga. Nani siku mention ndio siwe issue baadaye. Mato Makandets, Mato tuonane kesho. Kula baridi leo uko chini. Misa atakuwa hapa kesho, utamuona. At least
soma comment ya Kikwete, anasema ati Julia, Mise, LM, Demba, Makiadi wako na offshore accounts.
But you know, Themba, there is a difference of us having offshore accounts. We don't steal to take that money to offshore accounts. We don't use, no, we work so hard to earn our living.
that Uru's money was stolen?
He's a discussion for another day.
Yeah, I mean, you see the perception, the perception. In fact, if you read that thing pretty well, it says that it is the Kenyatta family, and the Kenyatta family, there's the mother, there's whatever. So we cannot necessarily say that whatever it is that was taken was stolen, right? And it is not obvious that if you are a public servant and you are rich, then you stole, right? It is a society that is untrusting, and because of our system that we cannot track the sources of finances, that's why we assume. And of course, much more that has been reported is of those people who have stolen, so we are assuming that. But I think wanasema kwamba mtego wa panya washika waliomo na wasiokuwemo. So it is mtego wa panya, yeah. So even if you earn honest money, because there is a perception that civil servants are not supposed to be rich. Mtu kama Julia hapa was a civil servant. We Julia, uliiba pesa ngapi ndio katoroka?
Niko na offshore account huko Kenya ya Equity.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei platform. Nimesahau Linet wa Bomba, Crash wa Makiadi yuko hapo chini. Na Linet, kuna competition hapa ya Martin na Mato na Makiadi. Makiadi amekukana. Mato tulimtupa nje leo kwa sababu ya indiscipline. Atakuwa hapa kesho. So hopefully
Lynette is reminding Makiadi that Makiadi should stop misspelling Mudavadi's name.
You know, Mise, let me remind my sister Lynette. This time, if William Ruto picks Musalia Mudavadi as a deputy president, remember Musalia Mudavadi has run as a presidential candidate and he failed miserably. He even lost in his own constituency. And so even selling Musalia Mudavadi here does not mean that he's going to gain any more votes. Lawyers are people who make their decisions on principle. When you are a coward, lawyers will never follow you.
Warunga anasema, I wish I could be like you, Themba. Hey, you don't want to be me.
Lakini kuna mtu anasema hapo nimekula sahani 10, lakini sasa hiyo ni ungwana, lakini
Lakini unakula sahani 10 na inaenda wapi? Mise, inaenda wapi hiyo chakula?
Sasa hiyo ndio sasa propaganda. Anasema Gitashi anasema nimekula sahani 10 hii show na
Mise was just eating since was a show. He has been eating food, so I don't know how many plates
I'm not even finished.
And where does it go? Where does it go? We are not seeing any result. We need to see results of all that eating, man. Anyway, subscribe to Mutembe TV, and as you subscribe to Mutembe, also subscribe to my channel. Thank you kwa wale ambao wamesubscribe kwa hiyo channel yetu, together with my daughter Emba and Lulu Show. Tunaendelea polepole kwa mwendo wa aste. Tafadhali enda pale usubscribe pia, at least you get us to 1000. Kama uja subscribe, tafadhali enda pale subscribe. We really appreciate. Piga like ukitaka, ukipenda hiyo show, alafu pia finya notification bell ndio tukidrop. Anytime we drop a video, you're the first one to see. Mutembe, tuko hapa kila siku. When you come in and you see that we have 10 people, know that the studio is full. Just wait. Mtu akidrop unaingia. We start at exactly 8:30, 9:30, 9:30, and it goes up to around this time. The first person who comes in is either Bernard or Wekesa. Then I come in towards the last 2 hours, and then we are here for another 2 hours, and then we try to be within the 2 hours, then we are done. Tunamaliza. Mara nyingi tuko na usual suspect Makiadi, Julia. Leo tumejoiniwa na Mise. Kuna Martin pia, lakini amemisbehave leo, tukamtoa hapo chini hapo nje, lakini wanasema kwamba people learn, so kesho atakuwa hapa, na tuko na wengine ambao wanakuja, tunafunga nao show pamoja. So it is an interesting discussion. Pemba, uko na feelings, you can't take it. No, you cannot. There's no joke. You must behave. Ati Pemba uko na, mimi sina feelings peleka kwingine.
Akitemba may catch my feelings. That's how they say.
This is catch. I don't have time for dealing with people who have attitude issues. All right. So you can behave better, Mato. You are a veteran here. Wewe na Makiadi na Julia. Kuna watu ambao we cannot expect less. In fact, watu tunaweza patia warning ni wale watu wapya. Wale wamekuja leo tunaambia, my friend, that's not how we do it here. Tafadhali tunakupatia warning ya kwanza. Lakini mtu kama wewe, watu ukimisbehave, hiyo immediate unaenda uko chini, tunaonana kesho. Now
Makiadi, kwa nini Mise anakula ugali na fork? That is not
Mise kula ugali na mkono bana. Utamu wa ugali ni kukula na mkono. Au unakulaje ugali na fork bana? Inapotelea hapo kwa nini?
Hii ni kijiko, kwa hivyo si fork.
Sasa tusomee constitution.
Unajua kuna politicians wengine afadhali wakuwe ndani ya hema yako kuliko wakiwa nje. Zile missile naona zinarushwa kutoka huko, afadhali ungeachilia Mato akiwa hapa ndani. Anyway, jana tulisoma 45 ilikuwa inaongea juu ya family. Leo tunasoma 46. Article 46 inaongea juu ya consumer rights. 1, it says consumers have the right to A, goods and services of reasonable quality, B, to the information necessary for them to gain full benefit from goods and services, C, to the protection of their health, safety and economic interest, and D, to compensation for loss or injury arising from defects in goods or services. Number 2, Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for consumer protection and for fair, honest, and decent advertising. Number 3, this article applies to goods and services offered by the public entities or private persons.
Thank you so much. Unasikia Megi anasema nini? Pemba siku hizi umeanza kuwa hash sana. Now, as we move closer to the election, hata nyinyi mmeanza kuwa mnakosa nidhamu. Unakuwa ni watu ambao si tolerant, mnakuwa ni watu kelele, mnakuwa sijui nini, umekuwa tubaki tu pale kwa ile mali tulikuwa. Mizani ni ile ile. Rules are still the same.
Eko mtu anasema Mato leo wamepula Kalonzo
Bana, Mato ametupulia Kalonzo bana. Yeah, so Mato will be here with us tomorrow, but like always we say, let's just maintain our decorum. We are very civil people. There's a quote I saw somewhere that we need to agree. We don't need to written laws like lawyers. We are lawyers. We have to write something somewhere, but all of us we can agree without necessarily writing anything. Mr. will say that I'm attacking them, but generally we are gentlemen. We are not like lawyers. We don't have to write things down. So when we come here, we just appreciate every person. Here we respond to what you share, and we accept we listen to you, and we listen to the content of your thoughts. And we appreciate the moderators. We are about anybody moderating at any time, given an opportunity, give them that chance, like Julia always said. When you are told to be quiet, just be quiet. And when a question is asked, even if someone says that, oh, your name was mentioned, you don't have to respond to it. And even when you're given that time, you'll be given the time. Nobody owns any comment that someone is saying. People will respond. We're all here because we are listening to everybody else and what they're saying. That is how the debate goes. And kindly, let's maintain the respect for the moderators, whether it is Bernard, Wekesa, Mutembei, or even or even when I give anybody to moderate or someone is allowed to moderate, just give them that chance. That's how we operate in a very nice and respectful environment. Do not have a back and forth with the moderator. Do not attack any person, the panelist or the other person. Just appreciate and maintain decorum. That's all we want for healthy and mature and very informative debate. That's why we are here. Now, muvuke sakafu. Tafadhali Julia, tupe maombi.
Okay, tuvuke sakafu lakini tuombe. Then I lost you for a while.
Yeah,
Okay,
I noticed that.
Let's pray. Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, lete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Amen, amen, amen. Asante. Mato, ati sawa, nimesikia acha kunigonga. Tutakugonga na unajua uzuri tunakugonga wewe ni kutype. Unachoka, sisi tunaongea tu kitambo type tumeongea 20. Asante sana Mise. Makiadi, asante. God bless you. See you again tomorrow. Sana wakati kama wa leo. God bless you.
Makiadi.